Chapter 1501, Glorious Improvements. Past concepts of tremendous power would be elevated to Noah's current stage. In the aspect of animus summons, it wasn't feasible nor possible for Noah to elevate them to the first, second, or third firmament of ascendancy, as there were too many factors in play that affected one's ascendancy value, their realm, edicts, ascendancy halos, bloodlines. There were too many things to focus on, as even the abilities that came with the Tao of summoning were too low tier at these stages. If Noah wanted his animus summons to show the same level of power as they did in the past with his current stage, it had to all be made possible with a high-tier edict, as well as the wondrous essence of reality. There was even the soul library that they could go into to receive nomological edicts. This was how he would make having an army of experts around him into a reality. How if he was in the fourth firmament, he would have terrific summons at the same stage to command. For this, Noah had a nearly completed insuperable nomological edicts of the Imperious Animus Emperor, while his robust mind finished optimizing his ascendancy halos, acclimating to his newly gained edicts, and the continuation of his primordial epitaph now that he had expanded his maximum reserves and even gained low-quality reality crystals to replenish his reserves of the essence of reality. He was truly dipping his fingers in many things, and he had to do so because of the terrifying pressure he faced, a pressure he was reminded of at this moment as while he did all of this, the shocking scene within the Forsaken Treasure reality continued. Within the hands of the gazer of the Oculus Primordial Temple, the golden jagged great sword primordial relic cried out as space was torn from its mere movements, the voice of this being echoing out, "Do you know the identity of the girl you just killed, BZZZT, the identity of Princess Snow that Noah had sniped into nothingness with a single shot of an arrow? He knew it better than anyone else as he had obtained her memories." The face of his true sanguine clone remaining impassive as he stood beside Natalia, who at this moment released red and blue rays of white light as the bow within her hands trembled with excitement, even though a terrifying excitement filled with wrath was gazing bloody murder towards his direction. The figure of Natalia made it seem like it could withstand anything as Noah did not turn fearful or scared. Yet the wrath of the gazer could be felt within his words, Princess Snow of the royal wolf bloodline, her father alone being at ninth firmament of ascendancy, as at the peak of her bloodline multiple legends reside. Rumble, do you know what the royal bloodline of any race means across these vast realities? What the statues that surround all primordial temples indicate? WAA, you have just utterly enraged one of the primordial cardinal royal bloodlines of these vast infinite realities. Even your death will not be enough to wipe your sins. A cardinal royal bloodline, it was nothing like any other bloodline that had the tag royal on it, like the royal blight serpent dragons, this being a mere mixed breed bloodline holding aspects of snakes and dragons, with it even being considered impure and much weaker. The cardinal royal wolf bloodline was represented as one of the over a dozen statues surrounding the primordial temples spanning countless realities, and Noah had just snuffed out the life of one of its princesses. The surroundings of the golden shimmering space were quiet as rivers of golden essence had resumed their normal resplendent flows in space. This shocking identity was why Noah had gained 24 insuperable nomological edicts from a single existence. It was how he had also gained one of the cardinal royal bloodlines that oversaw these vast infinite realities. The royal wolf bloodline that now coursed through his veins, from the memories of Princess Snow. Noah's mind was further expanded to the intricacies of the infinite realities, the concept of the cardinal royal bloodlines being etched within his mind as among them. But he also uniquely saw that there was the cardinal royal human bloodline among others, the bloodline of celestial vines that Cecilia didn't even make the cut as a cardinal royal bloodline, nor did the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline. Reaping the life of actual primordial royalty from cardinal royal bloodlines was a major sin on top of them being primordials. And this was the reason that the gazer asked Noah if he truly understood what he had done, and Noah answered in a stellar fashion as he enunciated his words very clearly in the next moment, "It is merely a little princess of a cardinal royal bloodline, not enough to reach my eyes." Rumble, golden waves of destiny erupted out and churned as Noah raised his head fearlessly, locking his eyes with the terrifying gazer as he continued, "If a thing like you can play with her behind closed doors all these years, why would I not dare to kill?" His words were explosive as the seventh firmament primordial guard, who was healing with a somber expression, had his eyes open in shock. And his eyes only opened wider as many things seemed to click in place within his mind. Natalia was enjoying the feeling of the heart-splitter primordial relic, but her fair red lips could help but part into an O at this moment as the expression of the gazer. It turned utterly hideous as the weapon within his hands began to buzz and cause reality itself to crack. Thrum. Golden white waves of billowing light released from him as they carried immense wrath and anger within them. the primordial relic within his hands shining as he roared out with maddened power. Preposterous, boom, sheer oppressive might rain down as the eyes of Natalia flashed, stepping in front of now as essence undulating between her and the primordial relic she held in her hands. Noah could only use the basic attacks of this wondrous bow as he had achieved results capable of wounding seventh firmament existences. He hadn't been able to even touch the abilities of this relic that included Heart Piercer, Reality Shatterer, Continuum Splicer, and even more, SHA. A glow of white frost and red flames intensified as a seventh firmament overseer utilized for the first time a bow that would cause her name to spread out across the vast realities. Chapter 1502, The Majesty of the Cardinal Royal Bloodlines. A battle of shocking proportion bloomed within a forsaken treasure reality as one of its casualties was already causing waves of destiny to weave silently. Within a nigh-endless prime reality, beautifully, one could find a stretch of tens of thousands of cosmos on the edges of this reality, with its very center holding an incredibly large number of landmasses floating in space that were connected by shimmering frosty white bridges. These landmasses were larger than most cosmos as they floated stably in specific domains as even the seas of ruination and primordial did not come near them. This authority to forge such domains could only come from its overseer, this being situated on the largest floating landmass that floated atop everything else and shone with a hazy white-blue luster, at the center of this largest floating landmass that was known as the ancestral wolf plane. Freezing cold temperatures could be felt as fantastical pillars and olden structures born of solidified ice that looked to be stronger than even metals could be seen throughout. Unlike many of the floating landmasses below it, this ancestral wolf plane didn't have vast developed cities with quintillions of existences, but it carried a trace of wildness and ancientness as only a few powerful auras could be felt on the vast island vaster than a cosmos. One of the more prominent auras was currently staring towards a crystalline blue wall of ice that held countless dangling medallions which released bright light with over a dozen other lesser auras. All of these medallions releasing bright light signified the life force of the beings branded to them. Where the moment one stopped shining, it signified the end of a life, as it was an extremely rare occasion to come across, especially for the beings who were important enough to have a life medallion put up. Yet at the very highest point of this crystalline blue wall of ice that held the life medallions of the highest royalty of the royal wolf race, a particularly young life medallion had dimmed and shattered. Rumble. Its shattering caused the cold temperatures on the ancestral wolf plane to drop even more, the eyes of the over a dozen other beings watching it extremely cold as the one at the forefront had to be talked about. First was his glorious form. None of the pristine beings on the ancestral wolf plane were in human forms, as they currently looked like enormous resplendent blue wolves. Their fur more cerulean than even vast blue seas as they glistened in the light. Uniquely, the bodies of the royal wolves were also adorned in glistening white and blue battle armor that draped over them beautifully, all of these battle armors being quasi-primordial relics. Armored bodies of apex predators the size of universes could be seen as they released the regal majesty deserving of the royalty of the royal wolf bloodline. The one at the forefront was the largest, as unlike any of the other royal cosmic wolves, he had a shimmering illusory crown spinning above his head. This crown released an extremely domineering authority that didn't stem from the royal wolf bloodline within this being, but from a bloodline even more terrifying at the depths of this being's soul. A bloodline not from the olden times. My daughter has perished. Rumble. Panda, novel. The voice alone caused the air to freeze and crackle as it stated with mourning and reserved wrath. The voice was extremely deep and old as it carried with it tyranny and ancientness, the bloodline of an emperor bubbling crazily within this being, as he was the primordial that was the father of snow, a father that carried the bloodline of an emperor of old, and yet none of it was passed down to his daughter, as she had only gained immense fortune in destiny. This had carried her far in life and even made her a stupendous genius. And even such a fortune and destiny was actually brought to a halt at this moment. We have collected all of the information on her last movements, sire. A slightly smaller royal cosmic wolf bowed its majestic bestial head while voicing out, "We never received her last memories, as she must have been in a unique location that stops any type of feedback from, or she met an existence with means to prevent the memory capture on Little Snow's soul. But we do know what her guards reported before disappearing. Oh, BZZZT." The words caused the ferocious-looking royal wolf emperor with an illusory crown to turn his head as he motioned for his subject to continue. She had accepted to seek a blacklister at the third firmament. One from the Golden Titan bloodline of the Primal Titans, whose last established location is the Isles of the Gilded Forge. She even sought the help of Barbossa from the Oculus Primordial Temple, as it was soon after that we stopped receiving any communication from regards. Silence descended in the surroundings as the enormous body of the royal wolf emperor raised its head high with a glimmer of majesty. Barbossa. She still died while under his care. Rumble. His rage caused the surrounding wolves to quiver as they bowed ever deeper, the general under the royal wolf emperor continuing to speak with a steady voice. This leads us to believe it was an ambush, and it must have been from a powerful enemy. Sire, we await your orders. All of the titanic figures of blue and white armored wolves bowed towards the alpha wolf of this prime reality as they waited for orders, and they didn't wait long before the ancient voice of the royal wolf emperor echoed out. What is the fourth commandment passed down by the ancestral Beowulf? The bodies of the few royal cosmic wolves trembled at such words as some nearly raised their heads in disbelief. They had never, ever, expected to hear such words from the royal wolf emperor when it came to his own daughter. The commandment he mentioned was an extremely powerful lesson, but also a cruel one when it was applied in this situation, but they knew it very well as their voices rang out in unison. Never let the death of a royal wolf go to waste. Thrum. The commandment passed down in their bloodline reverberated out as the royal wolf emperor nodded, his deep animalistic voice coming out filled with reserved wrath and ingenuity that would make one terrified. Good. Prepare the armadas. We start with the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Rumble, Chapter 1503, The Majesty of the Cardinal Royal Bloodlines. LLOOM, howls of battle resounded out across a prime reality as they originated from the ancestral wolf plane and spread throughout. In the ravaging coldness atop this highest floating landmass, the vibrant body of the royal wolf emperor walked on all fours as his fur glistened in the light. His titanic figure appearing on the edge of the floating island as his bestial head gazed down below. There, one could see the cluster of many other frozen floating landmasses as at this moment, enormous disc-shaped vessels and ships that all released an aura of quasi-primordial relics could be seen rising up with order and haste. Countless royal cosmic wolves adorned in battle armor being situated on these vessels as a terrifying armada was formed in a short period of time. BZZT essence. Chaotically moved about as the largest warship rose before the royal wolf emperor, being half the size of a cosmos and shining throughout with the white blue of frost as the ship itself released terrifying temperatures. Over 10,000 royal cosmic wolves could be seen standing in neat rows on this warship as they ranged from the first firmament of ascendancy all the way to the generals who stood beside the royal wolf emperor who reached up to the 8th firmament. WAA, the vibrant body of the royal wolf emperor landed at the center of the quasi-primordial relic as his blue eyes released a shocking radiance, his voice reverberating out, head towards the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Percival, Maruvas. You two take 3 other vessels each and head to the remaining prime realities under Golden Titans. I want a clean and thorough takeover as when I arrived. There should be no opposition remaining. OM, his words rang out domineeringly as 2 8th firmament of ascendancy experts nodded, their figures flashing away towards the cluster of vessels behind them as some of them separated and went to another direction. Within moments, all vessels moved and entered the boundary between realities as a multiple made their way to the Isles of the Gilded Forge. A terrifying future unfolding as a horrific existence at the 9th firmament of ascendancy had eyes shining with brutality and rage as he targeted an entire established bloodline at this moment. Cause and effect, the weaving of destiny spun madly as at this moment, a light of conquest had begun to pulsate vibrantly from a small subsection of the primordials. At the forefront of it was a gloriously armored royal wolf emperor whose very bloodline sang of the ancient melodies of the olden times. An existence of high stature and standing as he was destined to leave his mark as an emperor. Even though Noah had spoken out boldly, he still held a somber outlook at this moment as the memories of Princess Snow truly tried their best to scare him. A father that held a bloodline he was very familiar with, and her entire cardinal royal bloodline that made up one of the ruling forces within primordials, as they held a lot of legends hidden within that had achieved reality. That's too many ridiculously powerful enemies at this point, isn't it? He nearly sighed at his ability to just pull in trouble, as in the case of Princess Snow and the primordials she brought into this forsaken treasure reality. They truly couldn't be left to live and tell the tale about this wondrous place. Just like they wanted to kill him and Natalia, they also had to kill them as the forsaken treasure reality was too precious. Such a reality led them here where both sides had to kill each other, but the identities of the other side made it so that even killing them had its own disastrous consequences. Due to this, Noah had to move with even more haste. He had to make even more reality-breaking plans and carry them out, as even with the worry of what actions the 9th firmament royal wolf emperor might do, he had to first overcome the 2 7th Firmament enemies and the 8 6th Firmament primordial guards who actually made the fate of Grandmasters Manos and others grim at this moment. He stayed behind Natalia as she pulled on the Heartsplitter primordial relic with bright eyes of valor and power, her sonorous voice ringing out with excitement as her body released an abundance of the essence of reality along with a robust amount of mana, reality shatterer, rumble. She was truly the overpowered overseer as she went for one of the ultimate attacks of the Heartsplitter primordial relic, one that needed the droves of the essence of reality to activate as its effects were simply horrific. Shing, an arrow was shot from the primordial relic, fearfully, even Noah's eyes could not fully follow it as Natalia was one of the 3 beings who could see it clearly. Her eyes fluttering with immense shock and happiness as she saw what shot out was an arrow that actually carried with it an unstable illusory light of an endlessly flowing river, an illusory form of a reality that was the form her arrow had taken with the cast of as it was an attack that even caused the distant gazer to turn grim, his own primordial relic releasing waves of light as essence of reality surged into it. The means of the Heartsplitter primordial relic were too mystical as its attacks were far more vibrant than many other primordial relics, the gazer having to face the force of an unstable reality contained within a single arrow as it was enough to shatter an emerging reality. His own relic glimmered and released rays of reality-altering light, swinging down with utter glory as the ascendancy halos of both of these 2 beings flashed incessantly to reinforce their attacks. At this moment, neither side had fused with their ascendancy halo, neither side had taken their ultimate true forms as they were still testing each other. The one to obtain their strongest state first would be the one to lose as it meant their reserves of essence and mana would run out soon. After the cost of merging with all the concepts of one's halos and achieving a splendorous form that multiplies your ascendancy value being simply too high, an arrow carrying with it the unstable illusory light of an endless river flashed. A jagged greatsword swung down as it seemed powerful enough to erase realities with a swing. An impact was felt as in the next instant, boom, their surrounding reality cracked and splintered as if one looked from the entrance of the Forsaken Treasure reality. They would shockingly see the first island trembling as cracks spread out to split it in 2 at this moment. Chapter 1504, The Majesty of the Cardinal Royal Bloodlines. BZZZT, unstable waves of essence stretched out endlessly as a terrific treasure island vaster than multiple cosmos was actually split in half from the impact of a single attack. Vibrant flashes of crimson and white-blue light permeated on the side of Natalia as a golden light stemmed from the gazer. Their oppressive energies clashing to cause this shocking impact that affected things on the level of reality. The existences battling within seemed to treat this as nothing as they moved at speeds that even Noah could not fully follow. The clash between the gazer and Natalia being treated as a momentary thing as the former carried his jagged golden greatsword and flashed forward with his 10 ascendancy halos pulsing brightly. Beside him, the 7th Firmament primordial guard had a difficult expression as he acclimated to many things, but he also moved regardless as these 2 experts made their way towards Natalia, yet against their advancement. SHA, with a flicker of her fingers. 2 basic arrow attacks were released as the flames of over 150 nomological edicts were contained within them, the strikes stopping the advancement of the coming enemies and even pushing them back as the gazer chose to take the brunt of the attack. Boom. Boom, gleeful destruction weaved out maddeningly as space continued to be torn asunder, Natalia's attacks holding back the enemies as they couldn't advance, but they also couldn't be entirely killed as the authority of the jagged golden primordial relic within the gazer's hands entirely opposed the Heartsplitter primordial relic. Maybe the situation would change if Natalia fused with her ascendancy halos and took on her true form. But if he reserves of essence of reality and her normal resources were spent after that without earning a victory against the gazer and his support who would undoubtedly fuse with their halos after, it meant death for all of them. SHA, an arrow carrying multicolored flames flow out once more as an impasse was created, the surroundings always undergoing a cycle of destruction and regeneration as a golden flash of light first very quickly covered the shattered treasure island once more. Beginning to heal at a rate no domain in a reality should be able to heal as the vibrant gold soil was interlinked together and the island became connected once more with ease. Thereafter, every destructive impact was also healed soon after as the mysteries of this forsaken treasure reality continued to show themselves. The fortune within it would make the winners of this battle receive a profound amount of fortune as the other side had to face death, yet I cannot die, BZZZT. This was the thought that buzzed in Natalia's mind as she analyzed everything. She could not die. She had not achieved anything. She had not become a legend. She had not split open the reality of a certain being and watched it bleed just like they did to her father. How could she face destruction in the hands of mere seventh firmament existences? Her death had to at least be at the hands of someone that had entirely scaled the firmaments of ascendancy, YAA. The bow within her hands quivered as she bellowed out. Her ascendancy halos resonating as she seemed ready to fuse with them. Her enemy had a completely golden halo while she had one purple and gold, and there were two of these enemies at her rank, as with both sides holding primordial relics. Victory or defeat had to be decided by the concepts the other side held and the strength of their wills. Or of course an anomaly that could interfere with battles of existences multiple ranks higher. Not yet, WAA, Noah's voice echoed within Natalia's mind as his eyes flashed sharply. The luminous light around the overseer dimmed a little as she continued the basic attacks, her languid eyes once more listening to the words of the existence behind her, as he was the reason why they still stood standing at this very moment. Do you have another method for the both of us to keep our lives? BOM. Her voice came out calmly even as she withstood the attacks of two enemies in the same realm, Noah's own body lighting up as he called forth the authority of the resplendent treasure emperor in Destiny Goblin King while actually turning his gaze from the scene of the disastrous battle and gazing the opposite direction. As long as I can get my hands on more naturally formed primordial treasures. Then I can just forge another primordial relic to ensure our survival and their deaths. Rumble, tyrannical words echoed out as Natalia's mind buzzed, her common knowledge about how hard it was to forge primordial relics for peerless forgers. But she then recalled how this being had forged the relic she held within her hands in less than a second. If you can hold them at bay while we continue to search, there should be one more destiny domain space within this treasure island that should hold what we are looking for, or we can even rush to another island if need be. Noah spoke as he remained protected behind Natalia, his eyes only being exposed to the resplendent light of attacks that could very well still shred apart the defenses of his body at the fourth firmament of ascendancy. If he didn't have the 90% damage negation boost as a Destiny Goblin King, he didn't want to taste just how sturdy he was at this moment either, as he opted for the route of forging another primordial relic as soon as possible. Alright, let's go. The overseer did not tarry as she could sense very well her reserves of mana and essence of reality, while still gripping the Heartsplitter primordial relic tightly and shooting off long-distance basic attacks towards the Gazer and Primordial Guard. A pristine crimson light covered her and Noah as their figures began to shoot towards the golden pathway leading outside of the space they were in and heading deeper into the treasure island. You truly think you shall have salvation today? WAA, the Gazer, and the 7th Firmament Primordial Guard instantly shot out towards them as their seas of destinies churned at this moment, a stifling feeling sinking into their hearts as they shot out with even more power. This was especially so for the Primordial Guard, as at this moment, he howled out while his body began to transform into an ancient royal cosmic wolf, the power he released only rising to greater levels. Like mere flashes of light, their figures flew forward as one side retreated while shooting arrows capable of shaking emerging realities, the other side brandishing a terrifying primordial relic to defend and chase as they both twisted and tore apart reality in shocking ways. An emergency came up today and delayed some things. Next chap should be out within the next 2 hours, Chapter 1505, The Majesty of the Cardinal Royal Bloodlines. LV, as a chase ensued in an unknown forsaken treasure reality. Tumultuous waves were spreading out in the region of explored realities near the domains of the primal titans, with those capable of keeping their gazes on the boundary between realities for movements finding shocking armadas carrying the authority of primordials moving powerfully. 3 different armadas could be seen heading in a straight line from the domains of the Cardinal Royal Wolf bloodline as they seemed to have their destination set, the watchers of the myriad of other bloodlines. Feeling their hearts grow cold as such an event was one they had seen too many times, and it was why so many feared angering or getting into conflict with the Cardinal Royal bloodlines of primordials. If the bloodlines of these powerful existences were given any reason at all to justify their actions, nobody could stand against them. It was a known fact that the majesty of the Cardinal Royal bloodlines could never be looked down upon, with there being many intricacies about the workings of the powerhouses across the vast realities that only those with sufficient power could understand. Since eons ago, the supremacy of primordials was established as their influence covered vast expanses of the explored realities. Yet their actions still bore countless realities as from them. Many experts that weren't primordials sprouted up. They established their own bloodlines and domains of power as existences at the stage of legends who reached heights where they could display terrible power and cause mass destructions of realities came to be. Across instances in the past eons, when war ever broke out between bloodlines that had legends, countless realities were shattered and destroyed as the damage and loss of life was at a scale many could not even fathom. This went against the standing of primordials as soon after. The legends of the many different bloodlines made a pact with the legends of primordials, to escape untold destruction and apocalypses. Those that had achieved the realm of reality could not carry out the conquest of new realities for their races. Conflict of legends had to also be avoided as much as possible, as when they fought, the firmaments cried and were torn to smithereens as realities were blasted apart. These two made up the core of the agreements reached by the truly powerful existences in the eons past, and it was what had maintained order this whole time. The supremacy of primordials continued unhindered, as even without those that had achieved reality, their powerhouses in the 8th and 9th firmament continued to add more and more realities under the banner of primordials. The only thing that changed was that the prime and emerging realities under other bloodlines were not so easily targeted. A semblance of balance being established as over the billions of years, prominent bloodlines also flourished and gained power as even more legends were born across the vast realities. The prime and emerging realities weren't targeted. But there were instances where conflicts arose between the cardinal royal bloodlines of primordials and other races. And these conflicts did not end well for other races, as if the primordials involved had sound reasoning for their conflict. Their actions were justified as they could turn their swords of conquest onto that established bloodline without others being able to speak up about it. Nor their legends being able to move. The moment the legends of a bloodline, the primordials, were in conflict with moved against the 7th, 8th, and 9th firmament primordial overseers. Would mean the complete destruction of that bloodline, as the legends of primordials would also now have a reason to be involved. Thus, there were times in the past that legends could not stand by as their bloodlines faced eradication under primordials due to conflict that arose among the lower ranks, and they stepped out to defend what they considered to be their very family. And they were then promptly buried along with their entire bloodline the moment they moved, as the terrifying legends of primordials mobilized. Then there were instances that while all the prime realities controlled by a bloodline were being taken over by primordials, their legends could only watch while bearing the loss of the hegemony of their bloodline and subsequent conquest under primordials. Their prime and emerging realities changed hands as when the bloodbath ended. Whatever semblance of their race that remained would be ruled under the banner of primordials. This was the majesty of the cardinal royal bloodlines of the primordials. This was why all bloodlines steered clear of forming conflicts with primordials. So at this moment, many were shocked to find armadas of the royal cosmic wolves actually making their way into the domains of the primal titans, specifically the golden titans, as in no time, a cluster of vessels carrying terrifying powerhouses appeared before the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Horrifically, the one standing at the very forefront of this armada was the glorious royal wolf emperor that oversaw the glacial monarch primordial temples. His shocking aura at the 9th firmament of ascendancy causing the watchers that had followed the procession of these beings to turn solemn when they gazed forward. The shining armament he wore buzzed with the power of a quasi-primordial relic as it shimmered with gorgeous colors of blue, white, and gold draping over his resplendent figure of an ancient wolf emperor. As his eyes locked onto the Isles of the Gilded Forge, they locked onto the reality as his armada came to a stop near it. And yet this powerful being did not enter, even though this prime reality currently did not even have its overseer. The royal wolf emperor didn't make a move yet. As before he did, he had to make it clear to all the reason why is behind this bloodline. There was a legend that has achieved reality, my daughter, OOM. His voice echoed out with wildness and animalistic fervor as the powerful existences who had followed the procession of the armada towards this location could all hear it very clearly, has been unjustly killed by a golden titan of the primal titans, AWO. Mournful howls reverberated out with power and destiny as the royal cosmic wolves in the surroundings howled out, the voice of the wolf emperor continuing as it came with a terrifying command. Today, I am here to seek an answer from the primal titans. I am here to seek justice. Rumble. His words rang out powerfully as his body rose from the vessel it was on regally. His illusory shimmering crown of an olden bloodline spinning madly as in the next second, the fur on his body shone with a cerulean luster as he howled out. Droves of royal cosmic wolves surging forward into the lone Isles of the Gilded Forge. Chapter 1506, The Visage of a Legend. A scene of pure majesty could be seen as the cerulean lights of regal furred royal cosmic wolves descended onto the Isles of the Gilded Forge. They sunk into this reality under the gazes of many hidden beings as the figure of the royal wolf emperor watched on with a cold gaze the situation before being something he was utterly not worried about. From a simple sweep with his soul, he saw that only 6th firmament protectors were left behind in this prime reality. The overseer of this prime reality was nowhere to be seen as this begged the question of exactly where the scorcher of realities had gone, and about the identity of the blacklister that his daughter was searching for. Where was this being? Where had Barbossa taken his daughter and her primordial guards? These were just some of the things that the royal wolf emperor told his generals to find out as they descended onto the prime reality. The boundary between realities shook and trembled as the figures of the royal cosmic wolves entered the aisles of the Gilded Forge. Within this reality, the situation was grim as the Golden Titans had already risen up to defend their home. They were the race of beings outside of the primordials that were known to have tremendous talent in forging. When it came to protecting their reality, the number of quasi-primordial relics they had were not low. There were many, and they were entirely unique, as huge siege weapons could be seen releasing auras of coldness and ferocity. At this moment, all of these siege weapons across the many aisles within the aisles of the Gilded Forge were aimed towards the coming enemies, and yet those among the enemies were existences in the 7th and 8th firmament of ascendancy. Such a lineup could only cause any higher existences to despair, but they were the race of forgers. They had no fear, and they would not despair. Rumble. The domains within the prime reality tumbled and shook as the authority of the 7th and 8th firmament existences rained down mercilessly, a singular voice of a general from the legion of royal cosmic wolves coming out in waves. If you do not wish to perish, lay down your arms and surrender. For the murder of the princess of the cardinal royal wolf bloodline. Every existence within this reality shall now be subjugated under the rule of primordials, as justice shall be established. We favor those with talent. As if you are a prominent forger. Step aside from this conflict and wait to continue an even more glorious future under the banner of primordials. But if you resist, BZZZT, the massive royal cosmic wolf general who was just speaking out opened his jaws wide in an instant to release a terrifying ray of flames of edicts. A ray of condensed flames of edicts that thundered down to one of the aisles within this reality as the entire golden glimmering fantastical metropolis of this location was instantly split in half and torn asunder. The set arrays and formations, or even the quasi-primordial siege weapons, had not even been able to be shot before half of an entire domain was ripped apart. An apocalyptic scene bloomed as countless lives were lost in an instant, yet the voice of the 8th firmament royal cosmic wolf only continued coldly, that shall be the fate of all who resist. His blue fur waved majestically in the void of space as the legion of cerulean royal cosmic wolves behind him waited for his orders, their brilliant blue fur making it seem like a deadly sea had covered the vast stellar space. Now I shall ask something simple first. Where is the blacklister Noah Osmont, and where has the overseer that has deserted you all taken him? A unique essence of a nomological edict was flashing within the eyes of this 8th firmament existence as he asked, the light of this edict far surpassing the insuperable level as it focused on the 6th and 5th firmament existences on the side of the Golden Titans when he asked his question. Seemingly searching for something. The minuscule changes and reverberations within a soul that nobody should be capable of picking up were seen at this moment as the eyes of this 8th firmament royal cosmic wolf, who was known as General Han, locked onto multiple of the Golden Titan commanders. BZZZT. The moment that General Han found something, 10 ascendancy halos bloomed from him as he released a terrifying aura of undeniable authority that went forward to grab Golden Titans that ranged from the 4th to the 6th firmament. Each of them different aisles as their figures uncontrollably flew before the legion of royal cosmic wolves, no matter their rank. It was a pitiful scene, as whether they were at the 6th firmament or 4th they still could not defend regardless. General Han looked at them all and asked coldly, you 10 were among the many that I sensed to have the answer to my question. Will you tell me while you live or after you die? Silence descended onto the surroundings. Bellows of battle were heard at this moment as the eyes of many Golden Titans became filled with resolution, siege weapons lighting up as mana surged wildly. The figures of the captured Golden Titans were humongous. And yet before this royal cosmic wolf, they seemed like mere children, with the form of this being currently overshadowing even that of Cosmos. They felt his undeniable authority wrap around them as those at the 6th firmament and below could not even act or put up any fight against an existence at the 8th firmament, the ascendancy value of this being making it so that his power was multiple times above theirs. Yet even as their bodies trembled under the pressure, they remained silent. Even to death. They would never reveal the secrets of the Golden Titans. General Han seemed to know this, as while the other royal cosmic wolves waited behind him for his commands, his eyes gleamed with ferocity as the authority that he carried erupted out and constricted around the Golden Titans before him. His 10 ascendancy halos shone with the essence of reality, the final golden halo releasing a frightful and undeniable light that sealed the fates of the 10 titans before him. RIP, a horrific sound echoed as golden blood freely overflowed into rivers. The scene was a devastating one, as it showed the true gap of power between the firmament's weaker beings truly not being able of even putting up a fight, and yet, mournful bellows echoed out as quasi-primordial relics. bloomed with colorful lights of wondrous attacks, along with the figures of many golden titans coming forward in a fit of rage, yet General Han didn't even pay attention to them. Instead, his eyes were shining with a multicolored luster that sucked up the golden true blood that overflowed from the bodies of beings he just destroyed, as these eyes soon shone with immense brightness and also a sense of excitement. Words nobody could hear left the mouth of General Han under his excitement as he couldn't help but gaze back towards the faraway royal wolf emperor, watching their advancement in the boundary between realities. A peerless forger. Chapter 1507, The Visage of a Legend. General Han threw aside the ripped-apart bodies of the golden titans before him as he also left commands to the legion of royal cosmic wolves behind him, with his own figure shooting back towards the boundary of this reality and returning onto the vessel where the royal wolf emperor waited. Sire. This being bowed with his eyes simmering with excitement, the ancient voice coming out and reporting gleefully. Sire, the blacklister in question actually only arrived on the Isles of the Gilded Forge days ago. Where they found this existence to actually be a peerless forger. Rumble. Oh, the eyes of the royal wolf emperor flashed with immense light as countless thoughts crossed his mind in the next moment until a decisive light passed through them an instant later as he nodded to General Han and gave another command. Kill those that are unruly to send a message. Subjugate those that bend the knee. And gather as much information as possible on this Noah Osmont and where the tiny little overseer might have taken him. Also, the ones who initiated his name on the primordial blacklist, gather everything to know of them as well. WAA, across the vast realities, within the domains of the royal blight serpent dragons. You see, it worked. Those fools actually invited themselves over a whole armada of primordials just days after putting his name on the blacklist. The unpleasant poisonous voice of the matriarch Belladonna rang out as Sadak and the serpent dragon emperor remained silent with sharp eyes. Will I still be getting disciplined by the elders now, my dear husband? When my actions inadvertently furthered the cause of the plans of the alliance, her piercing voice would make any being listening to it annoyed as the serpent dragon emperor raised his eyes towards her sharply, his deep voice echoing out. Do not speak of such things freely. Let us observe how this situation unfolds. Sadak, let this news be known to the others. SHAA, the set of actions occurring within the Isles of the Gilded Forge and two other prime realities were causing shocking reverberations at this moment, destiny continuing to weave gluttonously amidst everything. Meanwhile, the figures of Noah and Natalia were snaking across the treasure island that continued to take a beating and heal back at shocking rates, the two of them having an edge against the Gazer and the primordial wolf guard as Natalia could shoot off her arrows at any time in the winding cavernous paths they moved across, and her arrows would still flutter across space to hit their targets. So at this moment, she simply focused on keeping her targets at bay while reserving her resources and making sure she was recovering, but her eyes were gradually becoming more and more somber as a light of anger continued to grow within them. The overseer couldn't help but feel anger as she felt. My authority ingrained in the Isles of the Gilded Forge is rapidly being reduced and overtaken. The words rang out slowly within Noah's mind as his head rose to focus on this powerful existence before him. Her essence was wrapping around the two of them as they traverses the golden line cavernous paths and went forward, this being never showing an ounce of fear or weakness at any point in time. But Noah could feel the pain in her voice now, as her words could only mean the Isles of the Gilded Forge were being attacked. As the one to obtain the memories of snow, Noah knew very well the mentality of the existences within her lives, as he could confidently assume what set of events had occurred, a heavy weight landing on his shoulders due to his. One could say. All of these events began to head towards a certain direction when he made an entrance. The events to occur from here on out, was he not? You aren't at fault for all this. Spatial instabilities formed as Natalia knocked arrow after arrow, her sharp eyes being able to once more see things at a deeper level than she should have as her voice rang out within Noah's mind while they continued. You had enemies in front of you trying to kill you, and you simply killed in return. Were we supposed to not retaliate against them in fear of what their bloodline might do? Should we just die because we don't want to infuriate those they are associated with? Yes. Updated from COM. This was the ideology that bound many beings and forced them to only watch the actions of primordials without ever doing anything. The weaving of destiny is something none of us can fully understand, so we simply have to keep moving forward as the future unfolds. Even if it is a painful one. Boom, a trace of sadness and unwillingness could be heard from Natalia as her eyes shone with ferocity. Mana and essence of reality gathering within her hands as an ability is used instead of a basic attack, an arrow shimmering with the illusion of a reality shooting out to vent her emotions. We still have to move forward, no matter how much it pains us. All that matters is that all of this isn't for nothing. That we didn't kill for nothing and give them a reason to attack my prime reality, and who knows what else for nothing. That we can come out of this alive and seek revenge against them. Osmont. Show me that it wasn't all for nothing. Rumble. Her attack caused the gazer to release a bellow of raging might as the primordial relic within his hands released rays of golden light. The figure of the royal wolf primordial guard howling out as an illusion of cosmic moon appeared around him to protect from the devastating attack. Natalia used this chance to not release any more attacks as she moved with even more haste, Noah sensing the pain within her words as he could only imagine how she felt. It was akin to him losing his own home reality with all the beings he knew and lived with, where he would only know that at this time, they were being massacred with him not being able to do a thing. This was the situation that Natalia faced right now, as the home she spent millions of years taking care of and the golden titans within them that she considered family were actually being massacred. The heavy weight on Noah's shoulders did not disappear even with her words, his eyes flashing with regality as his illusory crown spun with grandeur above his head. The essence of the resplendent treasure emperor shone brightly as they seemed to have been successful in arriving at the innermost area of this treasure island, Noah's voice echoing out with utmost confidence as he sensed what was ahead of them. It won't all be for nothing. That, I can promise. Ruination was called out as it buzzed within his chest with fervor. The blacksmith's forge ready as Noah sensed the existence of profound loot that he had only sensed a few times before on this treasure island, loot that when combined with the one remaining naturally formed primordial treasure within his void-forged treasure pouch, should just be enough to elevate Ruination onto the stage of a primordial relic. Chapter 1508, The Visage of a Legend. Lil, with the last attack that Natalia released, the figures of the Royal Cosmic Wolf Primordial Guard and the Gazer were delayed by just a few microseconds. But this delay allowed the two of them to reach the next junction, the final junction within the treasure island. This location was at the direct center of this expansive floating landmass, with Noah's eyes acclimating as they saw a space even larger than the previous one that they were in. Their bodies were currently the size of worlds, but the space they were in was that of multiple universes in size. Rivers of golden essence overflowed as all of them surged and converged towards the very center where a heart-throbbing luminescence of treasure and loot could be felt. Even the somber gaze of Natalia Rostova was diminished just a little as the two of them landed their eyes on a terrific scene. Amidst the surging rivers of golden essence, one could see that there was actually a titanic existence who was floating calmly in front of the bundle of loot. It was a hulking mass of an existence draped over with a golden shimmering cloak that shone with wonder, its skin being tinged with a purple-blue color, with its facial features being grotesque yet beautiful at the same time. It had a sharp protruding nose and wide ears that screamed of vicissitude as on its back, there was a huge golden cloth sack that seemed to be strapped onto its body. From this golden cloth sack hung behind this being's back, Noah could feel the waves of boundless treasure as the creature before him was a genuine destiny goblin, a destiny goblin that released an aura at the seventh firmament of ascendancy, and the wondrous items that Noah wanted were actually within this being's possession, as it was a truly fantastical development. While such a scene made Noah happy, it was an entirely different reaction for Natalia. With enemies behind them and this seemingly powerful destiny goblin holding the treasures they needed, she quickly aimed the Heartsplitter primordial relic as her essence surged. Hold on, Noah came out of his reverie as he quickly spoke out. His bloodline was boiling at this moment as he saw a grand path open itself up before him. And it involved this destiny goblin, as he didn't want it to be suddenly killed by Natalia. His voice continued to ring out as the maddening auras of two seventh firmament existences chased came ever closer from behind. I will handle this destiny goblin. You reserve your energy and focus on the coming enemies. Similar to before, just buy me a few seconds of time, THRUM. With such words laid out, Noah began to move out of the sphere of protection around Natalia as he actually flew across the fantastical golden rivers of essence towards the genuine seventh firmament native of this forsaken treasure reality. The crimson gold flames that made Natalia's hair flowed beautifully down her shoulders as she stared at this scene in a stupor. Even though her bow was already aimed back and focusing on the coming enemies, she had trusted the words of this peerless forger multiple times now, as he had yet to fail her. He could forge a primordial relic at a time that would even make legends jealous, as she trusted him even more after this. But how exactly did he plan to take care of a seventh firmament destiny goblin? Boom! Ruptures of space continued to wail and tear as the Gazer and the Royal Cosmic Wolf Primordial Guard continued to receive her attacks. Half of her attention and the Heartsplitter primordial relic ready to shoot out and protect Noah in case he overstepped this time around. Yet the scene that occurred was a shocking and mesmerizing one, as Noah simply floated across the gorgeous landscape of space. the golden rivers of essence swimming around him as he neared the position of the Destiny Goblin, and this creature did not even move an inch. Its eyes were fixated on Noah as it seemed to sense an overbearing aura leaking out from him, the eyes and demeanor of this being calling out to its very bloodline as this creature actually trembled soon after. Natalia did not know what was happening, but Noah's origin was surging powerfully as the bloodline of the Destiny Goblin King raged out commandingly, releasing waves of undeniable authority as it made way for the shocking scene that occurred soon after. In the corner of her eyes, Natalia nearly dropped her bow as she watched Noah appear right before the vibrant Destiny Goblin. And shockingly, this unique creature actually stopped floating still and bent its knee at this moment, bowing its head in recognition towards Noah. Waves of fortune and destiny erupted as due to the limitation of time, Noah willed out the commanding aura of the Destiny Goblin King as he sent his thoughts forward. This creature before him pulling the golden cloth sack behind its back and presenting it to Noah as if it was only natural. Natalia's body shuddered as she watched this scene with shock and awe, a Destiny Goblin bowing down towards a golden titan as it then presented its treasures to him as if it were only natural. How fantastical, how glorious, yet Noah couldn't even enjoy this moment nor bask in it too much. His attention sinking into the golden cloth sack that held a storage space even vaster than the void-forged treasure pouches that Natalia passed out. This cloth sack was unique as Noah also had a similar one if he were to transform into a Destiny Goblin, and it was something special with this bloodline as the moment Noah received it. A unique phenomenon occurred as something was triggered within the Destiny Goblin King bloodline and that of the resplendent Treasure Emperor. Information flowed into Noah's mind as he came in contact with the golden cloth sack and sent his essence in, this information being quantified and presented clearly with golden prompts right before his eyes. Chapter 1509, The Visage of a Legend. LV. Beautifully shimmering golden prompt after golden prompt appeared before Noah's eyes as he couldn't help but light up with happiness. He wanted to enjoy this moment and even look closely at all the items within the treasure cache of the Destiny Goblin, but the chance was truly not there as the terrible auras of the Gazer and Primordial Wolfguard could be felt closely behind them. So his essence only commandingly took out the two high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures and the single penultimate naturally formed primordial treasure as he enacted a domain of apocalypse, his will landing on the bowing Destiny Goblin as his voice reverberated in its mind. Pledge fealty to your Destiny Goblin King and have a taste of the fantastical power of the tyrannical Emperor. A shocking move on Noah's part, as why could he not do it? If this existence could be commanded by his Destiny Goblin King bloodline, he might as well fully make it under his command as once connected to him. There was the fact that this being would have its mana reserves exploded into fantastical values. Without delay, the humongous creature kneeled even further while professing its loyalty, the seventh firmament rank of this being not mattering when it came to the superiority of bloodlines. As in an instant, its body exploded out with waves of wondrous power, but due to the matter of time, Noah merely continued to speak without admiring what level of power this creature could now display. Protect me at any cost, rumble. With a flash of domineering light, Noah disappeared into an enclosure of an obsidian cluster of light as within it, Ruination pulled out the domain of the Ruination cosmos where time moved differently as Noah delved into it speedily. It was this same treasure that was getting elevated this time around, requiring for things to be done in this manner as Noah instantly appeared in the crimson stellar space where he received more time, the blacksmith's forge blooming before his eyes while releasing waves of golden grandeur. His eyes were filled with seriousness and fervor as he waved his hands to reveal the three naturally formed primordial treasures along with the one he had remaining and unused. He held four of such terrific materials as unlike the Heartsplitter primordial relic where Noah utilized two high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure materials. Noah would utilize the three before him and even the penultimate naturally formed primordial treasure to elevate Ruination. Whatever result would come out of it and what type of primordial relic would be born due to this he didn't know. BZZZD essence surged around his body as the illusory glimmer of two ascendancy halos could be seen. One nearly completely forged with insuperable nomological edicts, and the other filled with mostly quasi-insuperable nomological edicts as they both released a crimson light with the exquisite golden etched runic bands all around them. They fused into his body as he turned into an utterly pristine existence, his body filled with runic lines where flames of edicts ran along beautifully as his flaming hair waved majestically in space. A golden hammer materialized within his hands as with haste. The shining quasi-primordial treasure Ruination was pulled into the blacksmith's forge, releasing waves of heat and splendor. With a focused expression, Noah raised his golden hammer and began to smash down towards the materials before his eyes. their immense beauty barely being enjoyed by him at this moment as even the most radiant penultimate treasure that looked like an exquisitely designed jewel releasing crimson waves of splendor only had a single fate: to be deconstructed and reconstructed into pure essence that would be used to elevate ruination. Don. Don, the mesmerizing sound of a peerless forger at work echoed out. Even though there was no audience to watch as outside of this space, the battle was reaching a terrifying precipice. A destiny goblin releasing golden splendor stood protectively in front of an obsidian domain of apocalypse, its body releasing waves of flames of edicts as its eyes hid a sense of shock at the essence currently coursing through its body after it had pledged fealty to a superior lineage that stood far above it. Further ahead of this destiny goblin, the body of Natalia Rostova was shining with waves of tantalizing light as her figure seemed to be fully in tune with the primordial relic within her hands, an arrow that seemed to contain an illusory reality forming within her hands as the figures of the primordial Wolfguard and the Gazer had appeared inside the wide cavernous space with utter ferocity. The eyes of the Gazer seemed to be locked onto the obsidian domain that a destiny goblin stood in front of, knowing that the last time this occurred, their situation drastically changed as somehow the Scorcher of Realities obtained a primordial relic soon after. Seeing this situation repeating now, the eyes of the Gazer blazed with immense light as he bellowed out while taking an action he did not want to take yet. Shatter that domain. Do not let even a second pass. Rumble deeply. Simmering power bubbled out crazily from his as shockingly, his ascendancy halos receded into his body with glorious light as he went forward to fuse with them. At this moment, he did not wish to, but his destiny had begun to rage madly as it told him that whatever actions were being carried out in the domain, they had to be stopped. AWWO. A howl rose from the primordial Wolfguard as his 10 ascendancy halos also sank into his body, a magisterial form of an ancient creature blooming out as the auras descending onto Natalia alone became even heavier. The crimson gold eyes of this overseer trembled as when looking at this scene, she let out a light sigh while calling onto the halos of light around her as well. The crucial junction for this battle had come as it would actually be decided in the span of milliseconds, a peerless forger constantly smashing down a golden hammer in a hidden region as he was going towards completing a tool of utter glory and wonder, a tool that would establish dominance across the vast infinite realities. Chapter 1510, The Visage of a Legend. The Foiduit was a simple goblin. He was born in the Forsaken Treasure reality and tasked with the will of this unique dimension of space to stand at the conduit of one of the many central destiny domain spaces within this reality, his job being the continued gathering and condensation of fortune and destiny with the unique capabilities of the destiny domain space to cause for the birth of naturally formed primordial treasures, within this vast floating landmass that was a central destiny domain space. He lived. He comprehended the Tao and forged his edicts as with the help of the will of this unique reality, he even achieved his stage at the 7th firmament of ascendancy. Being exposed to such immense clusters of fortune and destinies affected a being at their core, where over the millions of years Foiduit had managed to forge many insuperable nomological edicts and over 10 billion cosmos. Along with the aid of his 10 ascendancy halos, he had reached the 7th firmament of ascendancy after 400 million years, 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos. This seemed to be a repeating theme for many existences, where those in the 7th or 8th firmament commonly had such distinctions in their realm. With those capable of surpassing these limits truly being able to stand out and continue scaling the firmaments towards reality, it was an extremely arduous task for any existence, as the hundreds of millions of years were enough to cause a weak being to fall into madness. It was a period of time that was dreadfully long for others, but in the mind of Foiduit, who constantly pondered upon the truth of the vast realities while basking in fortune and destiny, it passed by in a blink of an eye as he could distinctly recall the day he was born as if it was yesterday. Basking in destiny and fortune was all he knew, using his bloodline to guide the formation of wondrous treasures that actually granted him boosts to his forging of edicts the more of them he held in his treasure cache. These were all that Foiduit knew, as he never expected for a stupendous change such as this to occur on this day. Boom! Intruders had stepped foot in the Forsaken Treasure reality as they desecrated the fantastical domain spaces of this treasure island, constantly shattering it apart and forcing it to be rebuilt by the will of the reality. He remained in his station as he felt the auras of these intruders to come near, ready to defend the home he knew since birth and even use the bodies of these existences to be devoured as nutrition for the central destiny domain space to produce even more treasures. Yet, the eyes of that existence appeared. Eyes that caused his origin and soul to feel a sense of suffocation that he felt that if he didn't listen to the commands of this being, He would be going against his very nature and perish. Such an aura of oppression could only come from something hidden deep in his memories of position that every destiny goblin aspired to reach in their lives. This master before it had reached this stage as Foytuit found himself bending the knee and pledging fealty, his knowledge being expanded again as he felt a shocking sense of liberation of his mana reserves that exploded to insane degrees. His whole body was coursing with raging essence what Stan wanted to be released, and he would truly get the chance to as his golden eyes could see the situation of this battle becoming extremely dangerous. While he protected the domain of his new master, he saw that the female siding with his master had fused with her ascendancy halos as she faced two existences who did the same existences that directed immense bloodlust towards his master's direction as if he was their biggest enemy. Yet this female stood before them undaunted as her form could topple realities were it to be displayed to all. Pairs of wings of light made from pure flames of edicts erupted behind her as the peak true form of a primal titan was revealed, her body nearly threatening to break the restrictions of size in this reality as she was adorned in a crimson battle dress that seemed many levels tougher than a quasi-primordial relic, with this garment having crimson rivers of illusory realities coursing through it as she gave off an immense aura of power. Her crimson gold hair overflowed over her shoulders as she grasped onto the primordial relic within her hands, her voice echoing out with a yell as she called out strongly thereafter. Continuum Splicer, Rumble. Her hands surged with illusory rivers of multicolored incandescent realities as she called out such words that seemingly carried her hopes and dreams, a shocking force capable of destroying multiple emerging realities erupting out at this moment as it even caused Foytuit to shudder. This force destroyed reality wherever it passed as it surged towards the two enemies who at this moment had their own terrific forms and actually looked undaunted as they had released their own attacks. Each of them had glorious pairs of multicolored aurora of wings shining with the flames of edicts, one taking on the form of a royal wolf emperor as his blue fur alone caused seas of coldness to coagulate and surge forward threateningly, while the other existence took on the form of an enormous purple gold eye, an eye with a vertical serpentine iris that shone deep purple, the aurora of wings erupting behind this eye making it extremely unique as it seemed like it could gaze at everything. Tendrils were released on the corner of this eye as they grasped onto a terrifying primordial relic, an archaic voice echoing out as the attacks of these beings also surged forth. Firmament Splitter, Torrential Armageddon, Rumble. Apocalyptic reality-altering attacks filled with the essence of reality surged forth towards the lone female primal titan. She swayed as if she could be washed away by the torrents at any time. But she never moved as she faced these terrifying attacks head-on, intent on never letting them reach the master that Foytuit also stood in front of. Seeing the scene of a single existence taking this much care for his new master, Foytuit couldn't sit still as he felt an intense feeling of battle bloom within him, his bloodline surging as ascendancy halos bloomed around him while utilized the multiplied reserves of mana within him and his saved-up essence of reality to call out with fervor. Sundering destinies and collapsed fortunes, BZZZT, waves of destiny and fortune interlinked with droves of mana and essence of reality also surged forward at this moment, the hands of a destiny goblin rising to support a primal titan. Chapter 1511, The Visage of a Legend. VL, Sundering Destinies and Collapsed Fortunes, BZZZT, Destiny, and Fortune. Such unique types of essence were actually called upon to attack as if one didn't have equivalent levels of these to defend, their lives would be placed in great peril. The incandescent glow of abilities from 4 different 7th Firmament experts shot out, the surrounding space itself wailing out maddeningly as it was ravaged throughout. The reality-shattering abilities flew out with speed and haste as at their point of impact. Only a luminously blinding white light flashed as it seemed like a cataclysm was underway. Across the vast realities, a radiant royal wolf emperor continued to watch on coldly as an entire prime reality was subjugated below him. Quasi-primordial relics shone and released respondent glows of light, but even with powerful weapons. If your realm was entirely outclassed and outmatched, what could you do? The remaining Gooden Titans within the Isles of the Gilded Forge could not withstand the 8th Firmament and 7th Firmament generals as any defense was utterly steamrolled. Rivers of golden blood overflowing as unwilling expressions and pain could be seen on those remaining alive, these beings having to bend under the rule of primordials now as they forged weapons for them for all their lives. No emotions crossed the eyes of the royal wolf emperor as he watched this. Only a calculating light of coldness and ingenuity flashing by every now and then as he oversaw everything. Until a change suddenly occurred in the next moment as his bestial head rose up and stared blankly at the space above him. There was nothing above, and yet the eyes of the royal wolf emperor turned extremely respectful, with him even bowing his head down soon after. Rumble, a 9th Firmament existence. Silently bowing his head as he looked towards a region of space that held nobody there. Yet the royal wolf emperor actually received a mental message within his mind at this moment. A young emperor bows down his head so freely, the voice reverberating in his mind was filled with ancientness and wonder, along with a sense of majesty that nobody within the scales of the firmaments of ascendancy could replicate. The voice screamed of age and antiquity as it was the voice of an existence that had far surpassed the ninth firmament of ascendancy, with the eyes of the royal wolf emperor turning extremely respectful at this moment as he spoke slowly. Only for someone of your stature. This young one greets and is honored by the visage of ancestral Beowulf. Rumble. Words steeped with ultimate respect echoed out silently and in a shocking fashion as a terrifying existence had actually appeared near the boundary of the Isles of the Gilded Forge without anyone's knowledge. Even the royal wolf emperor had only been able to look up and notice the mere visage of this being because he was allowed to. A mere visage, of an ancient wolf that was as vast as a reality. Treated as if I am not here and finish up your conquest below. Hearing the words in his mind, the royal wolf emperor went back to coldly watching the bloody scenes within the prime reality before him, the voice of a shocking personage continuing to echo out in his mind as the visage of this stellar existence seemed to land on everything around them. Look at them. Are they not pitiful? Even against a supreme power that they cannot deny, they still fight regardless. Due to their pride, or the inescapable feeling to defend their home, they would rather throw away their lives than live to see another day. The ancient voice was filled with calmness and a sense of pity and desolation, akin to a human being talking about the poor fates of inconsequential bugs or animals. Then look at the little things that are watching in the background. They see an entire bloodline be conquered while they only watch, fearfully hoping that what is happening here today would never come to befall them. The eyes of the royal wolf emperor flashed with bright light as these words entered his mind, listening closely and with sharpness as he saw the complete submission of the prime reality below him. This is the nature of these existences. Fearful, prideful, and filled with ignorance of the true nature of these vast realities. They quibble and fight amongst each other for supremacy, or even if a larger enemy that threatens them all appears, they only watch on gleefully from the side as they await for small opportunities. Every single one believes themselves to be the center of these vast realities, that they would scale the firmaments to leave a mark and establish their own legend. None of them know. Rumble. Immense mysteries seem to be hidden in these words as even the ears of the royal wolf emperor perked up, his origin thrumming with destiny as he wished to know more. Yet the royal wolf emperor heard a sigh as the voice in his mind seemed to be reminiscing about a past memory. Only coming out a few seconds later. This is why we as primordials exist. To guide these fearful, distrustful, and disorganized creatures that stemmed from our past actions towards something greater. Even though little snow is gone, I commend you, my son, for knowing what to do at such a time and creating the opportunity to expand our authority. The ancient voice was filled with praise as the royal wolf emperor nodded slightly, his voice coming out respectfully. I do it all for the glory of primordials, O ancestral Beowulf. Good. Oh, it seems the little legend of the primal titans finally nears. Let us see whether this weakling shall accept the destruction of his bloodline. Or whether I can finally stretch these old muscles and bathe within the glimmer of a shattered reality today. The terrifying aura and authority that the royal wolf emperor felt faded at this moment, but his eyes were just as bright and somber as he knew that above them, somewhere in a spatial plane that was hidden from everyone's eyes, two terrifying existences were about to meet. As for the results of this meeting, he wasn't afraid in the least bit as he held utmost confidence in the ancestral Beowulf, with the only thing that he had to do at this moment being to use this development to sink his fangs even deeper into the golden titans and then eventually all of the primal titans. Enslave and lead them, a whole race of beings who could forge powerful weapons under the banner of the cardinal royal bloodlines of the primordials. The light of conquest shone brightly on the eyes of the royal wolf emperor as far from him, in a hidden forsaken treasure reality. There was an existence as working against time who had his own vibrant dreams of conquest. Dong. Hammer strikes thundered down one after another in a stellar fashion as four naturally formed primordial treasures were broken down into pure essence that flowed into a relic subjugated to immense heat, the final product very soon revealing itself as its outline gradually became clear. As Noah finished hammering the penultimate naturally formed primordial treasure and watched the completion of this process, his somber eyes couldn't help but tremble as he gazed at the outline of the relic about to be completed in the blacksmith's forge. Under his eyes, this relic seemed to gradually be taking on a humanoid shape. 1512 An enlightened primordial relic. Dong. Dawn, a process of stellar forging was underway as Noah's golden hammer thundered down over and over again. The naturally formed primordial treasure that was the iridescent reality destiny jewel was shaved down ever so slowly until mere glimmers of it remained. Dawn, Noah's gaze was bright as multicolored flames raged around him maddeningly, the aura of wings erupting from his back and the spinning illusory crown above his head casting this utterly unforgettable scene. His eyes were intently staring at the form of the relic being born within the golden blacksmith's forge, this single relic having had a large number of high-tier materials forged into it as nobody knew what the results of its completion would be. BZZZT, the last deconstructed pure essence from the materials surged into the blacksmith's forge as a terrific aura began to rise at this moment. It wasn't an aura of any existence or treasure. But it seemed to be something else entirely as its production caused the very surroundings to tremble as similar to the first time Noah achieved the forging of a primordial relic. His origin and soul began to tremble from sheer happiness as he felt a surge of essence of reality with his main body. As the relic within the blacksmith's forge was completed and the outline of this fantastical tool was coming to be, Noah had the wondrous golden prompts of messages wash over his eyes as his true body was forced to undergo a metamorphosis yet again. You have succeeded in forging a primordial relic, a profound achievement. The natural laws of reality feel an increased affinity as the essence of reality surges towards you. Rumble. Such prompts appeared in bright golden text boxes as Noah felt his soul bubble with happiness while the space above him split wide open to release rivers of multicolored essence of reality to wrap around him, due to the increased affinity to the natural laws of reality. Your maximum reserves of essence of reality are being elevated. 1200.1400, like a baby being cradled in extreme warmth, Noah felt his soul and origin be bathed over with such terrific essence as he attained yet another milestone. The forging of tools that could distinctly affect reality allowed one to have increased affinity to the natural laws of reality. What exactly was the concept of natural laws of reality? Why would the design of tools that can easily affect them grant existences increased affinity? Questions upon questions rose within Noah's mind as he saw the surge of power within him, his eyes catching his ascendancy value very quickly surged towards the 30,000 benchmark. It was mind-boggling for his rate of progress to continue rising this fast, but he was also different from many other beings. Others could not forge a primordial relic within a few minutes only to forge another one soon after. They wouldn't have the materials. They wouldn't have the skill or power. After all, it was those in the 8th or 9th firmament who commonly had the ability of peerless forgers and could even be capable of forging primordial relics. For an existence at the 3rd firmament of ascendancy or the 4th firmament to do so? It was a terrifying anomaly as of course, his rate of progression would ignore everything and go at its own pace. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been expanded by 1,000 units. WAA, a doubling of his current reserves of the essence of reality occurred once more as Noah's current maximum reserves come to 2,200. His eyes flashed with a multicolored glow as with the affix of reality from ruination, he would be getting the passive generation of over 550 units of the essence of reality daily. One must recall, Noah had as his maximum reserves 100 units just a day ago. With his daily passive generation being 25, he was a first firmament existence a few days ago, and yet he stood at the 4th firmament at this moment as he had the track record of forging 2 primordial relics in the same time period. The geniuses across the vast realities would despair if they knew of this. Even with infinite realities and possibilities, could Noah's anomalous rate of progression be seen anywhere else? THRUM. His glorious achievements were cut short as his recent one shone with incandescent light in the ruination cosmos within the forsaken treasure reality. A crimson gold glow covered everything as Noah's true sanguine clone kept his state of fusion with his ascendancy halos this time around after he finished forging, gazing at the image of ruination undecipherable runic markings overlapped. Noah did not see any other distinguishing female features as the chest was entirely flat and filled with the same ancient runic markings, and they're revealed from the golden blacksmith's forge. SHAA, accompanied by rays of splendorous light, the scene from the forge revealed the humanoid form of an existence stepping out, with its body carved head to toe with countless undecipherable crimson gold runic markings. The figure of what Noah could only say closely resembled a woman appeared before him as he stared in shock. Hair shining with glimmering crimson flames overflowed from the head as a pristine carved beautiful face could be seen, but this face and the crimson eyes within it did not have even an ounce of emotion as they shone with regality and coldness. Over the body that held countless undecipherable runic markings overlapped, Noah did not see any other distinguishing female features as the chest was entirely flat and filled with the same ancient runic markings. And there were no features of genitalia on her lower body, as only more archaic runic markings were seen there. After the initial burst of magisterial aura, this figure before Noah didn't give off any aura at all, as if she didn't exist. With her exquisite emotionless face gazing towards Noah, the mechanical voice that Noah was used to this whole time rang out in his mind. "Master, rumble." Her words came with a burst of information about exactly what type of wondrous thing ruination had become, but the issue of time was truly at hand, as Noah could not fully revel in the shocking bursts of information. Ruination seemed to know this even more as her emotionless eyes gazed off towards a random direction. Seemingly capable of peeling off the layers of space and seeing past the ruination cosmos and the domain of apocalypse to gaze at the horrific situation outside, her mechanical voice echoing out, "Permission to utilize Master's mana and essence." Chapter 15:13 An enlightened primordial relic. LL. The will of ruination asked for Noah's permission to use the reserves of resources within his origin, as while still in a slight daze, Noah replied with shining eyes, "Granted, rumble." The speed was too fast, and with a swoosh, Wang Xian was pulled into the whirlpool, like a little crushing carp that had been hooked and was violently pulled out of the water, space squeezed, folded, and shattered in an instant as ruination disappeared at speeds that caused Noah's eyes to raise in alarm. A primordial relic that seemed different from any other primordial relics was given access to infinite mana and much more freely, the results of this action still being unknown, but ruination knew herself best as whatever fantastical abilities she had unlocked, she could use them to the fullest at this moment, as there wasn't even the delay of Noah learning about them and then sending his thoughts to command his primordial relic to activate them. This delay that every single being had with their tools to it didn't exist at this moment for ruination, as she had turned into a tool that could act on her own. If you dare to fish against him like this, no matter if it's a strange thing on a mobile phone or that ferocious giant fish, you'll have to pay the price. Following close behind, Noah appeared in the domain of apocalypse that was fading away as the scene outside became clear. Bzzzt, his eyes turned sharp with somberness as he saw the situation outside, where he could only describe it as cataclysmic. The area he was just in was utterly unaffected, as everything around it was in utter ruins and spatial instabilities. A fizzy is mocking him. The image of the strongest being to pledge fealty to him could be seen raising its purple-blue hands supporting a breathtaking female primal titan in her true form, her aurora wings trembling as golden blood freely dripped from various parts of her body. The area around them was being ravaged constantly with torn reality and spatial instabilities that, even with the will of the forsaken treasure reality asserting itself and trying to heal within seconds as usual, the stretches of space continued to be ravaged by residual destructive essence from the attacks that 4/7 firmament existences had released. Away from them and surrounded by their own spatial storms were the figures of a terrifying purple-blue eye shining with malice, golden blood also leaking from it as its tendrils grasped onto a trembling primordial relic. Then there was the shimmering cerulean figure of the primordial wolfguard, half of the body of this being actually shattered and broken down as his origin thumped weakly. Then it was noiseless and motionless. Instead of reviving here, it chose to disguise it. The gazer had a primordial relic to protect himself and even unleash his own attacks, while the primordial wolfguard only had quasi-primordial relics as the claws on its limbs, its defenses being much lesser. Facing this being was actually on dire straits, as he could barely heal his own body and origin, even with the gazer taking the brunt of the attack. The form of the terrifying eye of the gazer spun with wild power as essence of reality surged from its depths, ignoring the spatial instabilities around them as the primordial relic within its tendrils rose once more. Shug. The eyes of Natalia Rostova were hazy as she tried to rise from the hands of the destiny goblin who had his own heavy injuries. With this unique creature pulling in the fortune and destiny around them to heal their injuries. If one's piece of sword energy can't solve the problem, then take a few more pieces. Wang Xian is going to kill it. The heartsplitter primordial relic was grasped tightly in her left hands as it rose once more, where even in her weakness, Natalia still rose to face the enemy before her, yet the enemy was unhindered and full of resolve as the ancient voice of the gazer echoed out, "Wailing firmaments, W.A." The jagged golden greatsword shone with incandescent light. The heartsplitter primordial relic within Natalia's hands shone as the last reserves of mana and essence of reality flowed into it. At this moment in time, where the death of multiple 7 firmament existences could be decided, a glorious change occurred as between the two sides, a figure bathed in the crimson gold color of countless undecipherable runic markings appeared. The eyes of Natalia and Foiduit trembled as the gazer flared up with immense wrath, sensing the spatial fluctuations in the position of the hidden domain as it faded away to reveal Noah's figure as well, whatever this being had gone To do that, he had completed it as the gazer had a foreboding feeling, yet the attack he put his few remaining reserves on the line for was luckily already shooting out, as nothing would be able to change this situation. Go, his hopes and dreams for a bright future where he controlled this vast forsaken treasure reality were carried with these words, all his power flowing into it. He cared not for the emotionless humanoid figure that had appeared between him and his targets. It would perish all the same with an attack that could rupture even emerging realities. Yet this emotionless figure did not even blink when facing the illusory waves of reality-shattering light brought down by the jagged golden greatsword. Her bloody crimson eyes filled with traces of gold shining brightly as unseen by everyone else, she called upon droves of mana that would cause even a seventh firmament existence to be drained out entirely was surging within her body, even though nobody could feel anything outside of it. Along with a few units of the essence of reality pulled from Noah with his permission, as all of this surged within Ruination while she raised her hand and tapped the area in front of her, tapped with a single finger. This was the motion she utilized as the many undecipherable runic markings lit up in tantalizing brilliance, everything culminating to a single point as her mechanical voice echoed out, "Rumble." Her finger tapped out gently, and like glass shattering, reality was seemingly broken and split into layers of mirror realities. The attack that the gazer released coming forward ruthlessly as it came in contact with the blooming wall that seemed like the shattering of countless mirrors and actually bouncing on these layers of reality. The expressionless face of Ruination continued unhindered as her fair crimson hand waved rapidly, the different layers of reality around this area, and very soon the entire treasure island weaving as it was isolated into something that at this moment was just known as a 1514 an enlightened primordial relic. 3. A shocking development, the whole periphery of the treasure island that Noah and the others were on had its surroundings looking like expansive stretches of glass and mirrors, countless things reflected back to themselves as even the terrific attack thrown out with a primordial relic was reflected back. BZZZT, in the middle of it all, the stellar crimson gold humanoid figure of an existence could be seen as her hands weaved in coordinated motions, seemingly controlling the countless stretches of mirrors to create a barrier that separated one half of the treasure island from another. Natalia, Foyduit, and Noah were behind Ruination, while the thick mirror-like dimensional wall before her separated the primordial wolfguard and the gazer onto another dimension of reality entirely, a mirror reality. This was what Ruination had called out as when her hands stopped weaving around, the stellar scene of the entire treasure island surrounded by mirror-like barriers could be seen. Natalia and Foyduit looked towards this with shock while the gazer his form as an eye released resplendent rageful light as his tendrils grasped onto his primordial relic while watching the expressionless crimson's figure that had appeared. The foreboding feeling in his heart grew even more as his gaze turned towards the existence to step out of the domain of apocalypse, the eyes of everyone coming to settle on Noah, who was in his true human form due to being fused with his ascendancy halos. A sharp light crossed Natalia's eyes when she saw this as she sighed, while Foyduit only looked towards his master with reverence. What did you do, OM? The power within the gazer bubbled as he bellowed out and prepared another attack. But the expressionless figure of Ruination actually floated away calmly to come stand beside Noah in the unique region of space, her mechanical words coming out with confidence, "Master, they should be locked in there until their death. In their state, they cannot break out of the mirror reality." Rumble. The mechanical words caused Foyduit and Natalia to shudder as Noah nodded with sharp eyes, trusting within the words of Ruination as at this moment, the gazer released another attack, and the only thing that happened, BZZZT, was this attack bouncing on the mirror-like barrier that Ruination had enacted as at this moment it covered everything on that side of the island and contained everyone within it as if they were prisoners. It was a terrific ability from a primordial relic that should be something that required tons of resources to activate and even keep active, but this primordial relic before Noah's eyes had access to infinite mana. It was something unbelievable as Noah wanted to know, so he simply asked as his figure basked with tendrils of flames of edicts and pairs of aurora wings on his back, "Show me, WA." His words were a command that Ruination instantly comprehended as she nodded impassively, the countless undecipherable runic markings on her body lighting up as droves of information surged into Noah's mind, information on the elevation of Ruination. And exactly what this relic had turned into, enlightened primordial relic. Ruination, a unique treasure at the level of a primordial relic that was forged from a quasi-primordial relic, and the inclusion of the essence of 3 high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures and a penultimate naturally formed primordial treasure through the blacksmith's forge. It has attained enlightenment from the inclusion of the iridescent reality destiny jewel, as it can take on a humanoid form and perform feats that other primordial relics cannot. Its basic form is that of an interchangeable crimson-gold cuboidal tool with illusory rivers of reality surging through it. It is bound to Noah Osmond as no other existence can utilize this enlightened primordial relic. This treasure stands at the peak of primordial relics as its aura alone can suppress treasures of this rank. With its core based on one of the central essences that make up reality, its elevation has granted it unique authority as it is more of a support-type primordial relic that can peer through the mysteries of realities. The feature of ruination reality has been unlocked due to the elevation as a primordial relic, along with the features of quadruplicate, concept replication, concept corruption, mirror reality, ruined affixer, and reality devourer. The previous features of reality map, portals of ruination, veil of ruination, remnants of ruination, triplicate, ruination cosmos, and affix of reality are retained. Attaining the rank of an enlightened primordial relic is not the last step, as possibilities exist for the advancement of ruination to ever greater levels in the future. A lengthy description showed itself before Noah's eyes as his focus was on the ability that ruination had just utilized. The ability that allowed her to actually repel an attack from a peak 7th firmament existence and even lock them in a somewhat different layer of dimension at this moment. The mirror reality, as an enlightened primordial relic, ruination has grasped an infinitesimal understanding of the fabric of reality as it can now be molded through unique means. With a high requirement in mana and aid from 10 units of the essence of reality, the fabric of reality can be altered to access and turn a specified region into a mirror reality. To keep the ability active, immense reserves of mana are required along with 10 units of the essence of reality every minute. Within a mirror reality, only those capable of understanding the fabric of reality can freely move within and even leave such a region, with those incapable of this being trapped in this dimension unless they can break the influence of ruination. Mirror realities can only be affected by the powerful force of existences starting at the 7th firmament, with mana and essence of reality consumed in large amounts if ruination wishes to keep an established mirror reality active under a barrage of attacks from existences contained within. Mirror realities are unique dimensions of space that cut off existences that have not comprehended the fabric of reality, making it so that no type of resource can be regenerated while within a mirror reality. Chapter 1515, An Enlightened Primordial Relic. LV, a terrifying feature bloomed before Noah's eyes as it was one that touched upon things nobody scaling the firmaments of ascendancy even had access to, the workings of the very fabric of reality. If existences knew even a smidgen about this, they could mold reality into shocking means, as ruination had gained the capability to gain access to mirror realities and even turn regions into such realities, areas that once an enemy was contained within, they couldn't regenerate any resources. Just like how at this moment, the Gazer and the primordial Wolfguard would not be able to regenerate their mana, health, essence of reality. None of it. The figure of the primordial Wolfguard who was trying to heal half of his body had stopped, his origin trembling unstably as the gazes of the existences within the mirror reality were rapidly changing. To break out of it, power equivalent to the 7th firmament of ascendancy was required, and as long as Noah's reserves of mana and essence of reality could handle the attacks thrown within this unique dimension, the enemy would remain locked within, when the Gazer had released the terrifying attack with his primordial relic and it was bounced away. Noah felt 10 units of the essence of reality quickly fading away along with droves of mana, every hit that the Gazer threw out after that. Noah felt his essence of reality depleting by 5 units, then 3 units, 1 unit, until at this moment only mana was being used up. WAA, what a fantastical development, what a change from the elevation of a single relic. The Gazer had a somber expression and was breathing hard as he finally realized none of his resources were regenerating, and he was nearly depleted of his mana and essence that every attack he sent out since the first were weaker and weaker to the point that now only mana was required for Noah to keep this mirror reality active with the level of attacks that the Gazer could now throw out. This was only a single one of the unlocked abilities of this support-type enlightened primordial relic that Noah had gotten his hands on. Is that another primordial relic? Natalia's voice echoed out as her aura slowly regained its stability, her left hand gripping tightly onto the heart-splitter primordial relic as she got off the large arms of Foytuid. The golden blood leaking from her stopped as her wounds slowly closed, Noah's eyes opening from the flow of information surging through as he enunciated his words slowly. An enlightened primordial relic that stands at the peak of primordial relics. Took some more effort to make it than the heart-splitter primordial relic. The eyes of Natalia that were filled with tiredness trembled as she looked at Noah with an indecipherable gaze. common peerless forgers could make a few primordial relics across their lives. But this being seemed capable of forging them as easily as breathing as long as he had the materials for it. Her eyes contained too many emotions as there were too many things weighing on her now, but the shocks from Noah continued to come as she felt like she had to constantly re-evaluate what she knew about him. She trusted him once more when he asked for time to be bought, and they barely escaped death as a terrifying new relic in a humanoid form actually came to be. As for Foytuit, he was looking towards his master with his golden eyes shining brightly, but they were filled with calmness as if it was only normal for someone that could achieve the bloodline of a Destiny Goblin King to be this much of a genius. What now? My reserves are nearly depleted, and I don't know how long you can truly hold them. Natalia winced as she stretched her injured voluptuous body, ready to gather whatever remnants of essence she had within her origin before the situation changed once more, even though she heard the distinct mechanical voice of the enlightened primordial relic say that the Gazer and primordial Wolfguard could not break out. Ruination raises her emotionless face towards Natalia for these words as the overseer returned her own gaze with her brows raised, Noah shaking his head beside Ruination as he spoke with the domineering light of a tyrant. If they were at their peak with large reserves of resources, they might have been able to break out. But now, his body surged with mana and vigor as even though he was at the fourth firmament of ascendancy, he once more set his gaze on those multiple firmaments above him as after many profound things happening all around him but his soul was receiving yet another one as he felt a tug from the flames of a certain edict when he stared at the maddened figures of the Gazer and the primordial Wolfguard. It was a tug from his soul that came from the resplendent treasure Emperor Moore. Specifically the ability that would only become available for use during Nexus events within Noah's life events that heavily weave the tides of destiny to certain directions. This ability had been gray this whole time since the flames of the resplendent treasure Emperor came to be, and yet now it shone with a gold luster as Noah could select it with the singular target that was the Gazer before his eyes, the existence that had a golden halo of ascendancy as he had to have achieved a level of an edict above insuperable. Such was the target of the This was the being that Noah had to kill with his own hands as with the activation of resplendent treasure cache, it would allow for the parameters of reality to be exceeded greatly as the defeat of the Gazer would grant Noah a resplendent treasure cache that held a fantastical assortment of loot that was dictated by the momentary increase of 10,000,000% increased loot quantity and 1,000,000% increased loot rarity. Such was the opportunity opening up before Noah that was only made possible through the elevation of Ruination as with the enemies locked in a mirror reality that they could not leave. Hand me the Heartsplitter primordial relic, rumble. Noah's voice echoed out with resolution as this was the third time he has spoken towards Natalia in a tone that seemingly could not be denied, SHA, and once more, the eyes of this existence only flashed brightly before her hands allowed the Heartsplitter primordial relic to float towards Noah, his left hand coming to grasp it as the unruly essences of cold and heat began to ravage his arms once more. But he was more powerful than a few minutes ago as he wouldn't be burned up with his true sanguine clone destroyed just from making 3 shots. BZZZT, the glow of a primordial relic received surges of mana and spread out as shockingly, an existence at the fourth firmament of ascendancy forged 2 primordial relics minutes within each other. And he now utilized both of them simultaneously as he set his target to be a peak 7th firmament primordial. Chapter 15-16, Immeasurable Tyranny. The scene on the first treasure island was fantastical to say the least as a portion of it was covered in a mirror reality, those locked within unable to extricate themselves out as these beings couldn't even recover any of their resources. Gazer, the primordial Wolfguard called out ruggedly as his body stopped healing, looking towards the Gazer for direction as the two of them could see the beat-up figure of the Scorcher of Realities hand her primordial relic over to an existence that seemed to release waves of power at the fourth firmament of ascendancy. Granted, they shouldn't feel a sense of apprehension or fear from this being, but this single action of Natalia caused the primordial Wolfguard and the Gazer to feel a sense of unknown trepidation. BZZZT tendrils of essence wrapped around the enormous purple blue eye that was the Gazer, his primordial relic rising before him and spinning with power as many things crossed his mind. The aurora of wings behind his figure glistened in the light as his word echoed out. We are contained in a dimension of space that stops the regeneration of any resources, and it just so happens that we are down on the last drops of our mana and essence. His words were calm, but one could sense immense wrath and unwillingness within them as he continued. Such a dimension capable of holding us must require droves of resources and essence of reality. So we simply must survive the next few attacks before this dimension will fade. If your mana is drained, utilize your physical body. Do what you must as the only goal is to survive. WAA. Beings of their stature were reduced to such a state that they actually had to struggle to make sure they survived. When had this ever been a reality for primordials? In the past hundreds of millions of years, nobody had even dared to raise their hands to attack the Gazer or the primordial wolfguard, but now, even a fourth firmament existence raised a primordial relic towards them as when they recalled the 3 arrows that had shot from nowhere to start off this battle and the one that had even managed to kill Snow. They knew they couldn't underestimate this being. Looking at the incandescent crimson-blue primordial relic gathering a terrifying amount of essence, the Gazer's single expansive eye focused on the holder of the bow as his voice echoed out loudly. I am a primordial who was a sworn brother with the Royal Wolf Emperor of the Cardinal Royal Wolf bloodline. An existence that has lived an immeasurable number of years and formed connections across the vast races under primordials. Can you really aim with the goal of killing someone like me? Delay? This was the Gazer's next tactic as he brought up his status and connections. Any strands he could pull to cause Tyke to pass and wait for this domain to fade, yet the being pulling back the bow paid no heed as his left hand had even been wrapped by terrifying flames that tore his skin apart. But the fingers of his right hand continued to pull the bowstring back as endless rivers of mana surged into the forming arrow that carried an illusory form of a reality as essence of reality also flowed into it. I have a unique nomological edict that makes even 8th and 9th firmament existences come to me for aid. With it, I can help you find whatever your heart desires. Can you truly allow yourself to jeopardize the life of someone like me? To cause the loss of such an edict from these infinite realities, a unique edict that caused his 10th ascendancy halo to be painted gold, it would truly be a loss if such a concept was forever lost in the rivers of time. This was what the Gazer used to plead his case as he and the primordial wolfguard actually felt a suffocating aura of immense and unavoidable danger form as a mere 4th firmament existence pulled back a bowstring. They didn't gaze at the Destiny Goblin, nor at the wounded figure of Natalia Rostova. But their eyes were on the weakest being on this forsaken treasure reality as these prestigious primordials actually pled their importance and lives to him, and this being, this being simply got lost in the feeling of the attack he was initiating as he didn't even reply to the Gazer. There were too many things for him to be careful and account for at this moment as for the first time, he had to use a large amount of the essence of reality simultaneously, with all of his passive generation of this unique resource and what he had already used up when forging the initial portion of his primordial epitaph. He currently only had 246 units of the essence of reality. From the Heartsplitter primordial relic, he had called upon the terrifying ability of that formed an arrow capable of vaporizing an entire emerging reality, and such an attack actually required one to pay the price of 150 units to achieve such a reality-altering effect. Then, there was Noah's own. The ability capable of being utilized during a Nexus event as the cast of it alone actually required 100 units of the essence of reality, being the highest resource requiring ability in Noah's arsenal due to its terrifying effects. On top of all this, Noah had to spare 10 units every minute to have Ruination keep active the mirror reality and account for any attacks the Gazer and primordial wolfguard might throw out. He was spending the essence of reality freely as if he had it, Noah seeing it deplete at such a fast rate that it made him feel stifled. It allowed him to feel what all existences felt who didn't have infinite mana, with them having to utilize everything they had sparingly and with purpose as they couldn't just freely spam abilities. Now, Noah was forced to recognize this feeling because of the limited essence of reality. Chapter 15-17, Measurable Tyranny. Due to the limitation of the reserves of essence of reality, Ruination had already appeared beside Noah as amidst all the fantastical multicolored raging waves of essence, she patted Noah's void-forged treasure pouch to obtain the 10 low-tier reality crystals that he gained from the death of Princess Snow. A single low-tier reality crystal contained within it 100 units of the essence of reality, and one could gain that exact number of units when they utilized it. But before he did that, Noah sent his intention forward to Ruination as this existence obtained these crystals to utilize another one of its newly unlocked features, Quadruplicate, Seas of mana, and 10 units of the essence of reality were utilized in an instant by Ruination as 10 low-tier reality crystals became 40 in an instant within the body of this primordial relic, BZZZT. 40 low-tier reality crystals, this meant 4,000 recoverable units of the essence of reality as instantly. 2 of them were dissolved within the body of Ruination. Since this primordial relic and Noah were connected, 200 units of the essence of reality very quickly surged into Noah and became available for his use as 2 shocking reality-altering abilities were completed, and had their conditions fulfilled while it was still kept active, another utilizing two primordial relics at this time and his own reality ability, as it was a feat that would even strain those at the seventh firmament, bzzzt. Multicolored waves of essence surrounded him as the bowstring was pulled back to the utmost position, an arrow. That truly seemed to be an illusory reality filled with countless purple-blue stellar lights. Noctis at this moment it flew, time seemed to slow. Foyduit gazed towards his new master in shock and awe as his own origin trembled at the weight of power that was released. It seemed that even though his master was lower than him in terms of ascendancy values, he could still kill him if he wanted with a single shot of an arrow, a master that at the fourth firmament of ascendancy could already kill those at the seventh firmament. What an honor it was for this destiny goblin to follow such a being. In this lifetime, I shall only seek treasures for a single master. A promise was made in the heart of this destiny goblin as he vowed something that wasn't required of him through his bloodline, his golden eyes fervently gazing at the stellar figure of his master as the illusory crown on this being seemed particularly vibrant at this moment. In the same slowed time, the figure of Natalia was also focused on Noah with intensity. Her crimson gold eyes languidly watched this being that should in no way be capable of doing all the things he was doing as she wondered about many things. She had been expectant when this peerless forger appeared in the prime reality as with him in the picture. She hoped to finally make progress in her revenge and be capable of obtaining a primordial relic that would further elevate her power. She only gazed at him as the being to make that possible. She would protect him and his identity, and he would give her something in return. Give and take. This was their relationship as both sides wanted something from each other. But at this moment, his stellar image as he ignored the ravages that the Heartsplitter primordial relic was causing to his body, and he released a reality-shattering attack. This image became ingrained within Natalia's memories as she couldn't help but think about how he looked particularly magisterial at this moment. As he looked like someone particularly dependable and with a vast number of mysteries yet to be unlocked. With such thoughts, an arrow born from flew around Noah's body. The incandescent golden light of the resplendent treasure emperor permeated throughout as the effects of an ability only capable of being activated during a Nexus event fully unfolded, the glow of multicolored essence of reality permeating all around. The arrow flew so fast that it reflected the maddened and unwilling expression of the gazer who had his own primordial relic spinning before him, and the even more terrified primordial wolfguard behind him whose body glimmered with unstable endless seas. It crossed into the mirror reality with ease as the moment it neared its target. The arrow that looked like an illusory reality paused. And it then released the ferocious seas of mana and essence of reality contained within it to achieve a shocking effect. The emotionless face of ruination vibrated as her eyes shone brightly, the mirror reality she called forth being affected as her hands rose to stabilize it amidst the raging explosion. Countless fractured glasses and mirrors blooming out beautifully before them, a force capable of shattering a reality was released from the hands of a fourth firmament existence as an instant later, the terrifying Heartsplitter primordial relic left his hand that only had a stellar cosmic bony skeletal appearance at this moment. Even this seemed glorious to look at as Noah's figure floated back slightly from the impact, his eyes wide open and releasing a terrifying luster of light as he waited. He was waiting for golden prompts that affirmed something. He was waiting for the constantly changing waves of destiny to rage around him and show him that he had been on the right path this whole time. He was waiting for a singular message that caused his eyes to shoot out beams of golden light as before him. An illusory golden treasure chest inlaid with gorgeous runic markings had appeared, and it released waves of enticing light as it asked for him to open it. A resplendent treasure cache, bzzzt. Along with this, droves of memories that stemmed from two separate existences surged into his mind, along with an even longer array of golden prompts. Boom, at the same time, on the walls of the mirror reality that glistened with pristine brightness. A jagged greatsword bounced as it had left the control of its master, a primordial relic that had stood toe-to-toe with the Heartsplitter primordial relic during this entire battle. It happened that this was just one of the many boons that would be obtained from this fantastical Nexus event. Chapter 1518 Immeasurable Tyranny. Across the vast realities, there were an uncountable number of unique existences. They all formed through their own special means, but when the truly distinguished ones came to be, they were bound to leave a mark in history. One such a being was a crimson-haired emotionless figure that had innumerable undecipherable runic markings throughout her body, her eyes constantly shining with a crimson luster as she analyzed everything around her and moved in the most optimum direction. At this moment, she saw that her master was receiving hundreds of millions of years of memories from two separate existences while also having to deal with a burst of information on the loot these beings would provide. During these few milliseconds, she saw many ways to help her master as after analyzing everything around her, she moved, her figure moved at speeds that would leave behind any existence in the sixth firmament, instantly moving across the countless mirror-like barriers of the mirror reality. Since she formed this mirror reality, she could naturally move freely within it as at this moment, she appeared before a glimmering jagged greatsword that held a status just below her. She grasped the golden primordial relic as information about it instantly flashed before her eyes. Primordial relic, firmament derelictor, a unique treasure at the level of a primordial relic that was forged from the cosmic obsidian molten stone rarely found in forgotten realities, and the inclusion of an essence of one high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure. It has the form of an ancient great sword inlaid by jagged edges, as a swing from it alone can tear apart spatial stabilities. This treasure stands at the level of above-average primordial relics as it boasts heavy offensive firepower for those capable of utilizing it. The features of Wailing Firmaments, Firmament Splitter, Sword of the Derelictor, Derelictor's Physical Enforcement, Swordmaster's Golden Grandeur, Ultimate Sacrifice, and Chronicon. The pathways of improvement are few due to the way it was forged, but possibilities still exist if appropriate penultimate naturally formed primordial treasures are found and utilized, an offensive weapon for her master to utilize. That was all that Ruination saw as she put away the stupendous firmament derelictor, knowing her own abilities full well, as even though she was miles above this weapon, she didn't have any truly reality-altering offensive abilities. She knew her strengths and weaknesses as she only sought to aid her master, as after this, her eyes gazed at the horrific explosion caused by and the spatial instabilities formed within the mirror reality. Weaving around them with ease, she came across the shattered body of an enormous primordial wolf guard as she waved her hands and put it away, along with the figure of a purple blue eye pierced cleanly in the middle of its origin, waving her fair crimson hands. The body of the gazer also disappeared as thereafter, her figure floated serenely while beginning to wave her hands in unique motions, occasionally pointing to certain directions of the treasure island they were on. BZZZT, under her expert command, mirrors and glass seemingly cut apart reality itself as space was squeezed and tampered with, light blooming from the direction she moved her hands towards, as in a matter of moments multiple figures were pulled into the mirror reality. There. Expressions were ashen and filled with shock, as it was 8 existences each of them in the primordial wolfguard forms, as these were the 8 sixth firmament experts sent out by the gazer to chase down the golden titans that had also taken different directions apart from Noah and Natalia. Golden titans that at this moment most were actually lifeless bodies gathered below the claws of the cerulean royal wolves, as they truly weren't able to stand against these existences. There was only a single sixth firmament golden titan within one of the parties, as all others were those in the fifth firmament and below. So how could they ever withstand a party of 4 sixth firmament primordial wolf guards? Woeful was their fate, as under the orders of the gazer to kill without question, Monos and all other Grandmasters forgers perished under their bloody claws. Ruination gazed at their bodies with the same expressionless gaze as she waved her hands once more, separating the lifeless golden titans from the primordial wolf guards, as she put each of these 8 beings into exquisitely designed octagonal prisons within this mirror reality that continued to eat up 10 units of the essence of reality every minute. They were trapped all around by mirrors that reflected their own attacks. As to their shock and terror, they only saw the emotionless eyes of a crimson gold existence staring back at them as if they were already dead. With 8 sixth firmament enemies contained, Ruination floated calmly after accomplishing such a shocking feat, waiting for her master to reap the lives of the enemies before her and devour their strength for himself. She was the enlightened primordial relic, Ruination. She would move even before her master commanded, to make sure that any difficulties that lay before him were cleared, and enemies that wished him harm would do nothing but perish. At the same time that she completed these actions, Natalia was watching it all in slow motion as her heart ached when she saw the bodies of Monos and others floating out of the mirror reality, her essence going forth to wrap around them, as many didn't even have full body parts with their origins shattered and lifeless. She put the bodies of the golden titans side by side as she was reminded once again how fate and destiny were truly fickle. Legends at the stage of reality could die at any moment. Those within the scales of the firmament's dot could also die even faster depending on their destiny. For primordials to move and once more end the lives and destiny of those she loved, BZZZT, rage and heartache coiled around her tightly as she saw the heart-splitter primordial relic Noah had let go of. Grasping this bow tightly once more as the essence that ravaged Noah's hands surged into her and actually gave her a sense of strength, death, this was what she would bring to those that continued to butcher others freely because they viewed themselves to be higher and above everyone else. Even at the 7th firmament, her power was weak as she nearly perished on this venture today. But with this forsaken treasure reality and the peerless forger who seemed to make many impossible things possible, she would try once more to raise her hands and see if she could drag down a particular legend that saw itself above everything else. Chapter 15:19 Immeasurable Tyranny. LV, many things happened in the background. But Noah was locked onto the droves of memories surging in from the primordial Wolfguard in the Gazer. Due to the ultimate ability of absolute looter, Noah attained the rewards of both of these beings even without the illusory golden chest that he could see above his eyes that was caused by the feature of. So on top of this unopened mysterious resplendent treasure cache, he still attained the Daos, edicts, bloodlines, and vibrant loot from these two existences as gold prompts rained down over his eyes. One must recall, this was the looting of seventh firmament experts that were a whole 3 stages above Noah, as they came with their own level of loot that when it was further multiplied by Noah's resplendent treasure emperor. 44,730 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 4,473 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. 55,245 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 5,524 existential pearls are obtained. 44,400 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 4,440 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained. 340 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 340,000 cosmic resource points obtained. Just the first 3 golden prompts that showed the cosmic resource points, shards of a seed of reality, and existential pearls were already disastrous and balance breaking. A single shard of a seed of reality granted 1 million cosmos as 4,473 shards. Was over 4 billion cosmos, and this was before Noah utilized the feature of quadruplicate on them through ruination. Truly disastrous, as with these 2 kills of the 7th firmament existences, Noah would be able to reach the limiter that was stopping all the beings he had come across so far, who all had an upper tier of 10 billion cosmos, and as he sorted through the droves of memories that the Gazer and the primordial Wolfguard granted him, he understood more of this limitation as well as why he only ever saw 10 ascendancy halos so far, his heart curious to know if it would also be his limit. The cosmic resource points meant he would never have to worry about completing edicts for quite a while. And the existential pearls meant he could produce thousands of higher existences. There were too many boons to count just from this. As the golden prompts continued to wash over Noah's eyes, the next set of words were truly the most important ones, as they affirmed what Noah had seen within the Gazer's memory. The reason why his 10th ascendancy halo was gold, the next tier of edicts after the stage of insuperable, WAA, the effects of absolute looter are applied. The ownership of the quasi-taboo nomological edict in Flame of the Gazer has been granted. Quasi-taboo. From minor, greater, quasi-insuperable, insuperable. The next stage was quasi-taboo, as naturally after that was taboo, taboo. Noah uttered these words calmly as they caused the nearby Natalia, who had crimson gold tears lingering in the rims of her eyes, to tremble as she turned towards his direction. What did this word actually mean, and why was it utilized as the next stage after insuperable? Taboo was something that wasn't allowed or permitted, something unthinkable and forbidden for existences to touch. After the stage of insuperable, which stood for insurmountable concepts, existences could go a stage further to achieve taboo concepts that affected reality in ways that should not be privy to normal higher existences. The quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer was why this being, who was actually known as Barbosa, has garnered help from 8th and even 9th firmament existences. This concept that he managed to put together by luck, allowing him to find anything across the vast realities. An ascendancy halo that held the flames of a quasi-taboo nomological edict would also be tinged with the color gold, as it made Noah question why his halos were crimson and tinged with gold bands when he exceeded 15, and whether this was entering a stage normal higher existence shouldn't have been able to enter, as it took on the same color as if it was taboo. Then there was also the halo of Natalia that was a mixture of purple and gold, meaning this overseer had forged a stupendous enough edict that should have already been close to quasi-taboo but still didn't fully reach the level, granting her the power she is currently. But with this single kill, Noah had obtained a genuine quasi-taboo nomological edict, one that many existences sought after, as this was only the first. There were also the insuperable nomological edicts from both Barbosa and the primordial Wolfguard. The number being astronomical, as it was enough for Noah to complete multiple ascendancy halos fully with 30 insuperable nomological edicts. The ownership of the insuperable nomological edicts and flames of the Guardian Emperor, Ocular Emperor, Perspicuous Emperor, Terror Eye, Woven ruler, firmament scalar. Have been granted, edict after edict was listed before Noah as the number actually surpassed 100, and by 101, Noah clutched his head in pain as he finally hit a wall. Bzzzt, his mind trembled and shook as it felt like a small house that had finally been packed full, Noah not having once expanded this house as it finally could not contain the influx of concepts from existence's multiple levels above him. The quasi-taboo nomological edict of the gazer alone took an extravagant amount of space within Noah's soul, and the addition of over 100 insuperable nomological edicts sealed the deal as before Noah could receive any more. It felt like his soul was about to explode, and at this moment, there were still more insuperable nomological edicts coming along with quasi-insuperable, greater, and minor ones as the granting of stupendous loot had actually turned into a dangerous situation due to Noah simply breaking all known parameters. Chapter 1520 Immeasurable Tyranny. Noah's true sanguine clone felt the pain, but it felt a fraction compared to his main body that had instantly returned to the soul library within the infinite empire. Since he was getting an influx of nomological edicts to the point that he had actually hit a wall, he had to put them aside for now and focus on strengthening his soul to be capable of handling more concepts. Bzzzt, pristine essence flew around madly as he appeared atop the endless empty shelves of the soul library, his origin and soul opening itself up and momentarily storing away the incoming edicts as glimmering books began to fill up the ancient shelves of this unique space. Pages fluttered and were stored away as Noah emptied insuperable nomological edicts and accepted the incoming ones, the number of insuperable nomological edicts coming to a stop after he obtained a total of 154. After that, dozens of quasi-insuperable edicts surged into him as Noah gave them the same treatment, all the incoming edicts being turned into books within the soul library. The glimmer of absolute looter didn't end as its fervor continued, Noah being granted 94 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts, 68 greater, and 33 minor ones. Such a number was simply unbelievable as it was the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years from existences that were accomplished in their realms. Noah's resplendent treasure emperor was so domineering to allow him to surpass everything they had as even up to this point. It wasn't over. 20 medium-tier reality crystals that contain the essence of reality have been granted. Over a dozen bloodlines were added to his already vast roster of bloodlines that he had to find the time to look at and finally combine with the capabilities of the true sanguine emperor, having expanded this pool enough for him to produce terrific bloodline products from a vast array of possible combinations. Then, there were 320 medium-tier reality crystals that, unlike the 100 units that the low-tier reality crystals regenerated, the medium-tier ones granted 1,000 units. It was a wondrous collection of loot as after quadruplicate was applied to them, it would be 100 medium-tier reality crystals. Enough for Noah to do whatever he wanted, as it was more than enough for him to finalize the forging of the infinite system after he absorbed the gains of the recent Nexus event. He breathed out lightly while still feeling his soul buzzing from the influx of concepts, with Noah's next set of steps being to refine his soul purely from utilizing the essence of reality or from the absorption of low-tier soul crystals that his true sanguine clone had obtained in the Forsaken Treasure reality. Thereafter, he had the wondrous road of forging multiple ascendancy halos forged entirely with insuperable nomological edicts. And even one that contained a quasi-taboo nomological edict. There were so many things happening that he nearly forgot himself and how at this moment, the calm aura that his body normally released was actually raging out madly and with wild control as with all the influx of concepts and their flames. It came with its own crazy amounts of boosts as similar to the flames of edicts Noah had obtained in the past. It meant trillions in terms of boosts, whether it was an increase to all parameters, cast or movement speed, anything. Noah had obtained trillions of such boosts from over 100 insuperable nomological edicts, as even though his base stats were not inflated yet as he had yet to absorb the shards of a seed of reality. His ascendancy value still shot up crazily. Bzzzt, his surroundings were constricted as if an oppressive air was permeating throughout, his emperor's haki unnaturally leaking out as his ascendancy value shot past 100,000 without even looking back. 100,000 was the juncture for the fifth firmament of ascendancy. He had just achieved the fourth firmament minutes ago after he killed Princess Snow, and now he killed existences 3 levels above him as due to his inflated boosts. He instantly stepped into the fifth firmament of ascendancy as his ascendancy value only continued to surge upwards. Who could do the things he did? And how did he just continue to do them and break record after record? Fifth firmament within mere minutes after stepping into the fourth firmament. How magisterial, how immeasurably tyrannical. This was how Noah Osmond steered his unshakable destiny across the vast realities. the devastating scene of calmness could actually be seen around a certain region, this scene being considered devastating as it showed the finished occupation of one bloodline to another. The armadas of the royal wolf bloodline floated serenely above the aisles of the Gilded Forge, no opposition being left behind for them, as at this moment, the battle had reached the stage of them merely absorbing their gains and planning for the segregation and usage of the Golden Titans remaining within this vast prime reality. Those watching felt a myriad of emotions as the more powerful bloodlines had news that told them of what had occurred to two more prime realities under the banner of primal titans that the armadas of the royal wolf bloodline had descended upon, and they had faced the same fate as the Isles of the Gilded Forge as thereafter. It didn't seem like they were done. The armadas still stood by ready to go, as when those knowledgeable looked at this, they realized that this bloodline of primordials was only beginning in their conquest against the primal titans. Whatever reason they had been given for this attack, they were using it to the fullest, as a prominent bloodline across the nearby cluster of realities seemed to be teetering on the edge, its fate about to fully be under the feet of primordials. But would things truly play out like this? Did the primal titans not have their own defender? Their own legend? Chapter 1521, Immeasurable Tyranny. The legend of the primal titan bloodline. Many questioned about this existence and why not even a trace of his aura was seen as these shocking events unfolded, but they didn't fully grasp the power of beings against this level. Nobody, not even the 7th or 8th firmament existences that were watching the scenes of the Isles of the Gilded Forge from afar to collect information for their bloodlines. None of them knew that legends were actually about to clash not too far above them in a boundary of space, in a dimension of space they couldn't even see, as it could only be accessed by those that had achieved a certain level of control over the fabric of reality. With one barely being able to notice the glimmer of mirror-like barriers flashing every now and then, as it was reminiscent of the mirror reality that Ruination had been able to call forth. In this dimension of space, the glorious hazy image of a wolf that seemed to have its body stretching across one end to another could be seen, its cerulean fur shining with the illusory light of a stable reality, as its illusory presence alone caused the surroundings to shudder. This figure seemed to be here, and yet not at the same time. As if it truly descended, maybe even this space would simply shatter and not be able to contain it, stretching endlessly across the horizon. It was the illusory figure of an ancient wolf that held an illusory obsidian crown that seemed to constantly make the surroundings darker above his archaic head. It was the ancestral Beowulf of the Cardinal Royal Wolf bloodline. Standing opposite to this existence was the figure of a primal titan that seemed more corporeal than the ancient wolf, the illusion of reality on this existence being slightly less stable, as even in demeanor, he lost put somewhat against the ancestral Beowulf. But this being was currently expressing immense wrath in his eyes, as the surrounding space within this dimension was constantly breaking down and wailing out from this sheer emotion alone. Yet the ancestral Beowulf, with an obsidian crown from the olden times spinning in surreal motion above his head, only looked forwardly calmly, his ferocious eyes squinting into a deadly smile as he spoke. Genesebo, BZZZT. Waves of profound light echoed out as the ancestral Beowulf called out the glorious name of the primal titan legend, the legend Genesebo, a glorious name, but it was uttered without any respect as the ancestral Beowulf continued, "Ro? I won't play any games and will actually be straightforward with you." The voice was chilling and filled with a tone of undeniable authority as it continued ruthlessly. "My granddaughter was killed by an existence of the primal titan bloodline, giving my sufficient reasoning to seek revenge and trouble, as the subjugation of your bloodline is only a matter of time. The lesson of not offending the grandeur of primordials was not drilled onto your people enough, as after being given this reason, I will not let it go. The only thing left here is to ask. What will you be doing about it? Will you righteously stand up to stop the subjugation of your bloodline, or?" The words of the ancestral Beowulf were tinged with dominance and ridicule as they finished by enunciating every word slowly and carefully. "Or will you cower and watch as they come under the banner of primordials?" Blatant, straightforward, the ancestral Beowulf did not play any games, as with the belief of his power, the situation was laid out simply as he asked what the other party would do. But was there really even a need for this question to be asked? Del, Roe? Del, the illusory reality on the body of the legend Genesebo released incandescent waves of power as the eyes of this being let out boundless wrath and unwillingness. And yet he didn't answer. He had no reason to answer, as the both of them knew what the outcome would be if a certain path was taken. If a legend of the primordials was attacked, it signified all the legends of primordials being attacked. If Genesebo took out his wrath on the current leader of the cardinal royal wolf bloodline and those in the scales of ascendancy carrying out the subjugation of his people, it would invite the ancestral Beowulf to attack him. Any route that was taken apart from the one that caused the legend of the primal titan most pain would lead to death, as there was truly no need for the ancestral Beowulf to even ask the question. The illusory light of reality shone brightly on the ancient figure of the primal titan legend. But at this moment, this light seemed to be infinitely weak. Glorious power was rising within a certain being as these events played out, with Noah continuing to rise through the scales of the firmaments at an unprecedented rate, 130,000.150,000.180,000. The ascendancy value only began to slow down at such a juncture as this number reflected Noah being limited to even how many edicts he could contain within his soul, when he refined his soul and strengthened it even more and accepted the rest of the insuperable nomological edicts and the quasi-insuperable ones, this value would shoot up once more, when he went to forge and reach 10 billion cosmos similar to all the seventh firmament existences he had come across, and even forged the ascendancy halos containing a quasi-taboo nomological edict and dozens of insuperable ones. Could he not reach this stage of power himself? The light of tyranny shone brightly under his eyes as such thoughts flew out madly, but he still wasn't done. In the Forsaken Treasure reality, Ruination had rounded up the 8/6 firmament primordial guards that were free for the taking, and there was a resplendent treasure cache that Noah had yet to open. In the golden glows of the first treasure island within the Forsaken Treasure reality, Noah's true sanguine clone opened its eyes. After getting the influx of concepts under control, staring at the illusory golden shimmering treasure chest that only he could see in the shimmering space above them, the surrounding space was trying to heal after the battle as the nearby mirror reality shimmered brightly. But Noah paid no attention to outside things at this moment as his mind gave a command: open the resplendent treasure cache, a cache with its own randomized loot that even Noah had no idea about. The prize of a kill that Noah could only utilize 3 times in his lifetime from the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. The light from such a vibrant chest came out in waves as prompts began to appear before Noah's eyes. The transport type primordial relic, the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality, has been obtained. Just the first prompt was ridiculously displaying the name of a unique primordial relic as Noah's heart shuddered when the prompts continued to descend before his eyes. Chapter 1522, A Cache Full of Wonder. People could be made happy by a great deal of things, but one of the things that brought Noah the most happiness was reading the passage of golden prompts that spoke of fantastical loot. The first one to pass over his eyes was actually a primordial relic and a transport one at that, as Noah had yet to know what wonders it held, but the golden prompts that showed the randomized loot from the resplendent treasure cache continued to come. 100 breaths of reality have been obtained. The blueprint of the enlightened primordial relic visage of the endless seas had been obtained. 10 socket reality gems have been obtained. Just hold on there. The 3 prompts above caused Noah to pause everything as they were too wild, and 2 were entirely about things he was seeing for the first time: a blueprint of the enlightened primordial relic visage of the endless seas. Ruination alone was a work of nature that through many factors became such an existence, but here was a blueprint for Noah to go through that, as long as he found the proper requirements, materials, and naturally formed primordial treasures, that he could forge what seemed to be a defensive primordial relic. This was because when Noah's eyes focused on the prompt that told of the blueprint of an enlightened primordial relic, Noah saw space flutter as an illusory magisterial blue armor was put on display. The covering of this armor alone being mystical, as it seemed like endlessly churning seas. Below this illusory armor were sections that listed forging environment, possible required materials, runic markings. It was a genuine blueprint that told one how to forge such a fantastical treasure, or any peerless forger could make such a thing so long as they had this blueprint and obtained its required materials. It was something that would make any peerless forgers fall over with greed. But this was only one thing, as after that, there was the loot that Noah hadn't even seen before: Breath of Reality, and Socket Reality Gems. Breath of Reality was extremely surreal as it looked like a multicolored cloud that floated serenely and with regality, while a Socket Reality Gem looked like a purple triangular gem that held extremely sharp ends capable of etching anything. Noah's eyes focused on these 2 treasures as the coming of prompts paused, information about them blooming in his mind as they caused his eyes to shake. Breath of Reality, a material rarely found across realities and most commonly located within the depths of forgotten realities. Unique domains of spaces such as apocalyptic realities and Forsaken Treasure realities can also contain materials that can forge breaths of reality. A single breath of reality can be utilized to enchant reality-altering items, with every enchantment bringing with it a tremendous enhancement in the power of the selected item. The number of times that a reality-altering item can be enchanted depends on the item in question and the skill of the being conducting the act of enchantment. Socket Reality Gem, a unique material that can be forged from the cerulean cosmic or universal stalagmite, void diamond, and the addition of 3 naturally formed primordial treasures. A single socket reality gem is used up to help open a socket within reality-altering items, and these sockets then became capable of accepting reality jewels. Del, Roe? A/Del, a wonderful set of new loot appeared before Noah's eyes as they spoke of ways to elevate reality-altering items, these being quasi-primordial relics and primordial relics or anything that truly affected reality. Breath of Reality could enchant primordial relics, while socket reality gems allowed one to forge sockets within primordial relics for the purposes of placing reality jewels. As for what reality jewels were, Noah didn't have to wait long as his dazed eyes saw the golden prompts continue to fall even after his delay to understand what he was receiving. 10 reality jewels have been obtained, 100 flasks of life and death have been obtained, 100 medium-tier soul crystals have been obtained, the Olden Orb of Transmogrification has been obtained, the blueprint for the Reality Nova Jewel has been obtained, finally, the golden prompts from opening the resplendent treasure cache stopped flowing as the illusory golden chest was fully opened and releasing gorgeous rays of light that bathed over Noah's body and caused him to instinctively reflect back this fantastical light. But even more so than this, his eyes were moving rapidly as they looked at the pile of shining loot he had obtained within his void-forged treasure pouch, the reality jewel that one could put into a socket opened on a primordial relic by a socket reality gem. Noah had obtained 10 of such jewels, as each of them shone with 3 different colors, some being red, blue, and green, while others were gold, purple, and blue. A variety of colors dazzled Noah's eyes as he focused on the identity of these reality jewels. Overall, reality jewel, a unique amalgamation of the essence of reality that has mutated into its own nature. Each reality jewel has its own nature as it can be socketed into a reality-altering item that contains a viable socket, elevating the power of such an item by a large degree. Currently own reality jewels: Reality Jewel of Mana, Reality Jewel of Regeneration, Reality Jewel of Toughness, Reality Jewel of Speed. Beautiful. Noah couldn't help but utter such a thought as he gazed at these reality jewels. It was things he could use to further elevate the primordial relics he was about to come in contact with, each of them having their own uniqueness. As among the loot he received from the resplendent treasure cache, there was even the blueprint for a reality jewel that seemed different than any of the ones he currently had. Blueprint of the Reality Nova Jewel, a blueprint that teaches one how to forge a Reality Nova Jewel. 10 breaths of reality are required, along with 5 common reality jewels, 2 naturally formed primordial treasures, and 5,000 units of the essence of reality. When forged, the Reality Nova Jewel can be socketed into an offensive primordial relic, as it grants a reality-altering concept where every time the socketed weapon comes in contact with the target, an explosive area of effect nova that carries the force of an exploding reality blooms out. Chapter 1523, A Cache Full of Wonder. Speechless. Noah was truly speechless as he stared at an item that, as long as it was attached to a primordial relic, nobody would even have to spend any mana or essence of reality to achieve a strike capable of releasing a reality nova. An explosive force carrying with it a force of an exploding reality just from a single point of contact. This overturned any logic that was already established, as even with droves of mana, the Heart Splitter primordial relic could only achieve 1/3 the force of a shattering reality. Only when one utilized essence of reality in the hundreds of units could they activate skills that held the force of an entire exploding reality. Yet this Reality Nova Jewel, I have to forge it. Noah's mind buzzed with possibilities as he looked at the requirements listed on the blueprint of this terrific item: 10 breaths of reality, 5 common reality jewels, 2 naturally formed primordial treasures, and 5,000 units of the essence of reality. He had most of the things listed. As for the units of the essence of reality, he could just regenerate them and pour them into the forging of the Reality Nova Jewel as he absorbed the medium-tier reality crystals. As for the naturally formed primordial treasures, he had the whole forsaken treasure reality to now explore and obtain them, as he truly had to work to understand the new types of loot he had received and how to get more of them. His eyes wandered down to another loot he had received as he reluctantly looked away from 3 blueprint of the Reality Nova Jewel, this time turning his gaze to observe 10 glimmering flasks that held pure golden liquid that outshine any color of gold Noah had seen before. The golden liquid within these glass-like flasks was extremely viscous as Noah uncontrollably salivated just staring at it. An aroma that seemed to affect the soul leaking from these flasks as their details rose before his eyes: flask of life and death, a penultimate alchemic design forged from the perennial cosmic oak, 1 million-year-old frost pine, olden flower of the cosmic mountain, and a naturally formed primordial treasure. A single flask of life and death will instantly recover all of the resources of an existence, including their maximum reserves of the essence of reality as after consumption. A shield of life and death that negates all damage caused by any concepts below the taboo level will be enacted for a single microsecond. Fuck me. Noah couldn't help but voice out loud when he read over the details of the flasks of life and death that he even expected to be the least valuable loot among the ones he received. Row? His words once more caught the attention of Natalia, whose eyes sharpened as she wondered this daunting peerless forger had turned dazed the past few seconds while occasionally brightening up as if he had obtained the most valuable thing in the world. Having achieved the feat of killing 2 seventh firmament existences didn't shake his mind up, did it? The overseer wondered lightly as she gazed at the bodies of primal titans before her, golden flames rising from her hands that went on to wrap over their bodies as she laid them to rest the best way she currently could. Del, Roe? Del. She only kept a close watch over the peerless forger, who carried an expression of shock and wonder as nobody knew the surprises Noah was receiving at this moment from the resplendent treasure cache. Nobody. But a certain destiny goblin had his eyes trembling behind Noah as every few seconds, its special eyes were able to notice a stupendous light of loot flash around its master. Was he this special and unique that the fortune of loot just found and stuck itself to him? The destiny goblin wondered with a dazed expression as Noah continued to look at the details of the shocking things that had come out of the resplendent treasure cache. The flask of life and death was truly a life-saving grace that could turn the tides of any battle. Imagine if Natalia had such an item in her hands while she was being chased by the past gazer and primordial wolfguard. After they fused with their ascendancy halos and were all injured to the point that neither of the three could barely move. The one who utilized a flask of life and death to recover quite literally every resource and even gain a balance-breaking shield for a microsecond, Natalia would have been able to win against 2 7th firmament tier combatants even without Noah's help in that case. That was how ridiculous that loot was. This one. Noah also had to find the materials of and be capable of forging it en masses if he could. Since it was a penultimate alchemical item, his alchemy hull should be more than enough for it, right? Noah's eyes were dazzling as they seemed to be overcome with the light of loot. And yet there was still more for him to discover as he looked at the last item he had yet to discover. A single circular orb that shockingly looked like a stellar fruit, the scene of an illusory reality painted over it as once could see the swirling of endless cosmos within this single orb. It was termed the Olden Orb of Transmogrification, and it drew Noah's eyes the most as its details rose before him. The Olden Orb of Transmogrification, an item long lost and forgotten since the olden times. It is forged from the true blood and origins of 8th firmament existences and above, along with the mixture of breaths of reality, soul crystals, and 10 naturally formed primordial treasures. A single Olden Orb of Transmogrification can elevate the tier of any edict to the quasi-taboo level. It was truly hard to even continue as one read over the details of such a fantastical loot. Any common being would be filled with unbound excitement and shock as they might be forced to scream stop already when faced with such ridiculousness after ridiculousness. It was too much. Too much. Chapter 1524, The Soul L, the Olden Orb of Transmogrification. It was a stupendous treasure that allowed Noah to elevate any edict at all of any rank at that. For it to become a quasi-taboo nomological edict, the concept would be entirely transformed into something worthy of this tier, as the possibilities for this were endless. Noah had a single one at this moment as he had to glean with his destiny what edict would serve him best to be raised to the quasi-taboo level. A few possibilities rising up in his mind. There was the nomological edict of apocalypse, but this was already evolvable, as with it being included in his attacks that brought genuine life-ending apocalypse to 2 7th firmament existences, Noah could already feel its elevation nearing. If he was to bring genuine widespread apocalypse within a reality, this evolvable edict would rise even faster. Then there was the nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor, the thing that made his glorious ascendancy halos that had a cap of 30 flames of edicts possible and was very closely interlinked with bloodlines. Another possibility was the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor being brought to the quasi-taboo level as just at the insuperable tier. It had given Noah something like the resplendent treasure cache that granted him loot like the Olden Orb of Transmogrification and more. There was also the nomological edict of commandment, as if such a concept was brought to quasi-taboo. Would Noah be able to pulverize 7th or 8th firmament existences that didn't have that tier of concepts by uttering a single word? The nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor with the light of conquest, antediluvian. Or even the dictum Emperor 4. Noah to test whether the concept of reading the events to unfold like a story could be applicable to the vast stretches of reality. At this point in time, he could barely even read ahead of his own future when it involved existences at Natalia's level, with the usage of heavily reduced when it involved even more powerful beings. But if he could find out the unfolding events surrounding the vast stretches of reality as if it were a story, the possibilities were endless for what Noah could utilize the Olden Orb of Transmogrification for, as the choice would be a heavy one. Furthermore, if he wanted to bring any more Olden Orbs of Transmogrification into his hands, he had to find the true blood and origins of existences above the 8th tier of the firmament of ascendancy, along with an overabundance of other materials. Now, he had just taken out 2 7th firmament existences while he was at the 4th firmament and utilizing a primordial relic. But would it really be so easy as to take out an existence at the 8th firmament as well? One that more than likely had a quasi-taboo tier of edicts or even something more monstrous. Noah's eyes twinkled as for this, he would have more confidence if he could incorporate the many new types of loot he had received along with the influx of new edicts being properly absorbed by him and assimilated into ascendancy halos, his own cosmos rising from the millions to billions, and the proper utilization of primordial relics. All of these things were currently restricted by a single thing, and that was Noah's soul, Ro? This was the one thing that he had to now focus on, as when he looked at the Olden Orb of Transmogrification, he couldn't even utilize it right now unless he dumped dozens of the newly obtained insuperable nomological edicts. The answer for all this was to refine and strengthen his soul. And he already had the tools to do so, as he had to move the overabundant loot from his true sanguine clone facing the restrictions of the Forsaken Treasure reality to his main body. At that time, the decision of which edict to raise to the quasi-taboo level would be made, as this fantastical Olden Orb of Transmogrification can then be utilized. Apart from that, Master, you also have me. Del, Ro A? A/Del, WAA. The voice of ruination rang out in Noah's mind at this moment as his hazy golden eyes cleared, his surroundings coming into the picture as he saw the scene of Natalia burning the bodies of dead golden titans, the vibrant mirror reality that held 8 6th firmament primordial wolfguards, and the emotionless figure of ruination that was staring at him. Her voice had rung out at this moment as she asserted that when it came to the subject of elevating edicts, her master also had her. This was because there were new features of ruination unlocked when it became a primordial relic that related to the elevation of concepts, and her words weren't just in relation to this, but also another unlocked feature that at this moment, Noah bore a heavy expression as he gazed towards the faraway figure of the emotionless humanoid existence and asked slowly, "Among all the loot I just received, which ones can you quadruplicate?" Yes, in the past minutes he hadn't even dared to entertain the possibility that the Olden Orb of Transmogrification could be quadruplicated by ruination, the mere materials of this treasure alone exceeding what was required to elevate ruination to the level of a primordial relic. Even if the Olden Orb of Transmogrification could not be at the very least, its materials like the breath of reality could be right. "I apologize for my weakness, Master." The voice of ruination was as mechanical as always, but one couldn't help but feel their heartstrings tugged as if they could sense the melancholy and sadness within her words at not being able to give her master the thing she wanted the most. But her emotionless voice continued nonetheless, "I can quadruplicate the medium-tier soul crystals, socket reality gems, and the normal reality jewels that differ from something like a reality nova jewel. The intricacies and materials involved in the flasks of life and death and the Olden Orb of Transmogrification are too complex to replicate the items themselves, but some of their required materials can just be quadruplicated before you forge them, Master." Even though it was as Noah expected for the truly stupendous loot, there was still a workaround, as he could simply use the quadruplicate feature on a vast majority of the materials beside naturally formed primordial treasures. Chapter 1525, The Soul Quadruplicate aside, Master has yet to see and utilize my other features. The voice of ruination continued to ring out as the mirror reality she controlled moved gloriously, one being able to see the imprisoned 6th firmament primordial guards using all their power in colorful ways to try and break out, only for it to be reflected right back at them by the countless mirrors surrounding them. The eyes of Noah's true sanguine clone dimmed from the burning light of loot as his main body began to make moves outside of the Forsaken Treasure reality. All the new concepts and loot very quickly about to be put to use, as Noah had to observe the other important concepts that were put aside due to the fast pace of the battle. One of them was related to the words of ruination, and the other was the capabilities of a quasi-taboo nomological edict. With this in mind, Noah turned towards ruination as with the affirmation from her master, bundles of information emanated from the enlightened primordial relic to flow into Noah's soul. When she advanced to a primordial relic, ruination had unlocked concept replication, concept corruption, mirror reality, ruined fixer, ruination reality, and reality devourer. Mirror reality was already explained along with quadruplicate, leaving behind 4 new abilities to be explored: concept replication, the complex concepts across the vast realities that ruination is exposed to and observes for a sufficient period of time can be replicated. The condition of observation and analysis must occur first, and then the exposure to the essence of this concept has to reach a sufficient level before it can be broken down and replicated. Any concept up to the level of a quasi-taboo nomological edict can be replicated, with this ability requiring up to a maximum of 10,000 units of the essence of reality depending on the targeted concept. Concept corruption, the concepts owned by the master of ruination can be corrupted and elevated in quality as they become ruined concepts. Nomological edicts up to the quasi-taboo tier can be turned into ruined nomological edicts as new abilities and features will be unlocked from this elevation and corruption. This ability requires 10,000 units of the essence of reality for every activation. Ruined affixer, the capabilities for how many affixes of reality can be established has been expanded, with the master of ruination gaining the right to set down 3 more affixes of reality. Every affix set after the first one requires 5,000 units of the essence of reality, reality devourer, due to the unique nature of ruination and how closely interlinked this treasure is with the essence fundamental to the workings of realities. There are great boons stemming from the action of devouring realities. Requiring 10,000 units of the essence of reality to activate, this feature allows ruination to devour an unprotected reality for its own elevation and enhancement. The more realities devoured, the greater the chance for ruination to advance to another level with new features unlocked over time. Ruination reality, from destruction comes rebirth. Through the essence of ruination, this feature allows for the design of a proto-reality that can ultimately be elevated to a level even higher than a prime reality. Within the ruination reality, anomalous reserves of destiny and fortune are some of the features that can be optimized and changed, with the master of ruination having the chance to raise the ruination reality towards the direction of a forsaken treasure reality, forgotten reality, or even an apocalyptic reality. The true uses of this reality are profound as for full utilization. Large reserves of the essence of reality are required. The minimum requirement to activate this feature is 1 unit of the essence of reality as the maximum number of units of the essence of reality capable of surging into this feature and designing the ruination reality are infinite. Del, Roe? A/del. The capabilities of ruination were displayed fully as the capabilities of this enlightened primordial relic were truly profound. There were many stellar abilities, with the features of concept replication and concept corruption being of particular interest and use to Noah, as the only thing he had to watch out for with these abilities was the high cost to utilize them. Ruined affixer was a stupendous welcome as just a single affix already granted Noah such a large boost in his power and utilization of the essence of reality. Now that he could make 3 more affixes that altered reality in a way that one could even count them as mini-systems, it was a cause for celebration. Reality Devourer was a work of art as it was the skill that would be the key to elevating ruination, and one more it was another feature within Noah's arsenal that forced him to look at the concepts of carrying out mass destruction and apocalypse. Then there was ruination reality. This enlightened primordial relic could actually spawn off a ruination reality that Noah himself could design the direction of, with there being a possibility for it to even become a forsaken treasure reality or other fantastical realities. Remembering how the past features of Ruination Realm and Ruination Cosmos had their own time dilation features, it also meant that this Ruination reality would have such a ridiculous feature also, as the possibilities for what this could become were also unknown. These were the capabilities of ruination on top of the ridiculous mirror reality feature that currently trapped 8/6 firmament primordial wolf guards for Noah's taking, and this relic still had possibilities for advancement as one truly couldn't help but look towards the future. Noah's thoughts moved quickly as he analyzed the many things he had obtained and all the cards he had on hand, seeing the best ways to utilize them as before moving forward and making grand actions. The problem of the soul had to be solved. For this, Noah called upon another true sanguine clone that was moving outside of the forsaken treasure reality to make its way over to this location, this body acting as the link for Noah to get treasures out from this restricted location and onto his main body so that he could begin utilizing them. from the infinite empire to the region of terrifying instability that held vibrant spatial storms. A single teleport got Noah there as he stared at the vibrant rift hidden away amidst the chaos surrounding this space. He gazed at the vibrant rift leading to a fantastical forsaken treasure reality as at this moment, the time to greatly refine and elevate the strength of his soul had come. Chapter 1526, The Soul LLL. Undercurrents were rising all around as those watching in the background saw that in an insignificant region of a cluster of realities where the will of the cardinal royal wolf bloodline dominated, they had begun to stretch their dominion even further as they swallowed up 3 prime reality within a single day. There were many powerful cardinal royal bloodlines among the primordials, and the royal wolf bloodline was prominent over this region as with these actions occurring, many expected them to be entirely thorough as the fate of the primal titans was sealed. Their legend had not been seen making any waves, and when there was justification behind the primordials' attacks, nobody could stand in their way. The remaining prime realities and hundreds of emerging realities under the banner of this ancient bloodline were bound to soon be under new leadership. Such a reality was extremely terrifying, but for those undertaking these moves of conquest, it was exhilarating as at this moment, the Royal Wolf Emperor was on a glacial quasi-primordial transport-type relic that tore across the boundary between realities heading towards the direction of the remaining prime realities of the primordial titans. The terrifying aura of an existence at the 9th firmament of ascendancy vibrated off of his cerulean-furred majestic body of a wolf emperor as he stood at the precipice of the quasi-primordial relic gazing over the glimmer of lights as they sped faster than light. "Sire," a voice called out behind him that moment as with a slight nod from the royal wolf emperor, it continued, "We received word that the life medallions of the Gazer and garrison have also perished," a shocking set of news that showed the death of the wolf guard in charge of guarding Princess Snow and the elder primordial that even held a quasi-taboo nomological edict. The royal wolf emperor's eyes twinkled with a blue light as he took these words in calmly, his regal voice only coming out moments later. "What a waste, WAA." This was his response to the death of a sworn brother that had aided him in the past. The royal wolf emperor truly thought it was a waste as now, the unique edict that even allowed an existence at the 7th firmament to call him his sworn brother had perished. In the past, the Gazer has aided him in getting what he sought for as it helped in him solidifying his seat as the current ruler of the royal wolf bloodline. Of course, the title of ruler was only one that allowed him to gain the authority to oversee the many prime realities under their banner. With the true power and true rulers of the cardinal royal wolf bloodline with existences like the ancestral Beowulf and other legends of this bloodline, he was only a figurehead, and the Gazer had helped him gain this seat in the past, a useful creature that has now perished. Get in touch with powerful seers and gather more information about the peerless forger that strolled into the aisles of the Gilded Forge and led towards the death of my daughter and even that fool. The royal blight serpent dragons that had contact with this being first. Overturn everything and get them to talk as well. I want everything there is to know about this peerless forger. About this Noah Osmont. Del, Ro A? A? / Del, WAA. Shocking waves of destiny swirled about as this 9th firmament existence spoke, his cerulean eyes shining as he actually stared at an illusory screen before his eyes that one could see within the primordial temples. It was a screen that showed the constantly shifting names of blacklisters on the primordial blacklist, and the name of Noah Osmont could be seen with clarity as it had even changed drastically compared to the first time it rose on this list. Noah Osmont of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. A peerless forger. Unknown firmament of ascendancy, presumed 7th firmament. Currently confirmed location unknown. 10 million low-tier soul crystals alive, from 30,000 low-tier soul crystals as the reward to 10 million, from a verdict of being killed on sight to being brought in alive. Grand changes had occurred to the identity of this being as the information network of the primordial moved unbelievably fast, the confirmed deaths of the Gazer and the primordial wolf guards greatly changing the status of this blacklister as his presumed level was placed at the 7th firmament of ascendancy. It meant that primordials of this level could now hunt this peerless forger that was known as Noah Osmont. A glorious future would bloom from this, and nobody would be none the wiser on the results of the ongoing actions until it was utterly too late. A true sanguine clone was staring at the pulsating rift that led to the forsaken treasure reality, his body beginning to be wrapped by an austere aura of power. Prior to this, he needed the authority of Natalia to forcefully cross this rift into the forsaken treasure reality. Of course, this forceful intrusion was only for those who didn't belong in the forsaken treasure reality and didn't have the credentials to enter. These credentials. Were destiny goblins that everyone sought after. So at this moment, Even though didn't have Natalia with him, he could simply traverse across this rift of unstable space due to his Destiny Goblin King bloodline. BZZT, a golden luster covered his true sanguine clone as the aura of a Destiny Goblin King became prevalent, Noah feeling a pull from the rift before him as he was sucked in without any issues. After flashes of multicolored light, his true sanguine clone found itself on the beginning of the golden pathway, the vibrant portal behind him and scintillating sights ahead of him. From the few faraway floating islands he could see, the clone turned into a flash of light as he rushed towards the first treasure island, his arrival guaranteed very soon as he already knew his destination. As this true sanguine clone made its way over, the one who had been in the forsaken treasure reality with Natalia this whole time turned towards her as he saw the wisps of flames finish devouring the bodies of Monos and the other perished golden titans. The scene was grim as the gaze of the overseer was heavy, an unbreakable weight seemingly placed on her as her crimson eyes shone in the vibrant space around them while she tightly grasped the Heartsplitter primordial relic. Chapter 1527, The Soul LV. Noah knew this powerful overseer had to have just gone through many things as while waiting for the other clone to arrive. He spoke slowly. How is the situation now? My authority over the Isles of the Gilded Forge has entirely been erased. With the lives and well-being of my people unknown, Natalia's shimmering crimson gold hair sparkled with flames as it danced over her shoulders, her voice steady as her eyes held flames of anger and sadness. Noah steeled himself at such a scene as he recalled the many memories he had just obtained from the dead primordials, his reply coming out as he raised his head to gaze at the faraway mirror reality that continued to suck out droves of mana and 10 units of the essence of reality every minute. The ones we took down are connected directly to the Royal Wolf Emperor. Based on the memories I've obtained, they should have used the deaths as an excuse for conquest. Silence reigned in the surroundings as Natalia seemed to know this very well. The figure of Foyduit scratched his head simply as he felt like he didn't belong in this conversation, his purple-blue body floating back slightly as Noah's voice rang out again. What about the legend of the Primal Titans? Noah asked a question that caused Natalia's eyes to flutter, deep pain rising within them as she spoke out while turning to lock eyes with him. He won't move. If he moves, it is his death. The might of the primordial stretches further than the scales of the firmaments as if the cardinal royal wolf bloodline has set its sight on the primal titan bloodline. They will proceed unhindered with even our own legend being unable to do anything. WAA, he was unable to do anything before. And he is unable to do anything now. Her hair danced with unbound rage and frustration as she spoke, the bow within her hands being grasped ever tighter. She stroked the bow as she came to float beside Noah, her eyes going on to gaze at the shimmering mirror reality and the crimson gold figure of ruination as she asked lightly, "Can I confide in you, O peerless forger?" Her voice was low as it seemed to be reminiscing, Noah feeling his other true sanguine clone nearing as he nodded while getting ready. Millions of years ago, conflict arose between my father and a legend of the primordials. I watched with my own eyes while the reality of my own father was destroyed, powerless to do anything or stop it in any way. It wasn't just me. The current legend of our primal titan bloodline also stood by and could only watch as if he joined in on the conflict. It also meant his own death. Del, Ro A? / Del, so he didn't make a move then, and I know he won't make a move now. It is why, even though it was foolish not to, but when I found this forsaken treasure reality, I kept it to myself and even planned for it to be something that I utilized to propel myself to the 8th and 9th firmament and ultimately reality. If I were to achieve reality, I told myself that I wouldn't just stand by. That unlike all the other legends, I would have the backbone to move against the one who killed my father, even if I have to perish for it. The frustration and rage within her voice were palpable as she floated beside Noah, her eyes turning to once more stare at him head-on as she continued, "When I met you in your identity as a peerless forger, I had simply thought you would be an existence that would be a piece to help me achieve what I wanted. To the point that I didn't hurry to report that another peerless forger had arisen within the primal titans. I jeopardized your life and brought you here, only then coming to understand that I do not truly know you." Her crimson eyes released arcs of gold light as she spoke up to this point, her eyes only focused on the being before her as her fair lips opened once more. "But you saved my life, and I saved yours as neither of us perished against those more powerful than us. After going through that and understanding just the cusp of the capabilities you have shown me, do I have to first apologize to you for my initial intentions, and I then have to ask you for your aid?" The anger within her eyes dimmed as she gazed at Noah with clarity, her eyes twinkling amidst the serene golden rivers of essence that had returned to the surrounding space as her sonorous voice echoed out, "Will you help me, O peerless forger? Will you sate just a little of my anger, Noah Osmont? Just until I gain the capability to kill a certain legend of the primordials, her chest rose and fell in waves as her bright eyes could make any man be lost in them. Noah taking in her words carefully as he could see a shining path opening itself up before him. First, there was Foyduit. Now, there was a powerful seventh firmament existence with unbound potential seeking his aid, as even if she wasn't ready to pledge fealty right now, it wouldn't be too long in the coming future, so his body pulsed with the light of tyranny and conquest as he gazed at this mesmerizing primal titan and spoke out calmly, Ro? It is merely legends that have reached reality, WAA, boundless tides of destiny and fortune erupted out as a maddening aura of tyranny rose from Noah with his words. He was still in his true form that stemmed from fusing with his ascendancy halos. The aurora of multicolored wings behind his back vibrating with light as the illusory crown above his head released waves of grandeur. I wasn't able to kill third or fourth firmament existences just a day ago, now I can kill seventh firmament experts with enough effort, in a matter of weeks or months. Who's to say that I cannot butcher the pristine legends? WAA, Chapter 1528, The Soul v. A light of profound tyranny shone as Noah finished his words, Natalia gazing towards him with calm eyes filled with conviction as she thrust her hand out and spoke, Natalia Rostova. A bit over 500 million years in age and nearing the peak of the seventh firmament, with an offensive evolvable nomological edict that is also soon to reach the quasi-taboo tier. I am a primal titan with my only goal being to reach reality and take revenge on a certain being. With her right hand outstretched, she stared at Noah with a valiant gaze as his own hand stretched out. His eyes twinkled as he had the passing thought of obtaining whatever quasi-taboo nomological edict Natalia would soon complete with the concept replication feature from Ruination as his voice echoed out, Noah Osmont. Just over 26 years old and rising through the fifth firmament of ascendancy currently. I can forge primordial relics so long as the materials are there. I am a human with my only goal being to reach reality and even surpass that to reach whatever stage can be reached. WAA. The hands of the two beings met and shook as Natalia's red eyes brightened up a little, not mentioning anything about Noah's race or how he wasn't fully a primal titan as she gazed around them as her voice came out slowly. What now? Now that we explore the rest of this forsaken treasure reality and obtain whatever fortune lies within it. Before that, I have to send some things back to my main body. As he spoke, he gazed towards the winding entrance they had stepped out of as another figure of his clone appeared. The true sanguine clone sent into the forsaken treasure reality reached their location soon enough as Natalia only raised her brows. Foyduit watched on with glittering eyes as Natalia did not even ask what Noah was doing all this for as she watched him pass over his void-forged treasure pouch that held an overabundance of treasures first to the figure of Ruination. And then Ruination handed the same pouch to the true sanguine clone that shot back towards the entrance of the forsaken treasure reality just as quickly as he came. Thereafter, Natalia waved her hands to cause a pair of void-forged treasure pouches to appear before Noah once more as he took them and gladly. As for why the void-forged treasure pouch was passed to Ruination first before the clone? It was to of course utilize quadruplicate, as the emotionless face of this enlightened primordial relic had only released an incandescent light of crimson and gold before the void-forged treasure pouch was passed on to the clone seconds later. Low-tier soul crystals, medium-tier soul crystals, breaths of reality. Any type of loot that could be quadruplicate underwent such a process as Noah's true sanguine clone left the forsaken treasure reality with a heavy gift, crossing over its rift and then teleporting back to the infinite empire in a short period of time. A gift that came with many things. Especially a fantastical olden orb of transmogrification along with many materials for one to strengthen the soul. The void-forged treasure pouch was delivered to Noah's true body as his clone appeared in a serene area that had its surroundings filled with hazy golden light. A golden throne and a set of endless golden stairs could be seen as this was the cosmic holy land of the infinite empire. Noah accepted the beautiful void-forged treasure pouch as he tapped on it with a light smile. The countless loot within it spilling out as a fantastical mountain of loot bloomed within the cosmic holy land. Breaths of reality, flasks of life and death, reality jewels, blueprints for a primordial relic and reality nova jewel, soul crystals. And even the transport-type primordial relic, the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality that Noah obtained from the resplendent treasure cache, it all piled out and shone with grandeur as Noah took a closer look at the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. This vessel actually being miniaturized right now as his fingers released essence that wrapped around the vessel and brought it to sit on the palm of his hands. Every transport-type relic he had seen so far had been at the quasi-primordial relic level, with this being the first one at the level of a primordial relic that he was seeing as he truly was not disappointed. The image and design of this vessel were shocking as fantastically, it seemed to be a brilliantly shining reality that was molded into an advanced warship. The exquisitely designed ship glimmered with a stellar light of countless cosmos as it could fit in the palm of Noah's hands like. Right now, or be as vast as the size of over 10,000 cosmos, dominantly shining plasma cannons, antimatter and anti-essence cannons, and light cannons were among the many weapons seen throughout this serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. Each of them inscribed with the illusory sight of shattered cosmos as unique runic markings filled them. When Noah glanced at the details of this relic, he saw the features of, and as some of its fantastical capabilities, it was a wondrous boon that he had to take a ride on and enjoy soon, but he still put it aside at this moment as the crucial loot among the mountain of loot floated towards him at this moment. It wasn't the brilliantly shining reality jewels or olden orb of transmogrification, but it was scintillating soul crystals of the low and middle tiers as the time had come, the time to utilize the time dilation to complete a great deal of tasks that Noah had to do. With him multitasking to complete many things in the next few hours, of course due to the difference of time ratio, even if Noah spent 3 days in the cosmic Holy Land, only a minute would have passed outside. Such a reality meant many things would be done within a day that others could only daydream to complete for millions of years with all the cards Noah had on hand, and his main body began by grasping tightly onto the bundles of soul crystals before him. The strengthening and elevation of the soul began now as Noah planned to break apart any restrictions that came his way. Chapter 15:29, The Soul the Soul. An area that all-powerful being focused on as at this moment, so did Noah as he felt. The unique essence of a soul crystal travel from his hands and course onto his origin. Going even further in and bathing an invisible part of him that even he could barely grasp, the indistinct soul that even the most powerful of existences had yet to fully understand. Multicolored essence flowed into it as Noah closed his eyes to enjoy the sensation. He was situated upon his golden throne with a mountain of loot before him, but he was surrounded by low and medium tier soul crystals that began to rise and rotate around him at this moment, their essence tyrannically being pulled towards him and sinking into his origin and soul as he felt a shocking euphoric feeling spreading through him, even though it was something as mysterious as his soul being refined and strengthened. He felt as if his eyesight was blurry this whole time and it was only now getting better. As if he had been using his essence efficiently and effectively this whole time, but what he considered efficient was only a small percentage of what he could do. As with an increasingly strong soul, every single thing about him would experience advancement. The speed of thought processing, comprehension, edict design, and the power he could release with his edicts to it was quite literally everything. And this could be expressed more clearly by the fact that his ascendancy value began edging upwards again, as if scaling the firmaments was just that easy. These easy crackles of wondrous light surrounded his body as a truly significant part of him was being elevated. And he didn't rest as at the same time, another cluster of loot arose from the mountain before him. It was hundreds of shards of a seed of reality that would very soon allow Noah to attain the achievement of forging 1 billion cosmos and even begin to exceed this number. His thoughts clear and concise as his jaws opened with a dazzling light, devouring these clusters of shards of a seed of reality as his origin began to rumble and forge millions of cosmos within seconds. Glorious and impeccable light shone from his body as he looked like an ancient creature undergoing refinement of body and soul, his physical and mental stats shooting upwards as he wasn't done. After soul crystals and shards of a seed of reality, existential pearls also flowed from the mountain of loot as they were devoured by his open mouth, his illusory crimson gold crown spinning with majesty as the true blood within him also began to rage, the true blood that all beings could endlessly refine over their lifetimes. As if they refined it enough, they wouldn't just have the passive generation of billions of splendiferous universes, but even the passive generation of cosmos was possible. Of course, for Noah, he was under the influence of an olden bloodline as his blood was twisted by this regality, allowing for royal cosmos to be passively generated every single day as they shone with an incandescent multicolored light that would daze any unworthy eyes. Soul, origin, and true blood, Noah simultaneously elevated all of these things as his ascendancy value very quickly passed over 200,000, with him continuing to ascend past the fifth firmament of ascendancy as if it was nothing. When would he stall? When would he actually stop treating the scales of ascendancy like a joke as he faced the same troubles as everyone else? It was unknown if such a day would ever come. His body released lights of splendor as while he multitasked and did all this, portions of his consciousness were still working on other things as he also stared at the over 100 insuperable nomological edicts he had received. The soul library has dozens of insuperable nomological edicts he had to sort and choose the best ones as in this session. He would also be selecting which flames of edicts he would put together for his next set of ascendancy halos. From 3 existences he had killed, wondrous edicts like Glacial Emperor, Ocular Emperor, Firmament Scaler, and many more that reached some of the great standards he held. Standards that he himself continued to exceed as to top off all that he was doing. One could see that near his main body. The clone that had delivered to him the Voidforged treasure pouch had remained as he was surrounded by the essence of Das and laws. Soon enough, the third true sanguine clone Noah could call forth also joined in this session within the cosmic Holy Land as well. Noah's main body undertook all of these tasks. His true sanguine clones apart from the one in the Forsaken Treasure reality were all contributing to rapidly completing the many things Noah had to do as their tasks. Dealt with nomological edicts, sorting everything out and also finishing the forging of certain edicts. The first thing on the line was the OM. Brilliant bursts of light surrounded Noah as the concept of many things were pulled together to complete this edict by the efforts of a true sanguine clone, with the second true sanguine clone focusing on understanding a concept Noah had received from Barbosa, a concept that many sought after and had even caused this being to forge many connections across the nearby realities. The quasi-taboo nomological edict of the gazer, Noah's eyes shone as this concept was finally looked onto with all of its glory for him to better understand just what he was going towards. His first edict of this tier was taken from someone else, but he also had within the pile of mountainous loot before him an olden orb of transmogrification that could elevate a single edict to the quasi-taboo level. He had to oversee all of this and check with his own destiny on what to do as from his true sanguine clone. The aura of this pristine tier of concepts bloomed. Most of it clustered around his eyes in a multicolored swirl of majesty. His surroundings that were already bathed with majesty became even more regal as the splendor of a quasi-taboo nomological edict bloomed during a terrifying session that would elevate Noah across the firmaments, a session that was only in its beginning stages. Chapter 1530, Quasi-Taboo. As a special existence scaled the firmaments of ascendancy at a rate not seen before, the tides of destiny continued to stretch out as the consequences of the actions of many existences continued to play out. Of particular interest at this moment was a prime reality where one of the royal blight serpent dragon emperors resided, this region actually gaining an unexpected visitor as at this moment, a quasi-primordial relic vessel that seemed like a big floating glacier was situated near this prime reality. On this vessel, the auras of primordials could be felt as a glimmer of blue light shot from it, the figure of a cerulean furred eighth firmament royal cosmic wolf gloriously floating into the prime reality alone as those within it could only prepare to relieve this being. Within this prime reality, the statues of a few variations of majestic-looking blight serpent dragons surrounded a huge fantastical city atop the highest cosmos within the domains of this reality. An extravagant skyscraper shining in black was seen at the very center of this metropolis as on this enormous obsidian tower-looking structure, the human forms of the matriarch Belladonna and Sadak could be seen standing next to the ferocious form of the royal blight serpent dragon emperor. This being's serpentine eyes were shining with a chilling light as he sensed the eighth firmament royal cosmic wolf breaking into the barrier of their reality, his voice ringing out in the minds of Belladonna and Sadak as it pulsed with anger. You truly did something aligned with our goals. But you have in turn drawn the attention of primordials to us as if we don't handle this well. There will be many problems. His words caused the gazes of the two seventh firmament existences around him to harden, but Belladonna still carried a grant of cruelty and ferocity as she spoke out in sneering tone. That high and mighty Natalia will now have her entire bloodline subjugated as that Osmond will soon follow. I do not regret my actions. My dear husband, her tone was extremely piercing as it caused the serpent dragon emperor's face to turn dark, but his serpentine eyes continued gazing up towards the descending royal cosmic wolf as he concluded their talks with a firm tone. At this juncture, this development will also cause confidence within our allies to waver if they see primordials near us. So simply tell them the truth and get them on their way as soon as possible. We cannot be the piece of the puzzle that causes everything to begin falling apart. My dear wife, even if we cannot avenge the death of our son, the ancestors have passed down word that the time nears. We will only have to cower behind the shadows of primordials a while longer before soon enough their sovereignty will be challenged. With poisonous eyes shining with confidence, the serpent dragon emperor received a royal cosmic wolf that came to obtain knowledge of a certain peerless forger across the boundary between realities. Within a destroyed prime reality that was filled with unstable spatial storms that could eradicate a first firmament existence if they were careless enough, within this destroyed prime reality, the vibrant figure of a draconic elephantine beast could be seen standing over a humongous bestial figure below it. The remnants of shattered boundaries of cosmos could be seen all around as torn stellar bodies floated in and out of spatial storms, the chaotic essence of pandemonium surging around. Ready to devour everything as glimpses of ruination and primordial essence still fought back even at this juncture. The tusks of the draconic elephantine creature shone with a shockingly terrifying light that actually broke down and devoured the bestial body below it. This action, of course, being taken by none other than Hyperion, who at this moment had his eyes open wide and shining with the light of ingenuity as he devoured the body and origin of an ender of reality, the bestial fusion system. This was the system that Hyperion completed with Noah's aid, as it allowed him to devour and fuse the capabilities of other existences that held similar origins to his. Below Hyperion was the bestial figure of a dying ender of reality who had 3 ascendancy halos shattered and lying beside it as its body was devoured and it died out weakly. The dimming halos of light around it were gradually being turned into particles of light that flee into Hyperion's body, causing the light around him to only intensify as the dying ender could distinctly hear the voice of Hyperion ringing out as its body faded, and whatever remained of it began to tremble in shock and fear. What are you all actually planning? Forging all of these alliances with other bloodlines and silently spreading them into the ranks of primordials across their prime realities. Hyperion had been moving using the memories of the tyrant beast Pixis as he hunted down enders of reality and assimilated their edicts and cosmos, his power rising steadily as while the body of an ender turned into a husk below him. His own body erupted with power as 4 glimmering blue ascendancy halos could be seen, the first one still being tinged with red from the influence of Noah, who fused them with the capabilities of the Sanguine Emperor. His enormous body caused the surrounding spatial instabilities to shake as his glimmering tusks rose up, the halos around him nearing his body and sinking in calmly as an aurora of colorful wings erupted from Hyperion's back, a scheme of chaos that will cause large-scale wars to bloom. I should find that ridiculous guy soon and let him know soon. Silent waves of destiny spread out as the figure of Hyperion shot away from this location and continued on to another. At the same time, the being he was thinking about was surrounded by his 2 true sanguine clones as one of them completed the nomological edict of the imperious Animus Emperor and began to view the stellar results, while the other was looking at the details of the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer. Meanwhile, his main body had its flaming crimson gold hair waving madly as it undaunted with shocking power, the spinning illusory crown above him putting everything together as they all focused on the cosmos spinning madly within Noah's body, the cosmos that at this moment had spilled over 5 billion, this number far surpassing the measly less than 300 million cosmos Noah had before, as his base stats shot up significantly, and when one put together the base statistical values with the boosts from the now tens of insuperable nomological edicts and even a single quasi-taboo nomological edict, the result was Noah jumping from a 200,000 ascendancy value and exceeding 1 million in a few hours within the cosmic Holy Land as ridiculously he so easily and silently arrived at the 6th firmament of ascendancy. Chapter 1531, Quasi-Taboo. Scaling the firmaments truly was a hard task, truly, yet the specimen that was Noah was going against all of this, as he would be at the 4th firmament in 1 hour, then in 5th firmament another hour of that same day, and he now stood at the 6th firmament as his rise in power was still not done. There was still an overabundance of quadruplicate shards of a seed of reality, existential pearls, and soul crystals to devour as Noah's strength would continue to rise, his current origin and mental waves were extremely clear as his soul felt like it was being bathed by rivers of powerful essence over and over again, the sensation of tightness he had from all the concepts he held fading away as it felt like a small container was gradually expanded. His thought processing speed became even more ridiculous among the many things boosted by a stronger soul, with the way he could utilize his abilities far exceeding the former him, as he would only find out where his limits lay when he tested himself out. Even though he exceeded 1 million in ascendancy value and stepped into the 6th firmament of ascendancy, he didn't consider it a stupendous achievement, as he simply continued with the mindset that what others considered grand lifetime achievements to him, they were merely minor achievements, as he only continued. The remaining soul crystals continued to spin and have their vibrant essence drawn into his body, while the shards of a seed of reality continued to be devoured by him as his cosmic form gained more and more forged cosmos Noah running towards the 10 billion cosmos cap he had seen on so many beings. As he did this, his true sanguine clone was looking at and planning for the uses of the nomological edict of the Gazer, quasi-taboo. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos, and it cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of the Gazer is in a tier of its own, as it has surpassed undeniability to enter a stage capable of heavily altering the very fabric of reality. It has merely entered this stage as it earned the tier of quasi-taboo, with its capabilities being focused in a single specific direction. It draws from the concepts of the ultra-rare bloodlines of the Eye of the Ancient and the Azura Eye bloodlines, along with the concepts of the flames of the Ocular Emperor and Terror Eye. These concepts were then seamlessly combined with the Daos of Primordial, Ruination, Ocularis, Cosmic Eye, Searcher, Undeniability, Destiny, Exuberance, and Marker, along with laws of karma, fate, life, and chaos. With the inclusion of so many differing concepts of edicts and Daos seamlessly, the edict stands as an average quasi-taboo nomological edict as its user is granted the title of Gazer, granting the ultra-rare bloodline of the Lunaris terrestrial eye that grants ultimate visual acuity. At the level of quasi-taboo, the nomological edict of the Gazer grants its architect 1,000,000,000% to all parameters. Nullification to all laws and Daos, nullification to the essence of all minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts, a natural suppression of insuperable edicts as this tier of edicts is only 30% effective against it, and the granting of the abilities of, and. When one achieves completion of this edict, they will be granted the flames of the Gazer that among its many uses, it will allow one to be capable of utilizing the ultimate skill that finds anything known that their heart desires no matter where it is at. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards reality, with the tier of quasi-taboo being even more exemplary in granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 500,000,000%, an increase of 500 billion% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and Daos by 10,000% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and Daos for the nomological edict of the Gazer, 100%, over a trillion in terms of boosts, a trillion. This was part of the reason why Noah's ascendancy value was becoming overly inflated with every rise in his base stats, the boosts he held being simply ridiculous just from this single edict alone, not to mention from the dozens of insuperable edicts put together. But more than the boosts, the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer came with stellar skills. And there were even more fantastical ones in the description of the flames of this edict, the ultimate skill that allowed one to find anything their heart desired. Apart from the listed abilities of, and, there were the ultimate abilities listed in under the description of the flames of this edict termed, and, the last two ultimate abilities were the true boon of this quasi-taboo nomological edict, even though the abilities preceding it were also terrific. Reality Eye was a stupendous passive feature that allowed the holder of the nomological edict of the Gazer to be capable of seeing the true reality of existences before it. With this ability going hand in hand with and as with these three together, Noah would be able to see without any falsehood the identity of the existence he was looking at, their ascendancy value, and their highest ranked edicts. He could pervasively get all of this information as he saw why the Gazer was confident in taking on Natalia and him. When he appeared in the Forsaken Treasure reality, he saw that none of them had reached a certain standard that would cause him danger, and yet he still perished due to the unknown variable that was Noah himself. The downfall of the Gazer reminding Noah that even though this edict allowed one to see much more than others, one still couldn't blindly trust even the reality they saw before them, as anomalies like Noah existed who could overturn everything in the blink of an eye. As he looked at the many features of this edict, Noah's gaze was locked onto the ability that allowed one to find something they knew and desired. Something like the location of the hard-to-find materials required to forge more olden orbs of transmogrification or unique reality jewels, whether they were located in Forsaken Treasure realities or other unique locations Noah had never been to. Chapter 1532 Profound Knowledge. Noah's eyes shone luminously as they locked onto the descriptions of the ultimate skills from the flames of the Gazer. Ultimate Appropriator, if it is known, it can be found. This singular undeniable truth is at the core of the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer, with the holder of its flames being capable of finding anything within the infinite realities so long as they know what they are searching for. Due to the tier of edict, the utilization of the ultimate ability is extremely efficient as it only requires 500 units of the essence of reality to activate. Bibliotheca, all items and existences searched for under the ability of the ultimate appropriator will be listed and recorded permanently in the Bibliotheca as current locations of these existences. For any variation of the recorded items will constantly be displayed. Unlike Noah's edicts, the descriptions of the ultimate abilities of this quasi-taboo nomological edict forged by Barbosa were fairly simplistic, but their usage could not be denied as they truly granted something that would even cause 8th and 9th firmament existence look at with envy. Anything one knew and desired. They could find. BZZZT multicolored essence of reality was activated as in the past hours. Noah had recuperated to his maximum reserves as he had approximately over 2,500 units ready to be deployed, his refinement of the soul naturally increasing the cap of his units. He generated a vast majority of the 2,000 units through absorbing 2 of the 100 medium-tier reality crystals that were quadruplicate from the original 20, each of them granting 1,000 units of the essence of reality. As at this moment, 500 units surged within Noah's body and coiled around the flames of the geyser, the ability of ultimate appropriator being utilized to simultaneously search for 3 things. These were, of course, the breath of reality, soul crystals, and naturally formed primordial treasures, the 3 ingredients apart from the true blood of 8th firmament existences and above that were required to forge the olden orb of transmogrification that could birth quasi-taboo nomological edicts. A splendorous essence erupted out as Noah's head rose, his eyes releasing gorgeous rays of light as boundless information entered his mind buzzed as it was shown an endless expanse of blackness, and then countless shining dots bloomed all over this empty blackness as if a painting was being laid out, amidst the blooming stellar lights that pulsed with 3 colors to represent the 3 things Noah searched for. He could also see a truly insignificant golden dot that represented him and his current location. In the vast expanse of blackness that now held 3 pulsing lights, his small flickering light was in a small corner that he had to zoom in multiple times onto himself, watching countless clusters of light that represented the things he was searching for fading until he could look at an infinitesimally small section of this space that showed him and the nearby blinking lights that represented breaths of reality, soul crystals, and naturally formed primordial treasures near him. His eyes sparkled as he marveled at what he saw, his act of zooming in allowing him to see a faint golden color that represented his true sanguine clone surrounded by 2 colors that represented soul crystals and naturally formed primordial treasures. This dot was the location of his clone within the Forsaken Treasure reality. It was a shocking finding as it affirmed the unique loot of breaths of reality that Noah obtained from his resplendent treasure cache weren't even within the Forsaken Treasure reality Natalia had found, but there were more soul crystals and naturally formed primordial treasures within this wondrous reality. As at this moment, Noah could pinpoint where within the few floating treasure islands they were located, if he gazed away from the position of the Forsaken Treasure reality. He also saw wondrous clusters of soul crystals spread out over multiple locations, these places being capable of representing many things from prime realities under the banner of the cardinal royal bloodlines of the primordials or even dangerous unknown realities Noah had no idea about. It was similar to how when the late Gazer utilized Ultimate Appropriator to find Noah Osmont the Golden Titan, he was led to a position that led him to find a Forsaken Treasure reality. But he didn't know that he would find such a thing at that location. All of the clusters of light that Noah was looking at showed him many things, the first one reminding him how infinitesimally small he was as his position could barely even enter the expanse of space that the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer could cover. And this was an important point. That the space Noah was currently capable of seeing was only what the limit of the tier of a quasi-taboo nomological edict could observe. Moreover, within this space that this edict could cover, he saw countless lights representing the 3 different loots he searched for. All of them making his blood boil as they seemed to be calling out for him. Most of all, in the expanse of black space shining with glimmering lights. There was a particular cluster of light that represented soul crystals that outshine everything else across the entire covered area. A cluster of light representing droves of soul crystals that would make even legends maddened. Are you a domain of primordials, an unexplored Forsaken Treasure reality, a forgotten reality? Or something else entirely? Noah wondered what this location held at its core as he made a side note to send a clone to take a peek in the future. His attention coming back to the areas near him as he noted one that was within the same distance as the Forsaken Treasure reality that actually had flickering lights of breaths of reality. This was a location Noah had to go to and explore as this material was truly too unique and fewer in number. As for the soul crystals and naturally formed primordial treasures, he noted down other nearby locations as he planned to see whether they were within prime realities that were domains of powerful bloodlines, or if they were unexplored realities he could enjoy for himself. This was the versatility that the nomological edict of the Gazer was providing as Noah now knew countless locations he could go to obtain loot. His future progression continuing to guarantee its ridiculous pace if things continued like this. Chapter 1533. Like moths rushing to a flame, BZZZT. Time passed in the cosmic Holy Land as Noah experimented with the newly gained nomological edict of the Gazer, his body now having finished absorbing soul crystals as he simply devoured the shards of a seed of reality and existential pearls. His number of royal cosmos approached 10 billion as his ascendancy value. It was surging within the bounds of a single million and heading upwards as Noah went to clinch the stage of seventh firmament in the next few hours no matter what, and as he continued to strengthen every part of himself thoroughly. The effects of his strength were spreading out across realities as he was connected to truly too many beings, within an emerging reality that Cecilia used to oversee. RAA, the cry of a glorious penguin echoed out as the Emperor Penguin was in the midst of a thrilling battle against a champion of reality. Its body was enthroned in a golden glow of grandeur due to the archetype granted upon it, moving across the starry sky like a golden armored primal creature as its golden flipper thundered down towards a cyclops that shone with the glow of the invincible system. Come on, the true blood within the Emperor Penguin churned in excitement as the singular eye of the Cyclops champion of reality pulsed and released a shocking ray of light. The impact bound to be glorious, but BZZZT, the flipper that the Emperor Penguin was throwing down instantly accelerated and bore down with an even more terrifying force that even caused the stellar space to crackle and shatter. The golden figure of the champion of reality that was retaliating valiantly, feeling a suffocating feeling of power as in the next instant he was pulverized into nothingness. The Emperor Penguin came to a stop as he was dazed. I was already holding myself back to 1% of my power. Master's strength is still rising. WAA, this bird was shocked to feel an uncontrollable surge of strength that instantly vaporized a champion course through his body. And this was still when he was limiting himself to 1% of his total power. These were just some of the effects Noah's rise in power was having as those who had pledged fealty to him. Well, their ascendancy value could actually be counted in a simple manner. Under the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor, there was the tyranny of the soul, ability that accounted for Noah's ridiculously large capacity of concepts as his soul was reinforced based on the number of existence pledging their fealty to him. In turn, there was also the ability of oath to the emperor that allowed his vassals to take from a portion of his strength. It was described that those below the cosmic realm could access 1/50th of Noah's power. Where it was easy to calculate this as if Noah had surpassed 1 million in ascendancy value, vassals at that stage could actually display power at the fourth firmament of ascendancy. That was a mere portion of a 50th of Noah's strength. Of course, this was only in pure power alone, as if they didn't have the proper ascendancy halos or primordial relics, they might not be able to withstand genius existences of this same level. But apart from those below the cosmic realm, there was a distinction with the vassals who had stepped into this stage like the Emperor Penguin, as they were granted 1/10 of Noah's power. At this current moment in time, that was enough to make one a fifth firmament powerhouse. And all that power came just from merely pledging fealty. How glorious the tyrannical emperor was, his legend was only beginning. In the region that held the clusters of realities under the influence of the cardinal royal wolf bloodline, there was also a prominent neighboring cardinal bloodline that shared the borders, a cardinal royal bloodline with a unique disposition and lineage that rivaled the royal wolf bloodline, if not exceeding it due to their unique means. The cardinal royal spirit bloodline, across the infinite realities, within a primordial temple at the very depths of a unique prime reality. Under the banner of the cardinal royal spirit bloodline. The core domain of this prime reality was extremely unique as it pulsed with enormous technologically advanced structures that shone with a glint of purple-blue light. The entire domain looked it from above, taking away the breath from others, as it seemed like an intricately designed system of runic lines with constantly moving pieces and structures. It was one of the domains of prime realities under the banner of the cardinal royal spirit bloodline that was known for their ingenuity, their forms that were formed purely of their souls, always being covered by terrific metallic technological armaments that granted them great power. It was one of the lands of the cardinal royal spirit race that was known for their cutting-edge technology and strength of understanding of the natural laws of reality through their bloodline. As they combined these two to achieve a unique power very few could wield: technomancy. BZZZT, within the depths of this domain, Professor Anity, this new blacklister that has caught the ire of the Royal Wolf Emperor is interesting, is it not? A sonorous voice tinged without an ounce of emotion rang out from a glorious-looking robotic structure that shimmered with purple and blue light, this magnificent robotic structure being a suit that housed a royal spirit of the seventh firmament. Humph, are you so bored, Professor Craven? It is merely a peerless forger. If you had been focusing on elevating the stage of your technomancy, you would have long since been able to create techno-relics that can rival primordial relics. Our time is better spent on researching the truths of these realities and not chasing down some fool that you can kill with proper planning. Another emotionless voice echoed out as it came from another heavily armored and fortified mechanical form that shone with countless runic lines, this one also releasing out a profound aura of the seventh firmament as both of these beings were looking at holographic projections around them. And the primordial blacklist was also among these projections, as a certain name of Noah Osmont was especially prominent amongst the seventh firmament blacklisters, the one known as Professor Anity went quiet briefly after his companion's reply, a flash of light coursing through the techno relic he was adorned in as he spoke decisively. Research has to be backed with experiences. I haven't stretched my soul for a long while as this existence who managed to take down that hotshot gazer. I want to see what makes him tick. WAA. Dash? Silent waves of destiny spread out as his companion only harumphed, continuing with his work as his voice replied back, "You have fun and watch your back then. Statistically speaking, there lies a small chance your fate could be the same as that gazer. That will be something fun to see if it actually does happen. My chances of staying alive even against those at the eighth firmament is more than 70%. Who can match our cardinal royal spirit bloodline in soul power and manage to kill us, especially if you have attained a techno relic? But yes, I will be careful. We all have to heed the words of the technomancy legends and not be among those perishing in this chaos." The emotionless voice was tinged with a hint of intellect and pride as it left, the mechanical set of armor flashing away from this prime reality and shooting off towards the vast boundary between realities as on the primordial blacklist. Another hunter's name was added to those seeking Noah Osmont. If one looked closer, they would even be able to notice that multiple names were written down as those who had taken up this task. All of these names representing seventh firmament primordials, as each one wondered of the existence that had caused the death of a rising primordial who was once known as the Gazer. Even existences from other bloodlines in this region began to join in, as at this moment it was mainly a few powerhouses within two cardinal royal bloodlines that had caught on to the name of Noah Osmont. Chapter 1534, The Seventh Firmament. Within another prime reality housing a primordial temple, two figures were arriving at the top of the golden stairway and entering the primordial temple. The countless figures of primordials moving around this vast temple looking respectfully and making way when they saw the two beings, their eyes being truly respectful towards the small, devilishly blessed woman walking up front while quizzically observing the young man who followed behind her. It was a man they had never seen before, his blue eyes being the distinguishing feature as he released an air of calmness and wildness. The two entered the primordial temple with ease as a few primordials discussed among themselves silently. Who could that be? To walk behind Princess Europa like it's nothing? If you were so curious, just go and ask the princess herself. Why don't you? The voices went back and forth as they droned on endlessly, their targets delving further into the primordial temple and entering a radiant golden hall that had a pulsating white obelisk as the dark-haired woman raised her brows and spoke out in a mischievous tone. So? See how others treat this princess? Maybe you should take on the same disposition. Her dark eyes glimmered as the blue eyes of the young man she talked to barely blinked. Only gazing around him and taking everything in as such a reaction caused the curvaceous primordial to pout while her hand rose up to release bright essence that flooded into the white obelisk in the center of the hall. Is your ego still bruised after the last spar? You defied my expectations again and broke into the cosmic filament realm these past few days, only to be reminded how gulfed the gap between us is. The blue-eyed existence listened to the sonorous voice while only gazing at his surroundings, ruining the fun of the mischievous existence as she instead shook her head while focusing on the white obelisk at the center of the glimmering hall they were in, her voice coming out silently. Let's see what I've missed. BZZZT, a luster of white essence bloomed out as it surged into the body of this Princess Europa, her eyes brightening up as Du uttered a string of words that seemed to be of many different things. The cardinal royal human bloodline will begin their firmament trials for the next set of candidate rulers, more primordials deployed to seek the coming source of chaos. Increased activity from primordial beasts. Her eyes didn't change their luster as she seemed to be receiving an overabundance of news that she went through quickly, most of them being about noteworthy things occurring nearby and some across the larger network of primordials. Oh? Little Snow was killed as the cardinal royal wolf bloodline made a move to subjugate the primal titan bloodline? Humph. The cause is. Oh, her eyes rose in surprise as she saw the name, turning towards the blue-eyed being behind her as she gained a smile while her voice addressed him. A guy with the same first name as you seems to be stirring some waves. A seventh firmament primal titan by the name of Noah Osmont is actually assumed to have killed that creepy gazer along with Little Snow, and he's even a peerless forger too. WAA. Arcs of wondrous blue light finally released from the eyes of the nonchalant existence as he focused on the figure of Europa with an unreadable expression. Dash? What did you say? Del, his voice seemed nonchalant, but it carried a trace of curiosity that Europa picked up on as she turned around with her exquisitely designed face brightening up. Oh, this interests you? The seer that I didn't bring myself to see was killed by this Noah Osmond, as his name is now on the primordial blacklist. Funny enough, they seem to have even made an error and had his power at the third firmament of ascendancy just days ago before they now adjusted it to seventh. Can you imagine if that was actually not a mistake? Maybe there exists another guy out there who can rise through the firmaments similar to you. Well, he would be even faster though, with you still being a weak little thing. Why did you show interest though? You wouldn't happen to coincidentally have this name mean something to you, right, Noah Eckert? Her sharp eyes flashed with power as she asked. The arcs of blue light releasing from Eckert's eyes retreating as he retained his calmness while walking towards the white obelisk Europa stood in front of. Just interesting to hear of a similar name. What is this obelisk telling you all these things anyway? He kept the conversation flowing as he asked nonchalantly while trying to appear as normal as possible, but his mind and soul were buzzing at this moment as he felt an inexplicable feeling of shock. It can't be that guy, can it, WAA? His mind trembled at the mere possibility that the name he heard mentioned from the terrifying primordial before him was actually of the same person that he knew. If it was true, it would be an utterly terrifying concept even to someone like him. He should have been in the first firmament a few days ago when I left him, right? The blue eyes of Eckert shook as he felt like he had received a great blow as he thought about this. No more questions. We have to finish up here soon and get you to the next continuum apocalypse reality. Who knows, you might even draw the attention of the Tellus legend if you have another stellar victory like the last one. The voice of Europa rang in his ears as he only nodded and followed the motions, but his buzzing soul couldn't sit still as he had to confirm. His anomalously strong soul buzzed as he tugged on the strings of destiny connecting him and a certain being as he spent a significant amount of his soul strength to send a certain message. You wouldn't happen to be the same primal titan Noah Osmond who was supposedly at the seventh firmament and already a blacklister with primordials hunting you, right? Little by little, knowledge of a certain blacklister spread as he was silently rising his power in a unique domain of time. At this moment in time, many hours had passed within as after Noah finished consuming soul crystals and elevated his soul to another level, Noah had put more of his focus on the forging of royal cosmos and another area that granted him a boost in his ascendancy value. His ascendancy halos. From his original ascendancy halo of catastrophe, 3 more crimson halos lined up by exquisite golden runic bands could be seen shining gloriously as on top of this. His origin was rumbling and quaking as it neared the 10 billion benchmark that stopped all the beings Noah had come across so far. Chapter 1535, Radiant New Halos. A 10 billion benchmark, a profound benchmark that didn't matter too much for Noah as even before he reached it, his ascendancy value had already exceeded what most could achieve in their lifetime. From the 1 million value he had with a few billion cosmos, the journey towards 10 billion had continued to raise him ever higher as when adding the fact that he utilized the capabilities of the Sanguine Emperor to complete fuse 3 additional ascendancy halos filled with insuperable nomological edicts, his value had long since exceeded 10 million as he didn't just break the shackles of the 7th firmament of ascendancy. He obliterated them entirely as he was currently at 20 million in terms of his ascendancy value. A pause had to be taken here. It truly could not be stressed enough how arduous the task was of rising through the firmaments, and yet here Noah was doing the impossible as with a few hours in the cosmic Holy Land, he had truly stepped into the 7th firmament of ascendancy. A glorious stage that overseers of prime realities were required to have as a prerequisite, and Noah achieved it. Just days after he became the overseer of his first emerging reality, and at this time, BZZZT, the last royal cosmos that granted Noah exactly 10 billion cosmos was forged as thereafter. His origin only buzzed with a radiance of light. No more cosmos could be forged, an unshakable wall had been reached as nothing past 10 billion could be forged, a wall that plagued many geniuses who forever remained in the 7th firmament of ascendancy. Noah knew of this wall from the memories of the 7th firmament existences he had looted. And scaling it was arduous for others, but it was bound to be even more arduous for him if he didn't have the cards he had on hand anyways. But he wasn't worried too much about this currently as he knew it to be a temporary blockage right now, and he already had the plans to break through it and continue higher in the future. His focus now after the side of forging cosmos was also done. Was the glorious ascendancy halos that he currently had 4 shining in a magisterial fashion. This was the explanation behind his continued ridiculous rise of ascendancy value. On top of the forged royal cosmos, the number of halos he now held and their authorities granted a great array of boosts that got him where he was currently. Each of his current halos represented 30 nomological edicts as currently, the flames fused within accounted for 120 insuperable nomological edicts. The quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Gazer. Was still not included in any of the halos, as Noah planned to forge a fifth halo full of insuperable nomological edicts, and he would include the highest tier of edict he held into this one, as it would be the last he could forge that had a full inclusion of only insuperable nomological edicts apart from the Gazer. This was all merely by choice, as halos could still be forged with quasi-insuperable nomological edicts and lower-tiered concepts, but their boosts would be much lower, as their addition towards Noah's progression would be little, and Noah still had a source of concepts to obtain, as there were 8 sixth firmament primordial guards for him to clear out in the mirror reality within the Forsaken Treasure reality. So at this moment, he proceeded carefully, while knowing full well just how rapidly his strength had risen, beginning a fifth halo, as this time the burning flames of the Gazer that shone with a mixture of white and gold were the first to be utilized. Other flames added to it as Noah fused their bloodlines to achieve a seamless fusion of these flames. Bzzzt, an eruption of glorious majesty bloomed out as the forging of this fifth halo was different from the prior 4, Noah's figure rising up from his golden throne as the rings of light spun around him with regal fervor. The outline of a fifth ring was forming gradually, as its color was not the usual red, as it was painted gold, del. Due to the formation of a halo that matches the wavelength of previously forged ascendancy halos, the equivalent tier of the past ascendancy halos is now confirmed. WAA, the prompt appeared with a glorious splendor of gold, as details that had appeared in the ascendancy halo of catastrophe were finally put in place. Noah's ascendancy halo, which shone with a crimson color and was inscribed with bands of gold, was unranked this whole time. Noah having seen in its details that when he came across a halo of a similar tier it would stop being unranked, at this moment in time, his inclusion of a quasi-taboo nomological edict to form his fifth ascendancy halo that shone with a golden hue was him accurately coming across a different tier of a halo, as it matched the equivalent wavelengths of power being given off by all the previous halos. A state of power that was only brought forth by the capabilities of the Sanguine Emperor that allowed Noah to fuse the bloodlines of the edicts. This singular difference had actually caused Noah's first halos to be equivalent in power to gold-tier ascendancy halos that only came about due to the inclusion of a quasi-taboo nomological edict. White, blue, purple, and gold, these were the tiers of ascendancy halos, as Noah would never in his lifetime even be tinged by the tiers of white, blue, purple, bzzzt. The 4 crimson halos with gold bands spun around him crazily as his flaming hair danced above his head madly, the gold bands around the halos unfurling with speed and haste as they went to paint these initial halos fully gold. All ascendancy halos formed through sanguinity will be at the minimum tier of gold. Due to the unique nature and formation of your halos, you can designate the color they display to other existences, changes, and power course through him, as he saw his crimson halos painted gold, his fifth halo finishing to be fully forged at this moment as a wave of golden light shot out from him to surge over the entire cosmic Holy Land. A surge of pristine power and wonder that even Noah had to close his eyes to, and when he finally opened them, he only saw the 5 spinning halos of light before his eyes. Hum. They released humming sounds that caused friction with the surrounding space as they undulated around him with utter glory. His eyes flashed as he sent a thought forward to test out what the prompts had affirmed, as in the next second, the color of the 5 halos instantly became purple. Another flash of light, and after Noah's command, the color that the 5 halos displayed became blue. Then white, and then back to gold. Whatever he wanted to display, he could do so with ease due to the unique way these halos were formed. Chapter 1536, Radiant New Halos. Noah's body was constantly flashing with incandescent light as 5 brilliant halos of ascendancy spun around him, his thoughts flowing into them as they constantly changed color, from bright white to fully gold, and he even missed the crimson color he had initially, as when his thoughts came to this point, the halos undulating around him were dyed a bloody color that caused the very surroundings to be painted red. The austere aura of power he released calmed down a little as the essence around him settled, his body floating down gently as he ascertained all the gains so far. After the formation of the 5th ascendancy halo, his ascendancy value continued to rise up unnaturally as it had reached 23 million and was climbing up slowly still as he acclimated to his power. The 7th firmament. His vibrant voice echoed out as he couldn't help but look at himself when he realized just what stage of power he had arrived at in a short period of time, unable to imagine the pace of millions of years that others took, but here he was. He thoroughly grasped everything he attained as on the newly undulating ascendancy halos. Each one had its own uniqueness of the level of boosts they were providing to Noah. This was because, similar to his ascendancy halo of catastrophe that had its own unique authority, the following halos he forged had their own identity and authority. The second ascendancy halo was termed the ascendancy halo of perseverance, as from it Noah had obtained the authority of perseverance. Dash. Opposite to the authority of catastrophe that allowed Noah to release highly offensive capabilities that only those who held halos containing a large number of insuperable nomological edicts could counter, the authority of perseverance was a defensive version of this, as it nullified any damage unless others held a significant number of insuperable nomological edicts within their halos, and even the damage was heavily reduced as Noah had his defenses heavily elevated. The reason for the authorities of these halos to lean towards a certain direction was influenced by the flames of edicts fused within them to some extent. With the third ascendancy halo being known as the ascendancy halo of haste, as it granted the authority of haste that stupendously elevated Noah's movement, attack, and cast speed. Then there was the authority of vicissitude, and for the ascendancy halo that contained the nomological edict of the gazer, it was termed the ascendancy halo of ocularis. Each one further intensified Noah's prowess in a certain direction, as among those with a similar firmament of ascendancy he would excel in shocking ways that they wouldn't even be able to stand against him: catastrophe, perseverance, haste, vicissitude, and ocularis. Noah called out the names of these edicts as they hummed and released waves of power over him. His mind feeling content at the shocking rate he was elevating himself, as right about when he was going to move on to the next task, he felt a string of destiny from a certain existence be pulled as they spent a significant amount of essence of soul power to send a message towards him. You doubt wouldn't happen to be the same primal titan Noah Osmont who was supposedly at the seventh firmament and already a blacklister with primordials hunting you. Right, Del/Del, such information flowed into his mind from none other than Eckert as his brows raised, the memories of the gazer and snow flashing through his mind as when he thought of the figures within their memories. A situation was gradually built in his mind based on all this knowledge and Eckert's words that just came through. It might have been a terrifying truth for others to realize, but for Noah. He actually smiled devilishly as his voice echoed out silently before replying to Eckert, "Can they not give me a little break?" Yes. Even before he could absorb and eat up what the primordials had inadvertently sent his way now too long ago, they seemed to have redoubled their efforts as his danger level was elevated to the seventh firmament, with existences of this level now genuinely out to hunt him. It of course came with opportunity, but also immense danger as with this increased scrutiny. Noah knew from his memories of the royal wolf emperor that the gazer and his own daughter knew very well. He knew that this being might have already set the hounds that were seers on him. Existences who could pierce through the veils of mystery and find out things others couldn't even imagine. The gazer was respected in his position and even had many friends due to him being a type of a seer. He wasn't one that could traverse the endless seas of destiny and find out things others could not, but he could see in other aspects, as his quasi-taboo nomological edict showed as he was elevated to the stage he was at. Now, such existences would be sought for to set their sights on none other than him. Noah had expected this future, as it was one of the few things that had already steeled his heart towards which nomological edict he would be raising to quasi-taboo, not because it was necessarily the best option for him to choose currently, but because it was the one that guaranteed his life, and if keeping his life was the ideal scenario, then the selection of this edict would undoubtedly also be the best at this time. The knowledge that his name had already spread as existences at the seventh firmament of ascendancy were already mobilized only solidified his choice as he waved his hands towards the loot mountain before him that still held hundreds of shards of a seed of reality, many glittering treasures being pushed aside as a luminous olden orb of transmogrification floated towards Noah. His hand called out for this orb as he looked at it with bright eyes, his essence and soul power moving as he tugged back on the string of destiny he had forged with Eckert and sent back a reply to this being. "Yeah, I reached the seventh firmament of ascendancy not too long ago. It took a few days, but it wasn't too much work. How far behind are you?" Chapter 1537. An olden orb burns. The method of communication through strings of destiny was extremely unique, as it took time for the message to traverse across the boundaries of reality and be carried by destiny, with many beings not being able to do it unless they had overly strong souls and essence to spare, along with being proficient in utilizing destiny to their own wills. Noah didn't have to be near Eckert to know that his words would cause this being to go speechless the moment they reached him, and he wasn't too far off as he played with the olden orb of transmogrification within his hands while the glow of fortune and destiny surrounded him. He didn't have to wait too long before another message returned. "I won't even ask how you did such a thing. I'm a few firmaments behind you, but I should catch up after delving into a few more continuum apocalypse realities. For you to talk the way that you are, it seems I have no need to warn you to be careful. I'll just thank you for reminding me that anything is possible in these vast realities. the message was filled with conviction as Noah smiled when reading it. His actions were a reminder to Eckhart that anything was possible within these endless realities. An existence like him could go from the first firmament to the seventh in a few days. Were there others who could do the same? With the number of possibilities being infinite, would all things not be possible? It was a question that could cause discussions and arguments to bloom, but Noah cared not for its answer as after he felt the string of destiny between him and Eckhart rest as per normal, his eyes went back to the olden orb of transmogrification. If either of them needed to aid each other, they could reach out easily as for now, each of them had their own destinies. Eckhart mentioned something as wondrous as continuum apocalypse realities, Noah digging into the memories of the gazer to recall information about these unique domains that were actually out in place by an existence from the bloodline of Tellus who had reached the realm of reality eons ago. This legend, who should have been an enemy of primordials, had constructed realities of constant slaughter and apocalypses to feed his very nature as a Tellus. And due to his unique power and connections with even primordial legends, he had remained unhindered over the last eons as even primordials went to play in the continuum apocalypse realities he designed the unique domains of. This was the location that Eckhart was playing around in as Noah was playing around in a forsaken treasure reality with powerful existences trying to get on his tail. These were each of their own destinies, as who knew where they would all lead, but Noah was certain of his own set of actions and what results they would bring forth, as at this moment, his thoughts and essence flowed into the olden orb of transmogrification within his hands. Bzzzt, arcs of resplendent light erupted out as the decision for the usage of this orb was already made. There were many possibilities, and each of the edicts that were chosen didn't mean they weren't overly important. It just meant they would be getting elevated in the coming future after Noah forged more orbs of transmogrification. Del. The first choice at this moment was best suited for Noah's prowess and survival, with the others coming later as he was looking forward to the times when the nomological edicts of Apocalypse, Resplendent Treasure Emperor, Commandment, and most of all Sanguine Emperor to be raised to the tier of quasi-taboo. He couldn't wait for all of these edicts to be elevated to this level, but even more so for the nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor, purely because of all the possibilities of upgrades he could receive on sanguinity and his ascendancy halos. This edict would be among the next generation to be elevated as soon as Noah forged olden orbs of transmogrification, but the current edict to have the honor of elevation was none other than the nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor. The edict that common seers would envy would be getting an elevation to quasi-taboo, as it would allow Noah to reach such a stupendous level that very few seers could reach. Very few seers in the ranks of 7th or 8th firmament, and to an extent the 9th firmament anyways. This was the edict Noah had to elevate at this moment in time, as he had to protect himself from being observed and found out by others. He was lucky with the gazer, as he had locked onto the body of his true sanguine clone. But what if someone with a more specific edict appeared? What if they had found information about who he was, his capabilities, and exactly where his home reality was, similar to how he could utilize the features of the Dictum Emperor on beings to pull up their status sheets and learn all about them, before any disastrous possibilities could unfold as powerful primordials focused on his name? Noah watched as the olden orb of transmogrification within his hands burned with magisterial flames of profound authority leaking from it and hungrily jumping onto Noah's soul. As the flames danced with a glorious color of gold, they jumped onto his soul and wrapped around a specific concept. Ignoring any rankings of this concept, as at this moment, it was being elevated to another level entirely. Bzzzt, crackles of light bloomed as the process intensified and became even wilder. Noah's seas of destiny and fortune that had already been expanding to crazy degrees crying out at this moment as they unbelievably screamed out that they could expand even further. Incandescent waves of destiny bloomed and spread out from the cosmic Holy Land, Noah not knowing just how close he had come to a shocking pathway of destiny at this moment in time. If he had been just another 20 or 30 seconds before he undertook the action of elevating the Dictum Emperor, if he had not been in the cosmic Holy Land and conducting all of these actions under different rules of time that expanded seconds into hours, many things might have played out differently. As while Noah made moves, the 9th firmament Royal Wolf Emperor had long since sent out his orders to have seers turn towards his direction and report as within the seconds that followed. A seer was actually about to act to aid this current figurehead of a cardinal royal bloodline. Chapter 1538. Truly a seer. The connections that a figurehead of a cardinal royal bloodline had were robust and unfathomable, as an existence below the realm of reality tasked with representing a cardinal royal bloodline and overseeing the small tasks of their race. They were busier than most beings, as they had to collate information on the workings of an uncountable number of realities, only being able to manage such a thing by designating generals under them to manage all the prime and emerging realities while reporting to them. Their identity was special as they has access to many resources, with it being a common knowledge that the emperors of cardinal royal bloodlines would be the ones that were guaranteed to reach the stage of a legend once their tenure was over. Such a being had countless connections, as many already considered them halfway towards the authority of a legend. This was the reason why a single word from the royal wolf emperor could cause grand waves, as he didn't have to do a single thing. He didn't make a move during the siege on the Isles of the Gilded Forge, and neither did he do anything for any of the prime realities they subjugated thereafter. He simply oversaw everything and received the reports of the other armadas he had sent out as those mobilized for this incursion against the primal Titan bloodline were only a fraction of the power and force that the cardinal royal wolf bloodline could deploy. When the commands of the royal wolf emperor spread to the special existences that were seers, they didn't even have to be among the bloodline of primordials to want to help, as lending aid to such a being was something they would even rush to do. There were a few prominent seers who held unique quasi-insuperable or insuperable nomological edicts that were geared towards gazing through mysteries, but these beings didn't find anything substantial, as they were nothing to worry about. But there were always exceptions. BZZZT, in an unknown location, arcs of pandemonium formed into destructive lightning as buzzed across a region as vast as a cluster of cosmos, towards the very center of this destructive region that would pulverize seventh firmament existences in a few microseconds. An aura of abundant life force could be felt as there was an existence shrouded in darkness. Shockingly, one could see his bronze skin shining with a metallic luster as the arcs of pandemonium seemed to swirl around him, the most surprising thing being that on the exceedingly handsome face of this existence, one could actually see that their eyes were mere sockets. There were no actual eyes within them, as it seemed like an endless abyss was swirling at the center of his face. A favor for the Wolf Emperor would open up a few pathways of destiny. His voice was scratchy as he spoke, giving off a feeling of age and mystery as his abysmal empty eyes released swirls of darkness that caused an abnormal number of eaves of golden destiny to erupt from him. Noah Osmont. Let us see everything there is to know about you, the eyeless seer. Essence moved chaotically and with utter abandon as the pandemonium as the surrounding churned, seas of golden destiny erupting out as fortune washed over it in waves. The eyes of this ancient existence within an unknown reality released beams of dark light as gradually, these beams began to show shocking images of none other than Noah. Let's see. Actually having an ounce of difficulty, the calm and laid-back expression on this being changed, as this was unusual for him to come across. Anybody he wanted to find out about, he could do so with ease, as the only beings who gave him trouble were those in the ninth firmament of ascendancy, or those who were close to reaching the same stage of concepts as him. This was because he was an ancient existence who had lived for eons and was among those who could move with impunity into the firmaments of ascendancy, a ninth firmament existence. That was known as the Eyeless Hermit, Del, BZZZT. The waves of destiny erupted with even more fervor as a serious expression appeared on the Eyeless Hermit. The black light he released caused the images of Noah to solidify as the voice of this ancient creature rang out in a mesmerizing fashion. Seventh firmament of ascendancy. What? An age of soul lower than 100? This. Where are you? Boom. The essence of this being was about to move towards solving a mystery focused on the direction of a location when instantly the black beams of light his empty eye sockets released were retracted and shattered. An instant later, the body of the eyeless hermit trembled as he spat out golden blood, his expression not calm anymore as it carried a trace of shock and surprise. Cut off? Me. His own words seemed to speak of the disbelief and shock, as he wasn't just cut off, but he was rebounded completely, as such a thing wasn't possible unless there was a quasi-taboo nomological edict geared towards destiny. The empty sockets of this being shone with boundless abyssal light as he calmed down instantly. His eyes flashed 3 times as in the next moment, obsidian illusory screen showing the devilishly handsome figure of Noah situated on a faint golden throne could be seen. These were the images captured before the shocking rebound occurred, with the other illusory black screens pulled up showing a blooming seed of reality, a faint bloody figure, and a faint golden book, glimpses of knowledge. This was all that the existence who had been closest to finding out and possibly helping in clipping the wings of a tyrant who was flying much too fast had gotten. Who are you, really? And at this moment. A fixation also bloomed as the abyssal eyes of a unique ninth firmament existence stared at the image of Noah situated on the throne, this figure seemingly staring back at him as a knowing smile could be seen on its lips. His eyes bathed in gold as he seemed to be looking right back. At this same moment in time, within the cosmic Holy Land, Noah was taking on a similar posture exactly to what a certain existence had captured, even having the same expression as it only deepened with its devilishness, resonant words ringing from his lips, the eyeless hermit. The identity of an existence he had no knowledge of before and nor should he have had any knowledge of now was uttered from his lips as after the shocking action he took of elevating Dictum Emperor to the quasi-taboo level. This was only a portion of how his capabilities had been elevated. For one, he would from now on be able to know the identity of every single being who tried to utilize destiny to gaze towards his direction. Chapter 1539, The Progeny of the Tyrannical Emperor Descends. To those glancing towards him, he could glance back and see them as well. The nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor has been successfully elevated to the quasi-taboo tier. Words of splendor had been rising over his eyes as this elevated edict had instantly gone into effect at the same time that a powerful existence was searching for him. The abilities of Premium Reader have been greatly expanded to be applicable to any existences who do not hold defensive quasi-taboo nomological edicts geared towards destiny, and even the small chance of being capable of grasping the weaving of destiny across realities. The ability, Eye of Fate, has been changed to Eye of Destiny. That will reveal everything about those you know and think of. Only those being capable of escaping your sharp gaze having the chance to hide from you. Those who turn their own gazes towards you can be fed whatever information you wish for as you also gain the chance to gaze at them in return. WAA, the prompt that explained what had just occurred descended down. This being from the feature of Eye of Destiny, Noah had not yet set up any false set of information to give if others were gazing his way, and this was why his information was just blocked when the terrifying existence that was the eyeless hermit looked in his direction. The supreme bloodline of the Watcher has been unlocked from the elevated flames of the Dictum Emperor. The quasi-taboo flames of the Dictum Emperor burn and remold, author's viewpoint, into an ultimate ability capable of altering one's own destiny and the destiny of others so long as a sufficient price is paid. As the innumerable paths of destiny unfold, the decree of the Dictum Emperor shall descend to decide the paths followed. The summary of elevated abilities that Noah had to delve into in order to fully understand were laid out, with even something as fantastical as a supreme bloodline being unlocked. Never before had such a bloodline appeared within Noah as he felt his crown that signified his bloodline of an emperor of old tremble, rotating faster as it seemed to spin with even more fervor and strength as if it was meeting something familiar. His Destiny Goblin King bloodline, the Cardinal Royal Wolf bloodline, Telos. Any of the bloodlines he had currently had only ever reached the tier of ultra rare. If one recalls, the tiers of the bloodlines were common, uncommon, rare, ultra rare, supreme, and lastly venerable bloodlines. At this stage, Noah had actually managed to obtain a supreme bloodline from a quasi-taboo nomological edict as his body in origin was already reacting and trying to understand just what this bloodline would entail. The Watcher, WAA. Noah uttered the words silently. The abused glimmer of essence and light all around him suddenly halted. All the essence in the surroundings came to a stop before an instant later, everything surged into Noah's body as his cosmic form was gradually changed. The stellar light of cosmos that made up his entire body faded as sparkling fair skin bloomed. His body releasing translucent light from his shoulders, a vibrant robe shining with a glow of an illusory reality bloomed to drape over him. His crimson gold crown spinning above him flashed with urgency and fervor as an instant later, its color changed as it also became painted with an illusory reality, beginning to shower Noah's body with waves of robust and immense authority of essence. Del, boom. The moment the crown released this grandeur of light, Noah's eyes trembled as an instant later, he felt his line of sight expanding as it bloomed out in a circular motion at the speed of light. It covered the whole infinite reality right away and his home reality microseconds after, covering the edges of this reality as it very soon entered the boundary between realities and kept on expanding. His gaze and line of sight propelled out further and further as he felt like he was watching all of the things that were occurring under this space he covered with the strings of destiny of the countless existences covered under this authority lying themselves bare to him. This was the supreme bloodline of the Watcher. A lineage of rarely seen existences that even at this moment, Noah was only receiving what could be considered the basic physiology of this bloodline as he hadn't even delved into anything on what it could truly do. His physiology alone covered a distance vaster than reality and continued to expand as all existences under his gaze had their destinies laid bare. With him being capable of receiving such an immense quantity of information that would overwhelm any normal higher existence, as he was acclimating to this scene and using the sight of the Watcher over his home reality, his eyes were drawn towards a particular location that held a faint line of gold light and a radiant pillar of blazing gold light stemming from the same being. And the source of such a phenomenon wasn't all that far from him as he traced it down to see none other than Adelaide, the first sight that his supreme bloodline of the Watcher that he had barely begun to grasp was that of Adelaide, his eyes curiously locking onto her and the different beams of destiny shooting from her body. The fate line he quickly understood came from her as the luminous beam that overshadowed her by too many factors came from something that she was carrying, something that she had been carrying for many years in the cosmic Holy Land. A mere passage of days had passed in the outside world, but an approximate number of over 100 years had passed in the cosmic Holy Land without accounting for the few times that Adelaide left this domain of space. For over 100 years, this unique woman had been carrying his progeny. Noah looked at the blinding beam of destiny that represented this existence as his thoughts reached out to the beam of destiny. Has it not been long enough, BZZZT? His voice was magnetic as his thoughts alone caused an illusory gold hand to form that went to pull on this golden beam of pure gold light. This beam shockingly releasing a tyrannical glow as if it felt the hand nearing, but calmed down right after when it sensed its source as it allowed the illusory hand to grasp onto it, a brilliant glow of essence surging forth at that moment. Not knowing anything of what was happening, the figure of Adelaide that was walking through a domain of spiritual herbs came to a stop as she looked at her belly in shock, a splendor of golden light beginning to be released from it as the surroundings began to surge with mana and profound waves of essence. Chapter 1540, The Progeny of the Tyrannical Emperor descends. The cosmic Holy Land was a vast expanse of space that could hold many things within it, with the current location of Adelaide being within a cluster of golden-colored spiritual herbs that spread out for miles. The soft wind caused the gilded leaves to sway and wave. Azoric radiance shone down to cause a glorious scene. This image further intensified as the figure of Adelaide began to glow with a terrifying and pristine aura of power, a power that had its source being her belly. As at this moment, the aura released was so pronounced that golden mist began to condense around her. Noah's figure appeared right at this moment. His body draped by a robe that shimmered with the illusory light of reality as even his spinning crown above his head took on the same disposition. His figure constantly released airs of an untouchable being that was standing on a higher plane than anyone around him, but his face was currently filled with care and concern as his altered hands reached out to support the back of the blue-haired Adelaide. His eyes constantly shone with mesmerizing multicolored light as his current form as the Watcher could see many things, his sight having access to a great deal of information as he gazed towards the belly of this amazing woman before him. There, he could actually see an immense cluster of destiny and fortune that seemed to be contracting and expanding as if it had reached a certain point and was ready to come out. It was a wonder to see as for this cluster of light, Adelaide had spent over 100 years in the cosmic Holy Land. For this cluster of destiny and fortune, she had eaten all of the spiritual fruits and herbs Noah had planted as the nutrition for the wonder in her belly had received was utterly shocking. Spiritual herbs that others would call sacred herbs in some realities were eaten by her en masse as they contained the essence of laws and Taos. When other beings were in the process of forming their musculature, bones, and organs by relying on nutrients of common foods. The wonder in Adelaide's belly was receiving primordial apples and strawberries of ruination among many more things as it was molded by the very essence of cosmos. Now, it was time. Here, Noah assessed the situation while taking Adelaide's hand, calming this woman who had actually begun to show a nervous and stressed expression. He handed her a cluster of existential pearls while nodding lightly, the dense golden leaves around them swaying as the wind picked up. Will it be okay? Adelaide took the existential pearls as she asked, Noah giving her a light smile and a nod as she looked into his stellar multicolored eyes with utmost trust. And popped an existential pearls in her mouth. BZZZT. The golden mist spreading out became even denser as Adelaide's body began to glow, her hand not stopping as she swallowed even more existential pearls. A single one was enough for someone to entirely change their blood into true blood and achieve the stage of a higher existence, and she absorbed over a dozen in a short period of time as rays of light began to shoot out while her body was elevated from the pristine earth below, rising to the skies of the cosmic Holy Land while a golden cocoon began to form around her. Noah followed her every step of the way as shockingly, his new body and physiology naturally moved and melded itself as the surging rays of gold light and cocoon around Adelaide didn't even come in contact with him as if he wasn't even there to begin with or he was in a different plane as he could observe everything without being touched by anything. Normally, no foreign bodies would be in the cocoon of an existence elevating themselves to another level, but Noah's body was able to remain by Adelaide's side and phase through any of the surging essence around them as every step of the way that he was there, the Watcher was there, unaffected and untouched. Fortune and destiny surged. Rivers of mana flooded out as the very essence of reality also came to circle Adelaide's body in the unknown existence she carried in her belly, as the coalescence of essence reached the peak and raged with utmost fervor. the reformation of body and soul occurred as the existence that had resided in the belly for over 100 years underwent yet another reformation of wonder and got ready to come out. Del. A. E/del, thump. At such a juncture, the beat of a shocking heart began to resound across the cosmic Holy Land. Dash. Comma. Thump, a heartbeat so strong and domineering that its sound waves alone transferred out far, going on to spread in the novice universe and the entire primordial cosmos as soon enough. Thump, it expanded and covered the vast cosmos of the entire infinite empire. Thump, a single heartbeat. Spreading out over countless light years and spanning thousands of cosmos. How glorious, how tyrannical. It was an existence announcing itself to everyone before it was even born. Thump, after the infinite empire, the heartbeat went out to resound across the seas of ruination and primordial as only when it was ringing out across an entire reality. Thump, the loudest one yet echoed out as any living existences that had been hearing it all turned towards a single direction. Then, everything calmed. Within the skies of a small region of the cosmic Holy Land, the surging golden essence within a cocoon stopped as at this moment, speckles of light began to pulse and reveal what was hidden in the cocoon as a shocking scene gradually revealed itself. Gradually, one could see the figure of Adelaide shining with a golden luster over her fair skin, the aura of a higher existence prominent on her as beside her, Noah's figure adorned in a robe of an illusory reality and a spinning crown had shining stellar multicolored eyes as both his gaze and the gaze of Adelaide was directed towards the same location. Within the hands of Adelaide, there was a bundle of white light that adorned a third existence, this light forming into a soft white wrapping that only revealed a fair face and a pair of hands and feet. A bundle of pristine and utter beauty is around it, surging seas of destiny and fortune were flowing silently. Chapter 1541, The Progeny of the Tyrannical Emperor descends. Adelaide couldn't help but utter out with utmost love and shock as she gazed forward, not even bothering to check the state of her body as she locked onto the bundle she held within her arms. Even though it was newly born, the glow of shimmering half-black and half-blue hair could be seen draping over just the cutest baby boy, his fair face filled with innocence and purity as his bright jewel-like dark eyes were opened and staring into everything with utmost wonder. A shocking thing that must be mentioned was the fact that above the head of this baby, one could barely discern a faint glow of a glimmering golden crown. The implications of this were unimaginable as one had to wonder how it was so. The arms and legs revealed showed chubbiness and untold scales of adorable, the bright eyes of this boy that shockingly shone with intellect and reason gazing back at Adelaide and then soon after. They changed direction as they searched for a certain being, to the side of Adelaide. These bright dark eyes very quickly locked onto Noah's stellar multicolored eyes as the cute small hands of this baby boy rose, one of them towards Noah and the other landing on the chest of the newly made mother. As a shockingly sweet and innocent voice echoed out, "Father, Mother, a voice. A shockingly sweet and sonorous voice that caused bright gold essence to surge a moment after as the source of this voice had not even moved its lips to speak out these words. A voice that showed the shocking intellect and wonder of this existence that had come to be as the surprises were nowhere near done. Noah's eyes flashed with splendor as Adelaide's mouth hung open in shock, locking onto the sparkling eyes of the baby boy in her arms as tears of joy began to flow on her face. The dark eyes of the baby in her hands caught this as they turned back to the woman holding them, the soft arms reaching up and wanting to wipe the tears on Adelaide's face as when the baby found that it was still too small to reach. Mana shockingly erupted around it in small waves as its figure began to float up. Pristine essence from the surroundings was actually commanded under this being as this essence propped up its figure, its soft hands reaching Adelaide's face and wiping away her tears as the innocent voice filled with intellect continued to ring out. "Sorry I took so long and kept you all waiting." Adelaide saw the scene before her with marvel as her eyes screamed of happiness, turning into crescents as her hands went to grab the bundle in front of her again tightly as if she didn't want to let it slip from her hands again. With eyes full of love, Adelaide held onto one of the small arms of the being before her as she spoke out. "You can talk as soon as you're born and your first words are father? What about your mother that's carried you this whole time, huh?" Words filled with love and teasing echoed out as the bright eyes of the newly born baby shone, an innocent smile forming on its fair and pure face as it called out, "Mother! Mother! Mother!" 3 times, this sonorous voice echoed out as Adelaide couldn't help but bring it to her chest again and hug it tightly. "My baby." Noah watched on beside her with a smile as even his trained bright eyes couldn't hide the joy he felt, his stable and overly powerful heart beating ever so faster as he felt a cluster of emotions he couldn't describe rise up. "My boy." He said these words he never expected to say in his lifetime as the baby within Adelaide's embrace turned towards his direction, his innocent eyes filled with love and respect as they spoke out with a shocking light of conviction. I understand my purpose and will do everything for your happiness. I only wish for my father to give me a name. Del? A. E/Del, with his mother embracing him, the small hands of the baby reached out towards Noah as the fingers of this tyrannical emperor unconsciously rose up, only a single one of his fingers being able to be grasped by the hands of this radiant baby as father and son came in contact. They looked at each other as waves of golden essence surged, the faint crown atop the baby spinning ever so slowly as the more prominent crown above Noah released wondrous waves of authority and light, his expression becoming distinguished and brilliant as his voice echoed out with power, Henry. Henry Osmond, Rumble, Henry. A name that had the meaning of a ruler or leader. Fortune surged and destiny overflowed. Dash? Comma. The figures of the three beings were wrapped in waves of essence as the childish face of Henry released a smile that would cause the heart of any existence to melt, his figure remaining in his mother's embrace as he called out his own name while his body began to glow. Henry. He called out his own name while shockingly, one could see the illusory light of nothing else but a cosmos actually rising on his chest, which was covered by the soft white wrappings. A cosmos, the newly born Henry Osmond was actually in the cosmic realm as his small body was covered with a pristine aura of gold that distinguished him as a higher existence. At the moment of birth, this being was actually a higher existence at the cosmic realm as this dot was just the tip of the iceberg, BZZZT, while in the embrace of his mother, the hands of this small figure began to move as shockingly, the essence of das and laws erupted from him, they came together to shockingly form a concept of an edict as when one looked at it closely, they would stupendously come to realize that it was the nomological edict of samsara. It felt like the essence of samsara. Noah was familiar with dot, but it was different at the same time under the hands of Henry, father, mother. Your child shall make a move first to help achieve your dreams. A scene of utmost majesty and wonder bloomed as the essence of samsara from a single small existence went on to wrap around two others. The illusory light of a reality blooming as while Henry grasped onto Noah's finger, his wide dark eyes shone with multicolored light as he grasped strings of destiny and time that a newly born existence had no business grasping, the glow of light around them only intensifying. The connection of blood lineage is something that far exceeds the relationship of the vassals to the tyrannical emperor. Golden prompts began to flow over Noah's eyes as he witnessed an ecstatic sight, an existence of shocking destiny and fortune who has obtained a portion of your traits, abilities, and concepts has been born. Chapter 1542, Little Tyrant. The relationship of father and son was naturally something that exceeded the bonds of fealty that Noah had with a vast number of existences. Naturally, his son obtained something from him that no other existences could even come close to, as the golden prompts listed that Henry obtained a portion of his traits, abilities, and concepts. All of these things that Noah had were not at all normal, as just a single one of his traits was something ridiculous like infinite mana. As for the concepts, he had things that ranged from laws to das and all the way to quasi-taboo nomological edicts. Just what of his concepts did this small little being obtain? There were too many shocking possibilities, as under the eyes of the Watcher bloodline Noah was currently sporting, he could see that even though Henry was utilizing the essence of samsara, it held differences from his own edict of samsara, as it seemed like it was Henry's own spin on this concept, only just born, and he was already able to do what Noah was doing by making other people's edicts be his own as if he was the architect, with them having his own distinction and authority. BZZZT, bedazzling light shone from the still chubby body of the little boy within the arms of Adelaide, looking like a precious gem was being held within her hands as the illusory light of cosmos. Shining from his chest released waves of mana that with terrifying control wrapped around each of their bodies and shuttled them through space and time. Noah did not lift even an ounce of his mana. Origin was ready to move any microsecond that anything went wrong to intervene, but he found to his wonder that the control of essence all around them was impeccable, the luminous wide eyes of the small baby in Adelaide's hands leading the way without any problems as they traversed the river of time of their reality under the lead of a newly born existence. Eyes of utmost love and wonder were locked towards the half-blue and half-black flowing hair of this remarkable child that was currently adopting a cute expression filled with conviction, his dark eyes luminously searching the way forward as little Henry was currently processing many things. This was because as he was doing all this, golden prompts had been appearing before his own eyes in a stellar fashion, as his earliest memory since birth were these exquisitely drawn text boxes. As the progeny of the tyrant, the concepts of your lineage become available for you to learn and comprehend. The titles of the Child of Destiny, Miraculous Endeavor, Emperor of Fortune, Unparalleled Genius, and Little Tyrant have been granted. The bloodlines of human, samsara cosmic Tao origin, samsara universal Tao origin, prime beast. Primordial dot are free for you to access and change into. Due to your lineage, you have formed a connection to the traits of infinite mana, protagonist, and samsara universal Tao origin within your lineage. Prompt after prompt flowed over his bright eyes as he processed everything he saw, but there was only a singular goal within his mind at this moment, as when his consciousness awoke within his mother's womb those many years ago, he had always felt her need and longing. He had learned of his father's need and longing, as at this moment, he would not rest until he completed it for them. Until he could work to repay the unpayable debt that he had towards his mother and father. For this, the first nomological edict he had chosen to put together from the many that he had access to due to the lineage of the tyrannical emperor was samsara, during the short period of time that he enjoyed the splendor of reality and greeted his mother and father. He pulled upon the strings of destiny and fortune that he had an overabundance of as he altered and did whatever was required of this nomological edict to make it possible for him to go back through time and bring the two people around him along. Only in this manner could what his father sought for be achieved. Henry believed this with utmost confidence for no other reason but the fact that his destiny said so. Now, all that was left was for him to put in the effort. His jewel-like eyes released rays of luster as he let out a valiant shout. The starry rivers of time and space they were in constantly flashing behind them as in no time. Whap, space fluctuated and crumpled as they appeared in a small park in an insignificant corner of a blue planet. The park was filled with passers-by as families could be seen walking around and playing, children on swing sets in the middle of this wide park and other families having picnics on benches or atop the verdant green grass. 3 new beings had appeared in such a populated location as all those around were extremely carefree. And this was the time right before the dungeons of the beast world descended onto this blue planet. Yet nobody saw them as they were covered by a unique essence that these normal human beings would never be able to discern. It was some time since Noah last came to see his mother when he utilized the nomological edict of samsara for the first time, as he told her this day was nearing. But she still wasn't able to leave the shackles that bound her to a certain man. The 3 of them had appeared here as Henry pulled on every string of memory that his father had about his grandmother, knowing that she would be here at this point in time, as this serene park of families gathering was a place she loved to come, and it was so as not too far from them. There was a woman with a face full of love patting the heads of kids running around as she gave out pieces of chocolate. Henry's bright eyes locked onto this figure as the 3 of them began to walk forward, Noah's body flashing with light as dark jeans and a tucked-in white dress shirt appeared on him, his flaming hair turning dark as he came to look exactly the same as his mother remembered him. Thereafter, the 3 of them gradually began to materialize and walk towards her as her attention was very quickly drawn over to the figures walking towards her. For one, even though they hid everything glorious about them as much as they could, the aura of higher existences still pervaded over them as even the eyes of passers-by were drawn towards them. The figure of Amelia Osmond was situated on a bench calmly as her gaze locked onto Noah first, and it then shifted to the shy figure of Adelaide, who thought with all her power that she could at least calmly stare at her mother-in-law, and then her gaze lastly shifted to the little baby boy within the arms of the blue-haired Adelaide, who was looking towards her with his chubby arms outstretched. She was dazed at such a scene as she tried to rise up from the bench, Noah going forward and helping to support her as he called out lightly, "Mom." The domineering tyrannical emperor had his voice down and low as he delicately held on to his mother, her expression still dazed as she looked between Noah and the woman holding the most innocent-looking child as she couldn't even find her words. Chapter 1543, Little Tyrant. Henry's dark eyes shone with a light of intellect at this moment as his figure looked like any common baby, his expression innocent as he smiled foolishly towards his grandmother with his chubby arms trying to reach out towards her. Only after a few seconds did Amelia Osmond regain her bearings as she trembled. Her eyes getting wet as she held onto Noah's shirt while her gaze never left Henry and Adelaide, her voice echoing out, "That is your wife and child." Words that seemed absurd rang out as Noah nodded, almost saying the words that Adelaide was only one of many before he held himself back and answered lightly, "Adelaide and Henry. I wanted to have them come meet you as you always talked about when I would stop playing around and give you a grandchild." His words caused Amelia's figure to tremble as gentle drops fell from her eyes, her hands motioning towards Adelaide as this frozen queen could barely keep herself together as she spoke in the lightest voice akin to a mosquito's buzz while she walked forward. "Mother," she called out lightly while many emotions surged in her mind, not many being able to understand the mind of a daughter-in-law and how they wanted to be perceived by the mother of their man. She came close to Amelia until Henry was able to pull the locks of her hair with his chubby fingers, Noah's mother laughing with joy as she pulled Adelaide and Henry in for a light hug. "Child, it must have been hard on you this whole time." Amelia's voice was filled with happiness as she hugged Adelaide, who only nodded her head lightly, pushing her hands forward as Amelia looked between her and the baby in her hands before she reached out with wonder to put little Henry in her own hands. Bzzzt, unseen waves of destiny spread out as little Henry smiled innocently while his little fingers patted Amelia's face, which was looking at him with utmost love. Henry, he has your face, Noah's mom called out lightly as she played with the tiny hands of the baby in her arms, Noah coming beside her as his voice rang out softly. We had him not too long ago, and I came this time for the same reason as a few days ago, but this time I need your help, Mom. His words caused the eyes of Amelia to flash sharply as many emotions crossed through them, but her gaze couldn't leave little Henry as she continued to play with his little arms. As she did so, her voice came out lightly. What help could you need from an old lady like me? Her eyes flashed with a knowing light as she understood full well why Noah was here, but this time her heart was too far shaken with the baby in her arms as she could see an image over 2 decades ago of another baby that looked exactly like this. Of course I need help. Does Mom think I know anything about taking care of a baby? A light of realization and shock seemingly hit Amelia after these words as she remembered just who her Noah was. Oh gosh, my Noah actually had a child. She was hit with a grand realization as she recalled all the goldfish that had perished when Noah was growing up under his lackluster care, her mind playing a tug-of-war at this moment between two sides as she came to a crossroad. She knew what her son wanted. After all, it was only a few days ago for her when he appeared, but at this moment, she truly could not find herself being capable of denying him. Do you really need this old lady? She spoke as tears filled her eyes, little Henry's smiling face turning worried as his little hands went to try and wipe the tears as it only made them fall even more. Towards her question, Noah and Adelaide spoke at the same time. Always, waves of destiny surged. As a difficult choice was made, Amelia wanted to lift her head and gaze in a certain direction where the man who she had spent a majority of her life with had probably begun another drinking session while waiting for her. But she couldn't find herself capable of gazing away from little Henry, and she couldn't gaze away. Because if she lost focus of him once, she felt like she would make another choice entirely. Then let's go, she called out lightly as her tears dropped freely, Noah's heart also shaking as he placed his hands on her and Adelaide with haste as if he was afraid she would change her decision. Little Henry's jewel-like eyes shone with happiness as a light began to bloom around their 4 figures before soon enough, they disappeared from everyone's eyes in this calm park. The eyes of those passing by were in shock and dazed as this incident would be drowned down by the shocking things that would soon unfold on the blue planet. Bzzzt, robust protective essence wrapped around 4 figures as they crossed through the folds of space and time. Amelia was only a normal human being as Noah covered her body on all sides with authorities of 5 ascendancy halos, the essence of samsara resonating around them as only now was his mom able to raise her eyes to gaze at the stellar sight around them. Amazement and shock couldn't describe what she saw as a shy Adelaide stepped up and spoke lightly. We'll have to get Mother used to all the fantastical things to come. She spoke with utter happiness as Amelia hugged the little body of Henry tightly while wiping her tears and gazing at Adelaide, giving her a smile as her voice echoed out in the tunnel of space and time. Yes, child, you will. Now, tell me about you. Tell me everything. 4 figures shuttled through space and time as untold brilliance and wonder surrounded them, an existence achieving his purpose just minutes after he was born. As they crossed the river of their reality and Amelia was acclimated more and more of what was to come, she couldn't help but finally focus on something else as she gazed above the head of Henry and Noah while speaking out in a questioning tone. Why is there a crown of light on my little Henry and you, Noah? The domineering crowns that were the authority and status of those with bloodlines from olden times shone with splendor and couldn't be hidden as even though she had ignored it this whole time. Noah's mother couldn't help but ask. Faced with this, Noah smiled wryly as with a face full of happiness, he felt their surroundings gradually change as they returned to the cosmic Holy Land they had left not too long ago as he waved his hands to cause the appearance of an existential pearl. It'll get easier to explain soon, but we're here. Another existence that was connected to Noah by blood had arrived into their current time and reality. The moment she did so, Bzzzt, splendorous light surrounded Amelia Osmond as similar to Henry Osmond. Those connected to the lineage of the tyrannical emperor obtained fantastical benefits and boons that others could only imagine. At this moment in time, a long-time wish was achieved. There were many women for Noah to introduce his mother to as he didn't know how she would react, and there was the little tyrant that Noah's eyes as the watcher had seen the shocking golden prompts appearing over his face. There was this unique existence that he had to introduce to others. Chapter 1544, Little Tyrant. LLL. There were those who were naturally curious for information and the wonders they had yet to come across, and then there were existences who craved for more information and sought to learn everything around them with great fervor. the newly born little tyrant. He was more than curious, as within just minutes after his birth, he had already achieved his purpose and allowed his parents to successfully bring a loved one to be with them. His cute little figure was held in the hands of his grandmother as his dark eyes shone with a dazzling light, watching as the body of this being was changed throughout as she went from looking like a kind aged woman going past her 50s to a beautiful woman in her 30s, her dark hair unfurled behind her as her skin smoothed and shone with sparkling light, her eyes showing her great surprise as she felt things no normal human being could even imagine. But even amidst all this, she didn't lose herself in the reverie of power from whatever she obtained due to being part of the lineage of the tyrannical emperor, showing her great mental strength as she only looked towards her son for answers. Her son, his father, little Henry, gazed at Noah with his own dazzling eyes as when he looked at this being, he felt nothing but respect and adoration. As his mother was carrying him for over 100 years, he had only felt her love for him as from the glimpses of memory he could obtain. He was only able to see the arduous past his father had gone through for all of them to be where they were now. From a mere human being in small world, he had elevated himself and his family all the way to the point that Henry was born in his lineage that actually controlled a reality. What a wonder this was! What an achievement that his father had forged! And all this was just the beginning, as with Henry holding the titles of Little Tyrant, Child of Destiny, Miraculous Endeavor, Emperor of Fortune, and Unparalleled Genius among others, he distinctly knew that his father was just starting. Little Henry's destiny was vast and shocking, but his father's? The wide eyes of this newborn had constantly been taking glances at his father, as the little tyrant had yet to truly observe just how vast his father's fortune and destiny was. Towards having such a father, little Henry only had a single thought rise whenever he looked at him and his spinning crown: I will not let you down, father. A strong sense of never wanting to disappoint this being that had built such a strong and pronounced foundation that little Henry's starting point was that of a son of a ruler of an emerging reality. Noah's starting point was utterly nothing as he rose to where he was, so little Henry's thoughts were that if he could not make something of himself when his father had already built him such a steady foundation and pathway, then he didn't deserve his titles as an unparalleled genius or a child of destiny. His dark eyes only shone with a dim luster as his thoughts were his own, his curious eyes craving more information and experiences as they curiously turned towards a certain direction. While the transformation of his grandmother finished, Noah had handed her an existential pearl along with a unique flow of essence that contained an abundant amount of basic knowledge and information. Her soul being able to accept all this with ease at this moment after the feedback of strength from the lineage of the tyrannical emperor, Amelia's eyes had shone with dim splendor as her son did such mystical things, but she better grasped her surroundings thereafter as her new senses also picked up something, and she quickly turned towards the direction that little Henry was also looking at with great curiosity. There, the figures of Barbados, Halcyon, Anna, Valentina, Elena, Athena, and many others could be seen walking forward with a trace of wonder and shyness that these powerful beings never showed before, and there was a row of other existences behind them like the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, Elizabeth, Steel Mikhail, the Sword Emperor, Springforge, and many others. The shyness came as they gazed at Amelia, while their wonder came when they all looked at the chubby body of little Henry in her arms. Utter wonder and shock as the golden beak of the Emperor Penguin seemed to be shifting from Noah to little Henry constantly as his eyes became brighter and brighter while comparing their faces. The others were all the same as powerful existences in the universal filament and cosmic realm were all rendered speechless at this moment. Amelia saw the same shy gaze as she had seen on Adelaide on the few women up front as her eyes opened in shock before she turned questioningly at Noah. You've actually been so busy? Her tone was firm as it caused the tyrannical emperor to cough lightly, walking forward and motioning for Barbados and the others to come forward as his voice echoed out, I'd like Mom to also meet Barbados, Valentina, Anna. A woman after another was introduced as Noah's mom turned speechless at this time, Kazuhiko seemingly nodding his head with pride at his friend's accomplishments as the imperial phoenix beside him harumphed, causing his nodding to stop as he straightened himself up and simply watched on. Like polite daughters-in-law, Barbados and the others were dressed in simple colorful dresses as they acted like their best possible selves, each of them knowing the importance of the mother of the man they loved, as none of the terrifying waves of power and valor they normally showed could be seen. This was especially so for Barbados, as no foul words could be heard anywhere near her, as she looked like the one who was shy the most with her head bowed down. Even such a dreadful necromancer was reined in by her mother-in-law as Amelia looked at all the women Noah had introduced and went on to embrace each of them. Her son may be eccentric to make a harem for himself like this, but she would support him all the way as long as he took care of all of them. And does this mean even more grandkids for me? A terrifying thought crossed Amelia's mind as she acclimated to her new surroundings and learned about the distinguished existences within the infinite empire and the overall reality her son reigned over. Chapter 1545, Little Tyrant. LV, Amelia met the girls first before Noah introduced her to Kazuhiko and all the other important beings, but as everyone paid their respects to his mom, their fixation was very quickly onto the chubby baby boy with bright eyes filled with life and intellect that even now, Amelia had not let go of. This is, the resplendent Emperor Penguin came forward while his flippers reached out to little Henry, Noah seeing his son still cuddling innocently within his grandmother's embrace as he smiled. While proclaiming loudly, "This is my only son, Henry Osmond, WA," all eyes became fixated on the little tyrant at this moment as his eyes blinked adorably, Barbados and the other women looking between this baby Noah and Adelaide with dangerous eyes of wanting as they developed their own dangerous thoughts. The prince of this vast reality has been born. Little Henry, you can call me Uncle Kazuhiko. Vibrant congratulatory and introductory words erupted out from many beings as the surroundings were filled with an air of happiness and harmony, Noah letting the introductions finish as throughout. Little Henry remained clutched in his grandmother's arms as he continued to be spoiled. When the introductions finished, his voice echoed out once more as he waved his hands and caused a portal to fluctuate behind him. Let's go show you around for a bit and even visit what used to be our little blue planet. And this time, I'll be cooking for my mom for the first time in a while. The eyes of many beings turned excited at the mere mention of Noah cooking, none of them knowing just how close Noah was to making an insuperable nomological edict just for his cooking side gig as they all looked forward to it. Amelia only raised her eyes that were filled with happiness as she nodded, seeing how his son had surrounded himself with those who cared about him as she motioned for Adelaide, Barbados, and all the other women that Noah had introduced to come along into the portal Noah had made. Their bodies disappeared into the portal one after another as the dazzling eyes of little Henry flashed. A small dot of golden light silently leaving his body and staying behind as some of the closest beings within the family went through the portal to get Amelia acquainted with everything. The portal faded as Kazuhiko, the Emperor Penguin, and all the others stayed behind to let Noah and his family have their privacy at this juncture, their eyes very soon rising up as they saw one of Noah's true sanguine clones float down right where his true body just left with his mother and newborn child. He returned as his eyes were locked onto the spot in the air where a golden, that others couldn't see, was pulsing, everyone's eyes also focusing here as they noticed a golden light brightening up to gradually form a shape of a little being that should have just left. BZZZT, waves of essence that were a fusion of laws and Daos erupted out, the austere essence of an edict being utilized as it formed into the vibrant form of a chubby baby boy with a head full of black and blue flowing hair, a white wrapping that only showed his chubby arms and legs being present as he appeared with grandeur. His fair skin shone with wondrous luster as his dark eyes opened with regality, his body floating in the skies of the cosmic Holy Land silently as when he saw all the vassals of his father staring towards him in shock. A childish smile filled his face as he turned towards the true sanguine clone of his father that was looking at him with eyes of happiness. "Father," little Henry called out as his little body floated effortlessly towards Noah in the skies, illusory crowns spinning around these beings in a shocking manner as Noah stroked his chin while he asked with a smile, even though he knew exactly what was going on, "This body of yours, formed from the essence of the greater nomological edict of the Plasma King. It was the quickest concept I could forge in the last few minutes, as it seems I will need a few hours to forge another version of your quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor with myself as the architect, WAA." The hearts of Kazuhiko and the others shuddered as they heard the voice of the little tyrant echo out. The childish eyes of this being seemingly seeking approval when looking at his father while saying this. "I didn't want to shock Grandma too much until she adapted to all the craziness, and I followed your lead when I sensed your clone nearby to form this body." Noah's own eyes released a bright luster as he nodded at his son's words. Having many things on his plate for him to currently do, but he also wanted to spend some quality time with his son. They couldn't introduce too many things to his mom in a short period of time, as father and son wanted to spend more time with each other through their clones while their main bodies spent time with the whole family, but the two of them were far different from any father-son duo, as how exactly would they spend time together? They couldn't just play catch or go to a game. But instead, there was a wonder of infinite possibilities for them to choose from as Noah's eyes shone sharply. He had many things to do, but nothing prevented him from doing them with his son. "You want to help with the continued fusion of the cosmos of different realities into our infinite empire and observe the birth of a new primordial relic?" A shocking set of words came out of Noah as little Henry's eyes released terrific rays of light, his reply quick, with eyes shining of childlike wonder. The little tyrant nodded with enthusiasm as what his father proposed couldn't be better than anything he could think of. the tyrannical emperor gazed at his little tyrant as he nodded. His preparations already set in place during this time as his infinite lower existence clones were ready to aid in the fusion of cosmos into the infinite empire at any time. BZZZT, he waved his hands as in the next moment, a shocking primordial relic appeared above them as it was the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. This illusory vessel shining with the glimmer of reality adorned with a shocking array of weaponry and regality as essence wrapped around Noah and little Henry, there. Figures going towards this transport-type primordial relic while his voice rang out to the beings still watching them in a stupor below. You guys clones are already within those realities, so we'll see you there. SHA, father and son landed on an ecstatic vessel that quite literally shone with the glimmer of reality, the vibrant ship coming to life as essence surged into it from Noah. Causing for multicolored flames to bloom at the bottom of the vessel as it looked like it was swimming in a dazzling sea of flames, with an incandescent glow. It flashed as it warped away instantly, leaving behind a trail of multicolored flames towards the boundary between realities as a tyrannical emperor took the newly born little tyrant across the realities to witness the birth of a seed of reality. Chapter 1546 The Surging Will of the Tyrannical Emperor. As Noah set off to obtain the achievement of forging a primordial relic that could heavily affect realities with a true sanguine clone, the other clone within the Forsaken Treasure reality was still in the first treasure island with Natalia and the fantastical vassal that was Foiduit. His true body has been in the cosmic Holy Land while scaling the firmaments from the 5th to 7th, and barely any time had passed outside as at this moment, his ridiculous rise in power had yet to show itself. After elevating the nomological edict of the dictum emperor to the quasi-taboo level, Noah had many things he could discern and see compared to before, as he had to closely utilize the upgraded abilities of this edict. And his foremost goal at this moment was to obtain more materials and loot from this forsaken treasure reality and stack up what he needed to forge the loot he received from the resplendent treasure cache like the olden orb of transmogrification. But before they could set off from this treasure island and search all the others for however many naturally formed primordial treasures they held, or soul crystals, or any other form of loot, Noah had to wrap up the 8/6th firmament primordial wolf guards that were still trapped in the mirror reality with ruination gazing at them emotionlessly. Foidiot was floating behind his new master respectfully as Natalia also followed his gaze towards the mirror reality. Noah's eyes flashing as his right hand opened its palm outward gracefully, a golden light flashing as the bright golden jagged primordial relic that the gazer had been using shot towards him like a flash of golden light and was grasped within his palms an instant after. BZZZT, incandescent golden splendor reverberated out as Noah grasped the firmament derelictor within his hands, his expression actually causing Natalia to blink with disbelief as she could see he actually seemed dissatisfied when holding onto this primordial relic. A primordial relic, even 8th and 9th firmament existences sought such weapons for themselves as wars could be fought over a truly mystical relic. Yet Noah's face was actually showing disdain, and how could he not? The Heartsplitter primordial relic he had forged could shoot homing arrows that could traverse across realities to reach their targets, while this jagged golden sword. Its capabilities were close to it, but nowhere near up to par with the power and utility that the Heartsplitter bow held, nor was it anywhere close to ruination. He might just be better off handing this weapon as a gift to his son while he forged an attack-type weapon unique for himself. With such a terrific thought, Noah turned his eyes towards the distraught 6th firmament primordial wolf guards who could not break out of the mirror reality. A being that could not be fully understood, that was what Natalia thought when she looked at Noah. Even though the two of them had just recently talked on equal terms about what their goals were, she sought to understand more of this peerless forger as she would naturally learn more about him as they continued exploring this forsaken treasure reality, with her gaps in understanding being more about how this being who had been at the 3rd firmament of ascendancy when she met him just over a day ago had now reached the 5th, and at this stage he was actually capable of utilizing a primordial relic and power it up with immense reserves of essence of reality and mana that only those in the 7th firmament could afford. The subject of him being a peerless forger she could just attribute to him being a ridiculous genius with immense fortune. But the scaling of the firmaments of ascendancy? These were sacred as nobody could just bypass through them. Could he be of a unique bloodline with anomalous reserves of resources? Or an existence with a bloodline on par with the highest tiers of cardinal royal bloodlines? He already has a bloodline from the olden times. Could that be it? Natalia was trying to figure out this being as her dark eyes released dazzling lights when she saw him drastically and show disdain towards a primordial relic. Following his gaze towards the sixth firmament primordial wolfguards, he was staring at dangerously as she opened her soul wide to try and understand exactly how this existence would deal with these enemies. After shooting out an attack that would have even drained seventh firmament existences, just how would he at the fifth firmament of ascendancy proceed to attack 8 beings a level higher than him? At the fifth firmament, I wouldn't have even been able to provide the required mana for the heart splitter pre-WAA. Natalia's thoughts came to a halt. This was because as she waited to see just how many more reserves of resources Noah held to utilize a primordial relic, her eyes blinked multiple times as she felt the aura this being released billow around him madly as it surged from the fifth firmament to the sixth. Hot, dazzling rainbow-colored waves of essence rose from him in fantastical arcs of lightning, his surroundings shaking as they released sounds akin to metals grating against each other. His aura only continued to grow as from the sixth, the level of power it released very quickly surged to the seventh firmament of ascendancy as such an unbelievable scene caused Natalia's jaws to open wide in a stupor, her voice coming out incoherently. The body of Foiduit trembled as he gazed towards Noah with fervor and reverence, the body of this destiny goblin getting on its knees in the skies as it gazed up at the primal being in the skies surrounded by arcs of terrifying multicolored light. He didn't seem like someone that had his reserves spent after killing 2 existences at the seventh firmament of ascendancy. He in fact even seemed full of power and essence, as the question of how he would power up a primordial relic did not even need to be answered, yet his next action nearly caused the beings watching him to tumble from the golden shimmering skies as he wielded the firmament derelictor, and simply flung it over his shoulders as the wild power he released actually came to focus on his eyes. For shredding apart sixth firmament existences, he didn't even need to utilize a weapon as he spoke in a tyrannical fashion. Emperor's Haki, BZZZZT. The entire treasure island trembled as the will of the tyrannical emperor surgery out with utter majesty. Chapter 1547. The surging will of the tyrannical emperor. LL. Emperor's Haki, an ability that carried 100 billion% true annihilatory soul damage and was reinforced by the 10 strongest flames of edicts under the tyrannical emperor. This dot now included 2 quasi-taboo nomological flames of edicts, boom. Crack, akin to mirrors shattering every single surface area before Noah's eyes shuddered and cracked as the power of his will and soul backed by his strongest edicts surged out towards the 8th sixth firmament primordial wolfguards trapped in the mirror reality. The surroundings changed color and were bathed with a tyrannical golden hue wherever the influence of Emperor's Haki spread, the eyes of the primordial wolfguards shuddering as they felt like a beast was making its way towards them, their bodies shining an intoxicating light to defend. The will of the tyrannical emperor smashed down like an unquenchable hammer. Boom, it smashed onto the bodies and souls of the 8 existences after seamlessly passing through the mirror reality, the eyes of these beings turning a deadly red as an instant later. Their heads wiggled and discombobulated like they had ravaging worms within them before. Poof. Golden blood bloomed in a glorious fashion as the heads of sixth firmament existences could not withstand the will of the tyrannical emperor, becoming pulverized from him just gazing at them and sending waves of his soul power mixed with his strongest flames of edicts over. Silence reigned on the mesmerizing surroundings of the depths of the treasure island. Over Noah's head, golden prompts overflowed, 18,950 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 1,895 shards of a seed of reality are obtained, 25,000 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 2,500 existential pearls are obtained, 46,500 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 4,650 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained, 75 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 75,000 cosmic resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied, the ownership of the insuperable nomological edicts and flames of the guardian emperor, molten wool, insubordinator, ultramarine emperor, iniquitous emperor have been granted, 35 medium-tier reality crystals that contain the essence of reality have been granted. Notifications of 187 more insuperable nomological edicts in total from the 8th sixth firmament existences, 230 quasi-insuperable, and dredges of greater and minor nomological edicts flooded their way towards Noah as this time, he was prepared. The third true sanguine clone was already in the soul library as the burst of concepts coming in were passed and collected here to be organized first. simply waiting for Noah to come choose which nomological edicts were worthy of him to add to his soul and forge even more ascendancy halos with. All of this was taken care of silently as the reality of what he just did in the treasure island remained. COM. The setup mirror reality turned into particles of light as ruination came to float beside Noah emotionlessly, this being the only existence to not even bat an eye towards Noah's actions as Foyduit and Natalia currently could not even express their shock. The blessed body of the blessed primal titan was shaking in awe and stupor as the right in firmaments of ascendancy, the power displayed, the grandeur. It was all just so unbelievable. This, Rostova had no words, she was speechless, her red lips parted up and down as she couldn't even get her words out at this moment. Do you know which concepts I've found to be most crucial? Atop a glorious vessel releasing a terrific aura of a primordial relic, a man adorned in a white robe with his hair flaming crimson and gold could be seen looking into the eyes of a small baby that was listening with rapt attention. Destiny. All concepts that deal with destiny are truly crucial as they can be the decider for fortune or disaster, with those who have stronger tiers of edicts routinely falling because they couldn't peer sufficiently into their destinies. Little Henry nodded his childish head with agreement as he listened to Noah, his eyes releasing a dazzling light as he voiced out cutely, I was going to start accumulating all the edicts from you dealing with destiny that I had access to in order to form a quasi-insuperable or an insuperable nomological edict dealing with destiny, because I can't really replicate the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor at this moment. The eyes of the little tyrant were filled with helplessness as it looked at its chubby little arms, Noah letting out a smile at the shocking things the little guy was saying so freely as he patted his head reassuringly. It's just a quasi-taboo nomological edict. You'll be able to forge them in no time at the rate you're going. His words may have just seemed encouraging, but the talent that this little tyrant displayed was truly too terrific as Noah couldn't help but say this. The little tyrant smiled sheepishly while taking his father's compliments, their surroundings fluctuating as the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality came to a stop with an emerging reality at this moment. And Noah raised his head as he gazed outwards, seeing the cluster of cosmos in the distance and the auras of the Emperor Penguin and others in his group that were in charge of overtaking this reality as the primordial relic they were on floated forward calmly. The second reality, Noah's voice echoed out as he rose up, the little tyrant's body wrapping itself with essence as its head floated to be just a little lower than his father as he also looked out, watched the flow of mana. The intricate connections all types of essence have and where ruination and the primordial essence come in to bind everything together, Noah's voice echoed out as little Henry nodded, his jewel-like eyes watching with rapt attention as his father pulled on his connection to the infinite empire and acted as the intermediary to form connections with the cluster of cosmos ahead of them. All clones moving at this moment to bring every single cosmos within this reality and the realities Noah would soon make his presence known. Realities wherein a single one in particular. A present was waiting for Noah as he could barely hide the devilish glint in his eyes when he thought about it. Chapter 1548. A celestial vine finds its target. A stellar transport-type primordial relic appeared within a certain emerging reality as the conquered beings within felt their hearts shake. The cluster of cosmos they were in receiving a dominating will from the vessel that shone with an illusory reality as a tyrannical emperor turned his gaze towards them. At this point, it wasn't even a communication with the cosmos on whether they wanted to form a connection and be assimilated into the infinite empire or not. The will of the tyrannical empire rolled out with intention and command as it told the unconscious wills of these cosmos that they would be assimilated whether they liked to or not. BZZZT, arcs of multicolored light bloomed as among them. A wondrous white light was beginning to shine from the figure releasing his terrifying will as the images of two beings became clear to the most powerful existences at the levels of universal filament and the handful at the cosmic realm within this reality. They saw the image of a white-robed existence shining with the arcs of multicolored light as beside him. What seemed to be a glorious small baby boy floated beside him as each of these beings were adorned with illusory shimmering crowns. At this moment, a white light began to rise up from the figure of the tyrannical emperor as this light was the true light of conquest. It moved with excitement and fervor as while the shocking scene of Noah's endless lower existence clones teleported in with all the cosmos within this reality. This white light of conquest pervasively spread out from Noah to link the cosmos of this reality only his one and only infinite empire. Waves of essence surged out with splendor as the colorful seas of mana around Noah undulated with beauty, the eyes of the little tyrant watching and absorbing everything with wonder as his dazzling iris seemed to shine with a darkness that absorbed everything. Like interlinking locks, the true light of conquest surged into and connected the cosmos as soon after, a pillar of white light began to coagulate above Noah's head as it shot up for countless light years. It shot past the primordial sea and the sea of ruination as it went towards the edge of reality, reaching pandemonium itself as at such a junction. The light began to coagulate into the shape of a star, a blazing, resplendent, glorious white star. The true star of conquest rose over a reality as Noah placed it under his banner, this star having great meaning as with it many things became possible. This was a feature under the banner of the tyrannical emperor where a conquered reality could bloom a single true star of conquest, and under Noah's nomological regime, 10 true stars of conquest could elevate any edict to the insuperable level, while 50 of them could elevate one past this level into a quasi-taboo tier. But there was also a usage past elevation, as Noah could utilize the benevolent light of empowerment, while sacrificing a single true star of conquest, this act being capable of empowering an edict and making it unrivaled with any other edicts of this level. Along with this, the definition of this ability listed that the flames of these edicts also undergo a fundamental change as in turn, so does the ascendancy halo they are fused into. This was the usage of the white star forming over this entire reality. The little tyrant stared at it with eyes of longing, as even though he was just born, he seemed impatient to be capable of achieving such a thing by himself, as his small body was unconsciously wrapped up in glimmering golden waves of destiny. This is my father, COM. His eyes locked onto Noah as he listened to his words and followed the path of mana and essence seamlessly, something that other beings might be overwhelmed by. But little Henry watched it all and learned as the approximately 4,000 cosmos within this reality were strung up together and connected to a relic within another reality entirely, the vast seas of ruination and primordial essence bathed in the light of conquest as thereafter. The serendipity of the cataclysmic reality did not tarry, SHA. The tyrannical emperor merely gave this reality a glance as with his light recognition, essence sunk into the primordial relic as it turned the area around it into a sea of flames and shot out to the boundary between realities instantly, shooting towards yet another reality. Everything was set in place, and all that Noah had to do was link it all together, as he could get it done in a short period of time. He also couldn't tarry too long, as there was an existence that had been lying in wait for him this whole time, and he had to make sure to meet them for the coming future. When Noah took his first steps out of his reality, he carried out actions that had caused 3 different bloodlines to turn in his direction. One was the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline that had inadvertently caused his name to enter the primordial blacklist. The other was the ender bloodline of primordial beasts that hadn't borne any fruit. And then there was the elder primordial that had seen the life medallion of Cecilia shatter, a celestial vine that had aided Cecilia of her own bloodline into becoming a primordial. And yet she had perished soon after, as the first thing this primordial did was focus on the realities that Cecilia managed. Out of all the beings that Noah had made enemies of, she was actually the one who had the most chance to locate Noah this whole time, as she knew exactly where he was, so she moved, she searched, and she actually made more progress than most others, as with the knowledge of exactly where Cecilia's managed realities were, this elder primordial visited every single one silently, as the things she saw were utterly shocking. The things she saw caused her heart to turn cold as she observed silently, because she still had not found the culprit she was looking for. Chapter 1549. A celestial vine finds its target. There were a few things that made this elder primordial cautious. First was the fact that among the 6 emerging realities under the banner of Cecilia, she was only able to locate 5 of them. This was baffling and utterly terrifying, as not being able to find a reality was akin to it having been destroyed. Or something even more unimaginable. What power was enough to destroy a reality, displace it, or do something even crazier? This was the first point that caused this elder primordial to move with care as from the other 5 realities that Cecilia managed. She only hid herself in the folds of reality and observed the changes happening within since the day that she confirmed. Even though she knew where a certain reality should have been, she couldn't locate it. Of course, her failure had come just hours after Noah had utilized ruination to hide his home reality, yet she didn't know this. As to move with care, she observed the happenings of the other 5 realities as there. She saw the shocking sight of many lower existences moving with great power, as well as a few higher existences moving within beings that had no business doing the things they were doing. But to gather more information about this unknown enemy, she merely hid and watched. Through the shock of champions utilizing a reality-altering construct that she taught Cecilia to forge being defeated, through watching creatures such as penguins or tentacle stellar bodies looking very similar to those found in apocalypse realities somehow go from being unranked to then displaying power at the first firmament, then third to fourth, and even exceeding fifth. She saw all of these shocking things as she didn't make a move, lying in wait as she saw terrific beings conquering the strongest out of each of these realities. As thereafter. They seemingly calmed things down while waiting for further orders, while waiting for someone. This being. Was the one that she sought for. Seeing the extent of the mystery behind even the subordinates sent forth, as many of them now displayed power within the scales of the firmaments, she even sought help from a few beings close to her, as at this moment, the auras of 3 existences at the 7th firmament of ascendancy were contained within a small pocket of space, as the central one was an exceedingly beautiful woman, this being the celestial vine Elder Primordial that had begun this hunt. Elder Victoria. To her right was a thin man with a long stature, his face carrying an effeminate charm, as in his hands there was a glimmering golden fan. To her left, a beast in human form could be seen, as her crimson tail was sticking out from her behind. Her figure that of a curvaceous humanoid woman with a blessed chest and back, as a sharp whip was tied around her hand. Victoria, let's just wipe up these little things right now. Many of them carry enough power to have killed your brethren. Why wait for some larger culprit that might not ever come? The primordial with a whip tied around her hand spoke as her crimson hair danced with wisps of flames. Elder Victoria, keeping her eyes towards a cluster of cosmos where she could see a tentacled Thonian releasing arcs of ether and lightning watching over the cosmos it had led to conquer. She was about to reply about how she had to trust her gut when the events to occur in the next second made her not even need to. Boom, like an explosive clap of thunder, a booming sound echoed out as the 3 beings nearly erupted out their auras to defend themselves, only for them to sense that many light years away from their position, a terrifyingly glorious vessel shining with the illusory light of reality tore through all barriers to arrive in this reality, leaving behind them a trail of multicolored flames as they appeared with splendor. Elder Victoria and the 2 compatriots she brought were shocked as Victoria raised her hands with care, reminding everyone to rein in their auras as they watched from the hidden folds of space with care. Abroad the vast majestic-looking vessel, the figures of 2 existences could be seen, as each of them were more shocking to see than the other, as they both held shimmering illusory crowns above them with their eyes releasing lights of tyranny. The more shocking thing was the second figure that was merely a floating baby boy that one could still see the cute features of a newborn, such a scene causing Elder Victoria and those around her to blink a few times to make sure they were seeing correctly. That is a primordial relic. The effeminate-looking primordial man spoke slowly as his eyes flashed with a sharp light of wanting, his origin seemingly ready to go, as Victoria turned to stare at him sharply to make sure their positions were not yet given away. Her brain was surging within possibilities as the waves of destiny surrounded her, her heart telling her that the being atop this transport-type primordial relic was the one she was looking for, his aura vibrantly showing itself at the 7th firmament of ascendancy. Keep watching, she spoke in a low tone as their senses slowly picked up what was happening around the 2 incandescent beings, calm and composed words ringing in their ears. Destiny, my is indispensable. Today, I will show you exactly what I mean by that. The shocking words of this devilishly handsome existence could be heard as the crimson gold flames for hair above his head surged, his right hand rising up as from it, a golden light that eventually formed into a book bloomed, while situated at the frontmost portion of the primordial relic and gazing at the cluster of cosmos from far away, the existence releasing an intense aura of tyranny continued to speak. Across the infinite realities, every existence believes themselves to be the center of everything. As if the realities are a blank canvas just waiting for them to step into the picture, as they believe themselves to be existences who will become distinguished. As none of them ever have the belief that death could befall them at any second. Bzzzt, waves of destiny surged around his body madly as his starry eyes landed on the pages of the golden book within his hands, reading with a light smile. Even someone like me, with all my assurances, I still know to be careful, as there are those much stronger than me out there. But this concept doesn't prevent the hubris of others to take over their thought processes even when they're faced with unknown dangers. They will still move with unfounded confidence that they can overcome everything and take wondrous boons all for themselves. The golden waves of destiny around him turned massive at this moment as the book within his hands released dazzling rays of light, Elder Victoria's eyes squinting with sharpness, while the effeminate primordial and the one holding a spiked whip only gazed towards the fantastical primordial relic with a light of greed. They do not prepare, they do not have information, and they do not grasp enough about destiny to even know when their own demise is nearing. They will gaze at a dazzling primordial relic and think, I will even break off our million-year friendship if I have to. But that primordial relic will be mine. They will gaze at a hidden danger they do not fully grasp and think, he is merely at the 7th firmament. With Lucia and Raynor here, I am confident to have him answer for his crimes of killing little Cecilia. In the hidden folds of space, the face of the primordial holding a spiked whip who was known as Lucia trembled as Elder Victoria's eyes trembled even more with utter shock and incredulity as deep within a trace of a long-forgotten emotion began to arise. this was because their own private thoughts were just spoken word for word from the mouth of another being. Isn't that exactly what you were thinking, Elder Victoria? WAA, the eyes of the watcher turned towards the direction where three beings thought they were hiding, the golden book still shining in his hands as these three seventh firmament primordials felt their hearts skip a beat at this moment as an emotion that had been unknown and foreign to them for many years tumbled out of their hearts in fervor. Chapter 1550 merely pieces atop an infinite canvas. Cecilia had a total of 6 emerging realities under her. She was a primordial just beginning to accumulate her power as she had not gone too far, and yet she was further than most beings as those who didn't carry the bloodline of primordials couldn't freely oversee even emerging realities. Apart from Noah's home reality, there were 5 others that became unclaimed after her death, and Noah had taken the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality to 4 of these realities with his son to link all their cosmos to the infinite empire. This made it so that Noah achieved the requirement of 5 realities having all of their cosmos linked to the infinite empire in order to proceed with its elevation and birth the seed of reality. This fantastical process. Noah's main body was currently preparing to have his mom and the true body of Henry and others witness this sight from their home reality, but there was still one other remaining reality. This was the location where a celestial vine primordial had hidden herself with 2 supporting primordials of the 7th firmament of ascendancy. This was the location that Noah had saved for last, as even before Dictum Emperor was elevated to quasi-taboo, he knew that there was an existence sniffing around Cecilia's past realities. But she never made a move, and his destiny weaved in fantastical ways that told him there was even a play to be made surrounding this being. After the advancement of the Dictum Emperor to quasi-taboo, the things Noah could see were utterly shocking, and this was especially so with the supreme bloodline of the Watcher that came with this nomological edict. With it, he could truly see too much as the moment his serendipity of the cataclysmic reality stepped into the 6th reality, the folds of space hiding 3 primordials could not obscure his gaze. He could see them as clear as day. As not just that point, one of the innate capabilities of the Watcher was being capable of seeing the destinies of those he looked at as well as their information. Of course, it came in the form of a fantastical status sheet for him, as he had already pulled up and analyzed the information on the 4 hidden beings even before they knew about him. This was the terror of having a higher edge in destiny. This was the terror of the tyrannical emperor. Isn't that exactly what you were thinking, Elder Victoria? Boom. The moment his words had landed, it felt like a bomb had gone off in the minds of 3 primordials as their eyes shook terribly while their origins began to rotate madly. Without a second delay, and as if they were moving in conjunction, 10 ascendancy halos bloomed from each of the 7 firmament primordials as they shone with vibrant colors of white, blue, and purple, with Victoria's even being tinged with gold, similar to Natalia, as a dazzling light of multicolored essence raged and exploded apart the folding of space they were in. WAA, with fervor and haste, they borrowed the undulations of power and burst of essence from their ascendancy halos as each of these beings shot out like streaks of light into separate directions, running. They actually began a bid to escape even before a microsecond had passed, as it was every man for themselves. And how could they not run? They were powerful 7th firmament existences with millions of years of experience. And they just watched on as a being that had just arrived was capable of even speaking out their own thoughts. What type of concept was that? They knew very well the intricacies of power, as if they came across an enemy who could even peer into their minds and listen to their most guarded thoughts without them even knowing. They knew this enemy must be leagues above them in terms of concepts, as fighting such an existence would be an unwinnable battle. If he could already peer into their thoughts, didn't he know everything about them? There were names for existences like these as they varied in stages and power, but it was those that made everyone move with care. It was the type of existences known as seers. And there were distinguished stages among seers, as those who could freely bypass one's soul protection and destiny to even understand the workings of the minds of others. These were the most terrifying. 3 different streaks of light shot out in different directions as their auras tore out to break through the boundary of this reality and rush out, with the enemy they were running from still holding on to a golden book that had its pages flipping with an austere aura of power. What was more terrifying is that as the 3 streaks of light escaped, Noah's eyes didn't even bat their way as they returned to the golden book within his hands, the figure of little Henry barely following what was happening as his cute face opened wide with wonder, the little tyrant not yet being capable of sensing things at the level of Noah. Noah's voice continued to echo out as he spoke while ignoring the 3 existences who were seemingly about to escape, his voice directed towards little Henry as if he was still giving a lesson. After understanding destiny, the next concept to grasp is proper planning in action. Think of it as if we are small pieces atop an expansive and endless canvas, and we have to understand ourselves and the pieces around us as after that, we have to plan and push these pieces in the ways we want. If one can simply understand destiny and have immense knowledge about things but never take proper actions or pull the strings of the pieces around them, they will also achieve nothing. Boom, a moment after Noah's words finished. Elder Victoria was the first one whose power ripped the fabric of reality to step into the boundary between realities, but when she did this, she felt like she had run into a viscous membrane that she was only able to move an inch through before in the next instant she was bounced back from it. The other primordials, Lucia and Raynor, were the same as their expressions turned drastic, their escape being denied by a viscous membrane they had not noticed before planning. After one understood destiny, they had to know what path they should take and properly utilize their robust information. With my proper planning today, I have 3 rats trapped in a cage, with a voice dripping of power and majesty. Noah finally gazed up as his hand went to close the golden book within it. Little Henry watched on with awe as the 3 figures of 7th firmament primordials materialized after being denied escape, their faces unseemly as they stared gravely towards the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality.